City at the End of Time by Greg Bear. Narrated by Charles Leggett.
For Richard Curtis, celebrating 30 years. Chapter A. 14 Zeros. Prologue. Very deep is the well of the past. Should we not call it bottomless? Thomas Mann, Joseph and his brothers. It's time, Alan heard himself whisper. Time, gone out like a tide and left us stranded. C. L. Moore and Henry Kuttner, Earth's Last Citadel. Everything you know is wrong. Firesign Theater. The Kalpa. Coming to the broken tower was dangerous. Alone at the outer edge of an empty room half a mile wide, surrounded by a brutality of high crystal windows, Keeper Genton drew in his cloak against the mordant chill. A thin pool of air bubbled at his feet, and a fine icy mist lingered along the path he had taken from the lifts. This part of the city was not used to his kind, his brand of physicality, and did not adjust willingly to his needs. Servants of the librarian came here rarely to meet with suppliants from the lower levels. Appointments were nearly impossible to obtain. And yet, Genton had requested an audience and had been summoned. The high windows gave a panoramic view of what lay outside the city, over the Middle Lands and beyond the border of the real, the Typhon chaos. In all the Kalpa, only the tower had windows to the outside. The rest of the city had long ago walled itself off from that awesome, awful sight. Genton approached the nearest window and braced for a look. Directly below, great curves, like the prows of 3 ships, seemed ready to leap into the darkness, the Kalpa's last bions, containing all that remained of humanity. A narrow gray belt surrounded these huge edifices, and beyond that stretched a broad, uneven black ring, the Middle Lands. That ring, and all within, was protected by an outward-facing phalanx of slowly revolving spires, blurred as if sunk in silt-laden water, the defenders, outermost of the city's reality generators. Outside of their protection, 4 craters filled with wreckage, the lost bions of the Kalpa, swept away in a wide curve to either side and back again, meeting in darkness hundreds of miles away, the city's original ring. Out of the chaos, the massive orb of the Witness beamed its gray, knife-edged searchlight over the lost bions and the Middle Lands, blasting against the foggy defenders, arcing high as if to grasp the tower. Too painful to watch. Genton averted his eyes just as the beams swept through the chamber. Sangmer, the first to lead an attempt to cross the chaos, had once stood on this very spot, mapping the course of his journey. A few wakes later he had descended from the broken tower, even then called Malregard, and gone forth on his last quest with 5 brave companions, philosopher-adventurers all. None ever heard from again. Malregard indeed, evil view. He felt a presence behind him and turned, bowing his head. The librarian had such a variety of servants, he did not know what to expect. This one, a small Angellan, female in form, stood barely taller than Genton's knee. He colored his cloak infrared, making the nearest pools of air bubble furiously and vanish. The servant also shifted spectrum, then brought up the temperature in the chamber until finally there was some pressure. Genton bent to give the Angellan a primordial speck of dirt, a crumbled bit of Earth's basalt, the traditional payment for an audience. These were the old rules, never to be forgotten. The librarian and all his servants were liable to withdraw at a whisper of rudeness into 10,000 years of silence, something the Kalpa could no longer afford. "Why are you here, Keeper?" the Angelin asked. "Has there been progress this side of the real?"
"That is for the librarian to judge. All honor to its servants."
The Angelin silvered and froze, simply stopped, for no reason Genton could fathom. All the forms had been observed. Genton switched his cloak and plasma to slow mode, so he might maintain some disciplined comfort. Clearly, this was going to take a while. 2 wakes passed. Nothing around them changed, except that out of the chaos, the witness's gray knife-edge beam swept 3 times through the chamber. The Angelin finally cleared its silvery shell and spoke. "The librarian will receive you. An appointment will be made available in fewer than 1,000 years. Pass this information to such successors as there may be."
"I will have no successor," Genton said.
The Angelin's reaction came with surprising swiftness. "The experiment is concluded?"
"No. The city."
"We have been out of touch. Explain."
Genton observed sharply. "We do not have the luxury of time. Decisions must be made soon."
The Angelin expanded and became translucent. Soon could be interpreted as an affront to any Eidolon, but particularly a servant of the librarian. It was difficult to believe that such beings still lay claim to the honor of humanity, but it was so. "Explain to me what you can," it said, "without denying the privilege of the librarian."
"There are troubling results. They may be harbingers. The Kalpa is the last refuge of old reality, but our influence is too small. As the librarian anticipated, history may be corroding."
"The librarian does not anticipate. All is permutation."
"No doubt," Genton said. "Nevertheless, world lines are being severed and unnaturally rejoined. Others may have been dissolved. Whole segments of history may already be lost."
"The chaos has crept backward in time?"
"Something like that is being felt by a few of the ancient breed. They are our indicators, as they were designed to be."
Intrigued, the Angelin reduced and solidified. "Canaries in a coal mine," it said.
Genton did not know what canaries were, and only vaguely understood the implications of a coal mine.
"Do any of the ancient breed experience unusual dreams?" the Angelin asked.
Genton drew his cloak tight. "I've revealed what I can. All honor to the librarian. I need to make the rest of my report in person directly, as instructed."
"From Malregard, we watch your breeds crossing the border of the real, violating city law. They seem determined to lose themselves in the chaos. None have been observed to return. Is your report an admission of failure?"
Genton carefully considered his position. "By nature they are a sensitive and determined folk. I am humble before the Eidolons. I leave those observations to your kind, and seek criticism from the librarian, if it is due, directly."
Another long pause. The witness's gray beam again swept the chamber. As it passed through the Angelin, Genton observed a lattice of internal process, the highly refined jewel-like structure of sapphire-grayed nootic matter. The Angelin oscillated before Genton's face. Its lips did not move, but its bubble of cold shimmered. "Induce an individual affected by these dreams to accompany you to the broken tower."
"When?"
"You will be notified.
Genton felt a flush of frustration. "Do you understand urgency?" he asked.
"No," the Angellan said. "You can either stay and explain it to me, or carry out these instructions. In 75 years there will be an interview with the librarian. Is that soon enough?"
"It will have to do," Genton said.
"Peace and permutation be upon you, Keeper."
The Angellan darted off, leaving a trail of silvery vectors that quickly summed and vanished. Once the vector trail of an Angellan would have been a glorious thing to behold. Now it seemed pale and constricted. Reduced fates, narrowing paths. Genton gathered up his cloak and departed Malregard. He had not answered the Angellan's question about dreams because he needed to hold back as much as he could, to be revealed only later to the central mind of the librarian himself, he fervently hoped. At any rate, his level of optimism about this whole endeavor had never been high. The end of all history, of everything human and worthy, consumption in the malign insanity of the chaos that had been looming for ages, was now upon them. After 100 trillion years, it was likely that the Kalpa was beyond saving. Part 1. Fate Shifters. 10 Zeros. Chapter 1. Seattle. The city was young, unbelievably young. The moon rose sharp and silver-blue over a deck of soft gray clouds, and if you looked east above the hills, where the sun would soon rise, you saw a brightness as yellow and real as natural butter. The city faced the coming day with dew cold and wet on new green grass, streaming down windows, beaded on railings, chill against swiping fingers. Waking up in the city, no one could know how young it was, and fresh. All had activities to plan, living worries to blind them. And what would it take to finally smell the blessed, cool newness but a whiff of something other? Everyone went about their business. The day passed into dusk. Hardly anyone noticed there was a difference. A hint of loss. With a shock that nearly made her cry out, Ginny thought she saw the old gray Mercedes in the wide side mirror of the metro bus, stopped the next lane over, 2 car lengths behind, blocking traffic. The smoked rear windows, the crack in its mottled windshield, clearly visible. It's them. The man with the silver dollar, the woman with flames in her palms. The bus's front door opened, but Ginny stepped back into the aisle. All thoughts of getting out a stop early, of walking the next few blocks to stretch her legs and think, had vanished. The metro driver, a plump black woman with ivory sclera and pale brown eyes, dark red lipstick and diamonds on her incisors, still, after a day's hard work, lightly perfumed with my sin, stared up at Ginny. "Someone following you, honey. I can call the cops." She tapped the bus's emergency button with a long, pearly fingernail. Ginny shook her head. "Won't help. It's nothing." The driver sighed and closed the door, and the bus drove on. Ginny took her seat and rested her backpack in her lap. She missed the weight of her box, but for the moment it was someplace safe. She glanced over her shoulder through the bus's rear window. The Mercedes dropped back and turned onto a side street. With her good hand, she felt in the pack's zippered side pocket for a piece of paper. While unwrapping the filthy bandage from her hand, the doctor at the clinic had spent half an hour gently redressing her burns, injecting a big dose of antibiotics, and asking too many questions. Ginny turned to the front of the bus and closed her eyes, felt the passengers brush by, heard the front door and the middle door open and close with rubbery shushes, the air brakes chuffing and sighing. The doctor had told her about an eccentric but kind old man who lived alone
in a warehouse filled with books. The old man needed an assistant. 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 Could be long-term. Room and board, a safe place, all legit. The doctor had not asked Ginny to trust her. That would have been too much. Then she had printed out a map. Because Ginny had no other place to go, she was following the doctor's directions. She unfolded the paper. Just a few more stops. First Avenue South, south of the two huge stadiums. It was getting dark, almost 8 o'clock. Before boarding the bus, before seeing or imagining the gray Mercedes, Ginny had found an open pawn shop a block from the clinic. There, like Queequeg selling his shrunken head, she had hawked her box and the library stone within. It was Ginny's mother who had called it the library stone. Her father had called it a sum runner. Neither of the names had ever come with much of an explanation. The stone, a hooked, burned-looking come-and-go thing in a lead-lined box about 2 inches on a side, was supposed to be the only valuable possession left to their nomadic family. Her mother and father hadn't told her where they had taken possession of it or when. They probably didn't know, or couldn't remember. The box always seemed to weigh the same, but when they slid open the grooved lid, a lid that only opened if you rotated the box in a certain way, then back again, her mother would usually smile and say, "Runners turned widdershins," and with great theater they would reveal to their doubting daughter the empty interior. The next time the stone might stick up from the padded recess as solid and real and unexplained as anything else in their life. As a child, Ginny had thought that their whole existence was some sort of magic trick, like the stone in its box. When the pawnbroker, with her help, had opened the box, the stone was actually visible, her first real luck in weeks. The pawnbroker pulled out the stone and tried to look at it from all directions. The stone, as always, refused to rotate, no matter how hard he twisted and tugged. "Strong sucker. What is it, a gyroscope?" he asked. "Kind of ugly, but clever." He had written her a ticket and paid her $10. This was what she carried, a map on a piece of paper, a bus route, and $10 she was afraid to spend, because then she might never retrieve her sum runner, all she had to remember her family by. A special family that had chased fortune in a special way, yet never stayed long in one place, never more than a few months, as if they were being pursued. The bus pulled to the curb and the doors sighed open. The driver flicked her a sad glance as she stepped down to the curb. The door closed and the bus hummed on. In a few minutes the driver would forget the slender, brown-haired girl, the skittish, frightened girl always looking over her shoulder. Ginny stood on the curb under the lowering dusk. Airplanes far to the south scraped golden contrails on the deep blue sky. She listened to the city. Buildings breathed, streets grumbled, traffic noise buzzed from east and west, filtered and muted between the long industrial warehouses. Somewhere a car alarm went off and was silenced with a disappointed chirp. Down the block, a single Thai restaurant spilled a warm glow from its windows and open door. She took a hungry half-breath and looked up and down the wide street, deserted except for the bus's dwindling tail-lights. Shouldering her pack, she crossed and paused in a puddle of sour orange glow cast by a streetlight, stared up at the green slab wall of the warehouse. She could hide here. Nobody would find her. Nobody would know anything about her. It felt right. She knew how to erase trails and blank memories. If the old man turned out to be a greasy pervert, she could handle that. She had dealt with worse, much worse. On the north end of the warehouse, an enclosure of chain-link fence surrounded a concrete ramp and a small empty parking lot. At the low end of the ramp, a locked gate barred access from the sidewalk. Ginny looked for security cameras, but none were visible. An old ivory-colored plastic button, mounted in green brass, was the only way to attract attention. She double-checked the address on the map, looked up at the high corner of the warehouse, squeezed her finger through the chain link, pushed the button. A few moments later, as she was about to leave, the gate buzzed open. No voice, no welcome. Her shoulders slumped in relief, so tired. But after all she had been through, no hope could go unchallenged. Quickly she probed with all her strength and talent for a better way through the confused tangles of outcome and effect. None appeared. This was the only good path. Every other led her back to the spinning blue-white storm in the woods. For months now she had felt her remaining options pinch down. She had never pictured this warehouse, never known she would end up in Seattle, never clearly foreseen the free clinic and the helpful doctor. Ginny pulled the gate open and walked up the ramp. The gate swung back with a rasping squeak and locked behind her. Today was her 18th birthday. Chapter 2. Jack Romer's body was thirsty. Jack Romer's body was tired. Up one street and down another, the bicycle carried the slender, dark-haired young man with hardly any guidance. An occasional push on the handlebars, an uncaring flex of the shoulders, tongue poked through slack lips, brown eyes staring ahead. All that, and the steady, monotonous pedaling, told both the world and the bike that Jack Romer had gone blank. Slung over the back fender, a saddlebag full of hammers rattled in the dips. By itself, even a young body is interested not in adventure or novelty, but in continuity. It prefers not to make important decisions. A casual turn leaning into a curve, the slightly startled avoidance of cars and other obstacles, these form the sum of the body's abilities, given the absence of its owner. It is the wakeful brain that is restless. In an hour, Jack's body had traveled miles from his intended destination. Had there been hills, no doubt by now the body would have slowed and taken a breather, but along the level streets in this harbor district of warehouses and factories, rolling over rough asphalt and brick paving, it was more trouble to stop than to go on. The bike swerved around a rut. A truck came out of nowhere and bellowed. Jack's right eye twitched. The driver waved a ham-sized fist out the window. Jack rode on, oblivious. The truck roared through the intersection, missing him by inches. Streetlights buzzed pinkish yellow beneath gathering clouds. Jack's feet pumped arched cycloids at a reduced rate through the shadows. 3 miles per hour, then 2, 1. The bicycle became unstable. The body dropped a leg. The leg landed early, and he hopped and snagged the toe of his shoe, bending it back. Ow! The body had had enough. Jack returned above the neck. Panic crossed his face. He slid off the slim leather seat and jammed his groin down on the bar. That reunited body and soul in a painful instant. He tumbled and lurched up on both legs before the bicycle collapsed. One foot plunged through the spokes of the front wheel. Ow! Damn! His voice echoed from corrugated doors and high, flat gray walls. Stunned, he caught his breath and looked around. He was alone. Nobody had witnessed his predicament. Gingerly he rubbed his aching crotch, then gave his watch a confused glance. He had been absent for 1 hour and 5 minutes. He remembered almost nothing. There had been a high window and darkness, the most extraordinary darkness, filled with a blinding, knife-edged gray light and something watching. Over the roof of a warehouse he saw tall stacks of empty blue, brown, and white steel containers marked with the names of shipping companies.
Somehow he had pedaled deep into Soto, south downtown, almost in sight of the docks and their huge red-painted cranes. Something skittered under a row of big dumpsters. Jack pulled his foot from the spokes and inspected the old running shoe and torn sock. The wheel was ruined, but his leg was barely scratched. He lifted the bike and turned it around, ready to roll it back the way he had come. A soft chirrup in the shadows, another scrape, and something long and low scuttled between strapped bales of cardboard boxes. Jack's eyes went wide. For a moment he thought he had seen a snake with pliers on its tail. Curious, he walked toward the piles, bent over, and lifted a soggy layer from the concrete. A staccato tapping vibrated a wide, flat bale on his left. With a grimace, he jerked the bale aside and let it flop over, just in time to see something long and shiny black, with many legs and tail pincers the size of a lobster claw, scurry into a hole in some metal siding. Jack leaped back with a yelp. He thought he had seen an earwig as big as his forearm. In the next hour, as he pushed the wobbling bike beneath the high-arching freeway, as the sky turned dark and drizzle soaked him to the skin, he half convinced himself that what he had seen near the docks was the shadow of a rat, not a giant bug. He returned to the third-floor apartment, replaced the bike's wheel, stowed it in the storage locker, changed out of his wet clothes, and ate a quick supper of canned chili. Burke, his roommate, had brought up a stack of mail before going to work. Burke was a sous chef at a fancy steakhouse. He worked 6 days a week until midnight and came home smelling of steaks, wine, and brandy, the perfect roommate, seldom there, and Burke left him alone. Jack moved stuff around the apartment to keep Burke's memory fresh. If he rearranged things, Burke did not try to rent out his room. He sorted through the stack, nothing but bills, all in Burke's name. With returning confidence, Jack stood in the middle of his small bedroom and practiced juggling 3 of his 4 rats, along with 2 hammers. The rats took this with accustomed patience, and when he returned them to their cage, they squeaked happily. He fed them. They were bright-eyed. Their whiskers twitched. Satisfied his reflexes had not been affected, he packed the hammers back in a lower dresser drawer, blinked to adjust his eyes, and watched the drawer fill in with bowling pins, bocce and billiard balls, bricks, and rubber chickens. With some difficulty he managed to push the drawer shut. Just 2 weeks ago, an attractive older woman, Ellen Crow, had invited him to her house on Capitol Hill. Food, conversation, sympathy. Jack was used to the attention of older women. He felt the stiffness of her note in his shirt pocket, pulled it out, and rubbed his finger over the silver curlicue design on fancy cream board. The card carried a second invitation to dinner, no date specified. "When you're ready," Ellen had written. On the back she had neatly penned the phone number of a free clinic. Perhaps he had told her too much over the shrimp risotto. He rubbed the card again, feeling for misfortune, and feeling none. Not from the card, not from Ellen. Sitting on the back porch, he tracked a receding V of identical gray and brown porches under low, rapid black clouds, sipped a cup of chamomile tea, steeped from a thrice-used bag, and listened to the steady rain. Jack had come to think he was finally happy. Poor, but that didn't matter. Now a real worry clouded his cheer. He was blanking out too often. He had even mentioned it to Ellen Crow. And he was seeing things, giant earwigs. He balanced the second hammer on one finger, tossed it, and caught the flat of its handle on the tip of his thumb, where it stayed with hardly a wiggle. Jack laid the hammer on his lap and sighed. "Tomorrow I will visit a doctor," he announced, and pulled up a woolen blanket. When the wind wasn't blowing, he liked to sleep on the porch.
For a moment he stared at the blanket's felted fibers, magnified them in his mind's eye, saw them hooked to each other every which way, packing off in all directions. Life was less like the felt, and more like a bundle of cables, crammed up against other bundles, with hardly any distance between. Some cables were short, some ran on for ages, all hooked up with others in ways few could predict. But Jack could feel those hookups, those points of crossing, long before they arrived. His eyes grew heavy. As the sky darkened, he napped right there on the porch, cradling the hammer in his lap under the blanket. His sleep was deep and normal. He snored. For once, oblivion. His leg slumped, but the hammer did not fall. Jack never dropped anything. Chapter 3. Wallingford. Something huge slammed the beggar into the low, wet gray brush. He rolled on his side and stared up at the flat steel panel of a big, green garbage truck. The truck's diesel grumbled and belched black smoke. The driver poked his bald head out of the cab. "Hey, freeloader, get a job!" The blow had left the beggar with a knuckling throb in his gut. His head hurt, too. He couldn't remember his name, only that he'd been running from something painful and ugly. That much sang like a tuning fork in the middle of tangled thoughts. He had stretched, reached out too far, trying to escape. The beggar decided that the garbage truck driver wouldn't act so cocky if he had actually struck a pedestrian, even a freeloader. Nothing had hit him. He was just here, lying unexpectedly by the side of a road, one booted foot stretched to the curb, the other bent almost to his butt, owlishly observing a line of traffic backed up at an intersection. His thoughts came together like a puzzle, but something rose up and tried to blow them apart again, something sharing the tight volume behind his eyes. Another mind, scared, resentful. The beggar expertly crushed this companion as he would an insect, and focused on important details. First, where was he? A thick branch snapped, and he crunched deeper into the brush. He felt a bundle dig into his back, knapsack, coat, sweatshirt, plastic bottle. Part of him, the part he was trying to suppress, still remembered stashing them there. He felt like a half sweater, somehow mated to another half, the yarns 2 different colors, and everything in the middle, in between, unraveling. What would he be doing in any better world? Stashing clothes and water in the bushes. His left arm came into view, the dirty green coat sleeve crusted with what looked like snot. The garbage truck turned left and rumbled on. He knew the area, a street fed by an off-ramp from Interstate 5 near 45th. Once he had driven it every day to get home, turning at this very corner. But these cars looked wrong. He got to his feet, stiff and sore. His stomach throbbed with a snaky, coiling pain, something this body was used to. That shook him. This body. Chronic pain. 2 names circled like prize fighters until one punched the other down, sheer experience and stubbornness winning out over dismay and indignation, a whimpering inside, then silence. None of it felt right. Something had gone wrong. I am Daniel. I am Daniel Patrick Iremunk. The snake did flip-flops. He whirled and was sick in the bushes. He refused to look at what came up. Other cars whizzed past, their designs sleek, bubbled, chopped, slick magazine parodies of the cars he knew.
Their drivers stared in disgust or did not see him at all, eyes on the upcoming turn. This was scary. Daniel was frightened. The other fellow was beyond caring. Not too strong to begin with, he had quickly been beaten down into a set of mud-colored memories. It had never been this way before. Of course, Daniel had never tried to jump so far. Look around. Maybe you haven't left the bad place after all. Daniel Patrick Iremont, had always escaped. Jaunted, that was the word he used. Long before the situation went totally sour. That was his talent. He had never before waited for things to get so awful. Make sure it isn't still after you. The dust, slime, scrambled books, the hundreds of cryptids, all the impossible things happening at once, and everyone staring at you like you've walked into a horrible, hushed surprise party. They drag you in, lock the door, start with the nasties, fun and games. I need to remember, I really do, but I don't want to. Daniel wiped his mouth and rotated slowly, orienting himself. Sunshine, clouds, mud from recent rain. Across the street stood a wide, blocky, beige building 3 stories tall, condos on top, shops on the bottom. He knew it well. Minutes ago, it had been a run-down hotel. Cars burped and jerked to a stop again as the traffic light changed. Usually, when he jaunted, willed himself from one strand to another, only one thing or a few subtle things were different, the circumstances that he wished to change. Daniel had never moved into a version of himself that had gone so far downhill. The window of the nearest car rolled down, and an elderly woman smiled and held out a $1 bill. A whiff of gardenia and stale cigarettes curled out with the warm air. He blinked, but did not move. The elderly woman scowled and pulled in her arm. The light turned green. The beggar shoved his hands into his pockets, allowing this body to show him where the important things were, the motions its muscles made every day. Filthy fingers clenched a wad of cash. He withdrew a plastic bag containing a tight roll of 1s, a 5, and some change. On the opposite corner stood a woman in layers of sweaters and vests and a long skirt over faded jeans. Her fuzzy, cherry-cheeked doll's head poked up from a smudged collar. Her arms and legs resembled a bundle of sticks wrapped in felt. She clutched a sign asking for money, but ignored the one driver who had stopped and waved a dollar bill out the window. The driver honked. She seemed to wake up, snatched his money, and the car veered right to merge with the traffic on the freeway. Cheap bastards. Dollar bills. You eat nothing but burgers and hot dogs and feel your gut rot. Daniel wasn't wearing glasses, but even across the intersection he had clearly made out the denomination. He felt the bridge of his nose, cringing at the touch of his grimy fingers. No creases. No mark where glasses had ever perched. This body, whatever its problems, boasted decent eyesight. In every strand Daniel had visited, he, and all the other Daniels, had been plagued with miserable eyes. But good health. Fingernails? On these hands, worn and encrusted, but not bitten to the quick. All Daniels bit their nails. Except for the money in the bag, his pockets were empty. No wallet. No ID. The dirty woman turned to stare at him. But she was not scary. Not part of the awful, silent party. He felt an urgent need to get to a bathroom. But where? No porta-potties in sight. He thought he knew where he lived, a dozen blocks or so west in Wallingford, but doubted he could make it, given the snake twitch in his bowels. Still, he had to try. The last thing he wanted was to fill his pants during his first hour in a strange new world. He reached back, grabbed the knapsack, coat, and bottle, and took off at a run, having jaunted just far enough that the walk sign flashed without the push of a button. Several cars braked, almost hitting him,
but none did. One thing's the same. I still have the knack. Better living through physics. He broke into a jerky, knee-slamming run. Chapter 4. Seattle. The clouds filled in, and rain grayed the pavement. He liked this city. It reminded Max Glaucus of London, where he had been born, and where as a boy he had helped catch and sell songbirds, plentiful bullfinches, hardy goldfinches, delicate linnets, sweeter than canaries. Glaucus still likened himself to a bird-catcher, a plump, finicky bird-catcher. He had spent most of his life moving in the night across England and the United States, from city to fly-speck town to city again, casting his net and waiting with infinite patience for the rarest, the most correct sort of feathery morsel, unwilling to snare and deliver to his employers just any bird, for that would be unworthy of his craft, and could also bring a fatal conclusion to his long and benighted existence. His employers sometimes stationed 2 or more collectors in the same region, the same city. Place and privilege did not matter to them. And then it behooved him to find and eliminate the competition, usually not a difficult task. So many had been recruited lately, and rarely did Glaucus encounter anyone with his experience. And so here he was, answering an ad in a newspaper, not his ad, striding up Fifth Avenue as if he had any business going out by day, a short, broad, hard-packed man of indeterminate years. He wore a salesman's gray suit over a plain white shirt. A black tie cinched his thick neck like a noose. Sweat beaded on his pale, pocked face. He paused in the shade of a long theater overhang and removed a kerchief from his pocket. His hands were thick and strong, and he curled his fingers to hide scarred knuckles. The air was cool, but the day's low deck of clouds had opened a fissure, and he did not like the sun. Its warmth and glow on the wet street reminded him of things lost, among them his capacity to have regrets. The brightness shone into his small black eyes and illuminated spaces in his head like gaps in a shelf of old books. Nostrils flared in his broken, pudgy nose, eyes half closed, handkerchief back in its pocket, hands resting on a slender black hook cane. Glaucus saw, as on a magic lantern scrim, the old donkey cart, stacked high with nets and wicker cages and hung with baskets of heavy iron stars to weight the nets. The call-bird linnet, muzzy in its small wire coop on the board beside the old crook-back catcher. Spring's early morning dark draped over the streets like a towel over a cage. Young Max's teacher and only family grimaced and plotted which fields to visit and how far to roam. That time of year they usually traveled to Hounslow for bullfinches. He had listened to his crippled master's soft words while tying the ropes, stumbling about half asleep on the broken cobbles. He rode the bouncing tail of the cart, staring pig-eyed at violet dawn. Later in the day, on the journey back to London and the waiting shops, Max plucked gray and brown feathers from the nets and balanced the flap riot baskets, their hundreds of cheeping new captives slowly but steadily falling quiet, bunching like chicks and squeezing shut their frightened eyes. Many of the birds succumbed to shock before ever they were cooed by sentimental housewives. It was his job to pull the dead and dying and toss them to the hedgerows or the gutters. Sometimes in town, sleek brown rats humped and danced between the cart's wheels and feasted. In a stuffy basement room, the crookback trained Max to pipe bullfinches, using shrouds and starvation to subdue the new birds, then exposing them to call whistles that sugared the dismal air, with brief shafts of sun and food as reward. In this way he taught the little creatures by rote to trill London's most popular tunes. The bird-catcher had died of consumption after 60 pain-filled years. Before the catcher's estranged son kicked Max out of the small angled hovel they called home, Max had freed the last of their stock, raised the wicker doors, and shooed a week's glean into smoky skies. His final act of charity. Glaucus had last visited the old Crookback's favorite birding grounds after the opening of the Hounslow Barracks train station, curious but saddened to see the once familiar fields covered over with lanes, yellow brick houses, small gardens. After all these years, so much had changed, yet things were much the same for him, still hunting and delivering young creatures to self-assured gents and their lady. But this lady, the chalk princess, was no mere woman. The morning air was much the same, anyway. Pocketing his kerchief, Glaucus sucked flame into a small pipe, flipped the match, and left the awning's shade. He walked south, away from the shining wealth of blue-green glass, red and gray stone, concrete, and steel, away from the bustle of young office workers, and closer to the haunts of those with empty eyes and outstretched hands. All cities the same, rain or shine, prosperity and wealth pressing down on blinding need. Glaucus took a professional interest in some of the dwellers that stood or squatted like dusty dolls on the sidewalks, scammers, jonglers, sharps, the gypsy draggle of every big city. He paid particular attention to the young ones. Some of these could be chancers or shifters, unaware of their low-grade talents, but still of interest, especially if they began to dream. Unlike London, at a brisk walk one could actually cross downtown Seattle east to west in less than an hour, working the streets, though he preferred to sit in his apartment and wait. The bird-catcher's patient facade, so deceptively like repose. He found the gray Mercedes in a dingy pay parking lot, its rear windows golden with smoke, the dash littered with 12 receipts, one for each day. Sharp fingernails had clawed paths through the soot near the door locks, so it was true. The chandler and his incendiary partner were in town. Turning east, Glaucus paused to stare at building numbers until he found the entrance to the Gold Rush Residential Hotel. Here he stopped, tapped his cane, and let out his breath in a low, contemplative moan. Beyond the heavy glass door, pinched between an Oriental antiques shop and an abandoned second-hand store, the hotel's narrow lobby proffered a dusty, coffee-colored hospitality. Thick paint smothered undecorated walls and lay dirty and cracked over plaster moldings. 2 square brown couches and an old chair waited vacant and worn around a cigarette-scarred black table. The table carried stacks of The Stranger and the Seattle Weekly, cut bundle strings dangling. A middle-aged clerk ambled out of his retreat behind the desk and checked out Glaucus, who nodded pleasantly, as if they had met before. "Do you have a Mr. Chandler in residence?" he asked. "I believe he's expecting me." The clerk scowled. "Use the house phone or just go on up," he said. London, barbed nest for all its poor fledglings, had soon pricked young Max into a burly squint, low, lashed, and ugly. After the death of the bird-catcher, the 12-year-old, dumped on the streets once again, proved himself a fair hand at penny-toss and cards. Hunger and inexperience led to street fighting, where he acquired scarred knuckles,
puffed ears, and 3 bends in the bridge of his nose. In a music-hall riot, one hard roll down a flight of stone steps dealt the final knock to his bulldog physique, stunting his growth at 5'4". Few would tangle with such a glowering brute, and so within a few months he secured work as a bodyguard for well-heeled gents possessed by hungers that would not be sated, cards, whoring, the fancy. The things and events he now witnessed, and the deeds he was called upon to perform, were more awful than any he had seen as a bird-catcher's boy. Clients, associates, and their enemies came to refer to him by a variety of epithets: dandy-shield, bonesmith, bat-break, fist-folly, cane-snipe, Johnny Brute. In 2 years, he learned to keep his mouth shut and skim what he could, while his employers lolled, senseless with drink or drug. During Max's last stint as a bat-break, his then-master lapsed into the croaking and squeaking of a paretic. Max was instructed by a private nurse how to fit the master's ruined face with wax and tin parts, to fill fissures and replace lost bits, while the syphilitic grotesque whistled his stinking breath through vacant nose-holes. Soon Glaucus found himself once more at liberty, the master's house boarded, the last drib of wealth wasted on quack nostrums. Nothing left, nothing gained. And yet Glaucus was becoming aware that he might possess an unusual talent. He hardly believed in it, rarely used it. Yet within a week of being ousted on the streets again, freshly charged by hunger, he had no other option. He honed his gift, and in the close-knit world of the fancy, quickly acquired a reputation, a dangerous one. At the heel of one of the ton, an ability such as his was tolerated, but on his own, Glaucus was of no use to anyone but himself, and so no use whatsoever. A gentleman of noble blood, his ancestry within hailing distance of Westminster, caught Glaucus cheating at cards. The gentleman's toughs corralled the remorseful, ugly young man. The gentleman ordered him transported to his country estate, caged like a dog. There Glaucus was confined to a series of basement rooms, heavily padlocked, each larger and a little brighter than the last. The housekeeper eventually assigned him to a plump, foppish man named Shank, either to punish for the gentleman's amusement or to discover and refine whatever genuine talent this rough lad might have. And so it was done. In time, Shank informed the young tough that there was a name for his crude ability. Glaucus was a natural-born chancer. Else a pug like you would have been crushed in the streets and died, now, he explained. Some call it luck, others fortune. We know it here as chancing, which is great will consistently applied to random circumstance, to guide favour. For your gentleman, and for him alone, of course. Under Shank's guidance, Glaucus made coins land as desired, reordered cards without touch, directed the plunk of a silver ball on a spinning roulette wheel and the tumble of wooden spheres in a rolling cage. Their handsome and noble master was not himself a gambler, but recognized that many of that persuasion would extend favor and even cash for the company of such a lad in the clubs of the day. And so Maxwell Glaucus's lot improved, while the company he kept declined in character, if not dress and station. Glaucus picked up a copy of The Stranger and lucked it open to the classifieds. There it was. The ad, but not his ad. He dropped the paper on the table and took the hotel stairs with silent footsteps. On the second floor he sniffed and reached out his hand, searching for retrograde fluxes.
2 more flights to go. On the 4th, Glaucus paused by a fire door, tested its hinges for squeaks, then pushed. Beyond lay 6 rooms, 3 on each side of the hallway, and at the end a milky window reinforced by steel wire. The light from the window quivered. Light resented chancers, and now there were 2 in close proximity. Glaucus brushed the knob of the first door on his left. Harsh music competed with the grating voices of overgrown children. Television. Quiet as a cat, he crossed the hall and felt the opposite door. Room empty but not silent. Not to his questing fingers. Someone had allowed himself to be murdered. The knots of bad luck still vibrated with a singing whine. Glaucus slid down the hall. Behind the next door, he found what he was after. Soft, steady breathing, comparative youth. The chandler was less than 1/5 his age, and strength, but profligate and poorly managed. Again his nostrils quivered, this time at a smell like candle smoke. This had to be the chandler's partner. A veiled woman, very dangerous. Glaucus leaned in and heard the flip of a coin, a Morgan's silver dollar, judging by the muted ring, as it bounced off the room's thin carpet. The chandler was practicing. The dollar landed heads. Anyone could do such a trick, but he was not counting the coin's spins. He was drawing down the coin's lines. From different heights, including a ricochet from the ceiling and another from the wall, the dollar always landed heads. Glaucus matched his breath to the man's. He also matched other rhythms, pump of blood, drip of lymph and bile. He made himself a shadow. Squatted back to the wall, eyes shut. Waited. Shortly after his last visit to Hounslow, at the height of his employment as a gambler's companion, his fame beginning to spoil prospects, the noble gentleman had informed him it was time to move on. Glaucus's gambling days were over, in London at any rate, and probably across Europe. "You should try Macaw, young friend," Shank suggested, but then added, in a low voice and with eyes averted, that a special appointment might be arranged if he desired, at long last, a secure and permanent position. Glaucus had long since grown leery of the streets. As if in a dream, he went where Shank directed, down a pinched and filthy road near the market in Whitechapel, and at the end of a blind alley met an odd, twisted man, small, pale as death, and musty as a wet mop. The mop dwarf fumbled him a card, embossed with a single word or name, Whitlow. On the other side, an appointment had been scrawled in pencil, and the warning, "This time forever. Our livid mistress expects her due." Glaucus had heard incomplete and confused reports of this personality in his travels, reputedly the leader of a small cadre of men with exceptionally dubious reputations. She was whispered about, but seldom if ever witnessed. She had many names, our livid mistress, the chalk princess, the queen in white. No one knew her true business, but it seemed a singular ill fortune invariably found the creatures sought by the men and women in her employ. Ill fortune and something referred to as the gape, to be avoided at all cost. Now at liberty for the first time in a decade, and suffering from a perverse curiosity, Glaucus took the train and then walked to Borehamwood, and there was met by a young-looking fellow with a club foot and waxy smooth skin, narrow nose, wispy ghost-blonde hair, and deep blue eyes. He wore a tight black suit, and gave his name, last name only. This was Whitlow.
Whitlow carried a silver-tipped black lacquered cane and a small gray box with a curious design on the lid. "This is not for you," he told Glaucus. "I have a meeting with another later this day. Let's move on." Out of Glaucus's memories of that meeting, a palette reduced to dim grays and browns, he recalled unsteady nerves and embarrassment at his ill-fitting wool suit. Shank had insisted he return all his master's fine clothes. What monkey owns his livery, I ask you? Whitlow shared a tot of brandy from a silver flask, then escorted him up the hedgerow drive to the main house, a mouse's holiday of neglect, one wing caved, rooms filled with roosting pigeons. Whitlow gained entry using a huge old key, then, with quiet humor, pushed Glaucus down a hall littered with broken furniture and the bones of mice and cats, arranged in rings and whorls, toward a special sort of room, where Whitlow said none had lived or visited for several 100 years. Such rooms, difficult to find these days, best suited the closest servants of their lady, who, he explained in a whisper, opening an inner door, ultimately paid their bills. Whitlow locked the door behind Glaucus. After a time of stuffy silence, long enough to feel pangs of hunger, Glaucus was joined, through no door he could detect, by an insubstantial being. A gentleman, judging by his soft voice and odor, or lack of same. This nebulous figure, wrapped in a deeper cloak of shadows, never assumed definite form or size. Judging by the tapping of his hands around Glaucus's face and shoulders, fingers like batting flies, the gentleman might have been blind. "I never go anywhere," he whispered. "I am here always. Here moves where I need to be. I am called the Moth. I transport and recruit for our mistress." He spoke for what seemed a long time, his voice suggestive, modulated, indistinct. He spoke of books and words and permutations, and of a great war, greater than any dreary combat between imagined heavens and hells. "Our hells are real enough," he said, "and our mistress controls them all." This lady, he said, sought shifters and dreamers. Chancers, properly instructed, were ideal hunters and collectors. The Moth handed him a crust of bread, dusty with mold, then tapped Glaucus's temple with a flitting finger. "If you serve well, you will never lack work," came his muffled words. Apparently, having come this far, no refusal was permitted. "We pay in more than coin. Time no object. Different birds, different cages, Mr. Glaucus. Listen close, and I will pipe you all the songs you need ever sing." After some hours, the door opened, spearing the room with a broken shaft of sun. Glaucus blinked like a mole. Whitlow reappeared to usher him out. Behind the room keened a wretched, pain-filled sound like none he had ever heard, and reclaimed its emptiness, spent. Back on the hedgerow drive, dazed and exhausted, Glaucus asked, "Will I ever meet the mistress?" "Don't be a fool," Whitlow admonished. "We never hope for that. The Moth is bad enough, and he's less than the tip of her pinky." For the next 120 years, Glaucus traveled from city to city across the United Kingdom and then the United States, working as a diversion in carnival pitches, card parlors, sideshows, always seeking, keeping a low profile, and wherever he went, posting ads in newspapers.
ads that never varied except for an address or later a phone number, always asking the same question: do you dream of a city at the end of time? Glaucus kept deathly still. He could feel any vibration along the boards and beams. All was quiet. There would be no visitors for the next few minutes. The collector behind the door, endlessly tossing his silver dollar, had failed in certain courtesies. He had not alerted Glaucus to his presence, nor had he shared information he was poaching. Glaucus rapped a calloused knuckle on the door, then fluted his voice, young and uneasy, the same voice he had used on the phone to answer the chandler's ad.
"Hello? It's Howard. Howard Grass."
The slender man who opened the door held up his silver dollar between thumb and middle finger. His pupils were large, black, and steady. He presented a cold, surprised smile, and then a superior grin. "Mr. Glaucus, how nice to see you." Glaucus knew the signs of a chancer about to strike. There was no time to lose. In the slender man's fingers, the head of the crowned silver woman on the Morgan faced north. Glaucus rolled up one eye, drew down a contrary strand, bent it sideways, and the head faced south. The chandler's heart also flipped, instantly filling his chest with blood. His fingers twitched, and he released the coin. Falling, the stamped ounce of gray metal landed flat on the carpet, eagle side up. His face turned sickly green. Silent, he toppled face down, stiff as a plank, and covered the coin. Also tails. In the bathroom, the veiled woman began to shriek. Without the chandler, her talent and passion flowered unchecked. Fire shot from around and under the bathroom door. Glaucus lent his assistance. She achieved her heart's desire. That afternoon, wrapped in melancholy, Glaucus sat in his warm apartment, shades drawn, the only light in his cramped living room focused on a phone, sitting on a table next to his chair. Behind the closed door to the bedroom, his own partner, Penelope, sang in a low, childlike voice. Around her song flowed a steady buzz, like an electric bulb about to go dark. Glaucus's eyes turned sleepy. An hour before he had eaten a spare lunch, an apple and a piece of wheat bread with 3 thin slices of salami. In those first days in London, it would have been a feast. He stared at the phone in its oblong of golden light. Something was stirring. He could feel a strong tug on the triggering thread that announced prey. Always before, his employers had informed him of a new rule, changes in the game. This awareness was arriving without warning. Perhaps there had not been time. Had he made a mistake, eliminating the chandler? Reaching out, he could feel as many as 3 small birds in his vicinity, almost certainly 3, though one seemed odd, not what he might have expected. Of the other 2, from long experience, he was sure he knew their habits, their concerns and fears, their needs. A darker air was arriving. Max Glaucus could feel it in his light, lucky fingers. Long dreaded, long awaited. Destruction followed by freedom. An extraordinary conclusion to his troubles. 3 sum runners. Whitlow will join us, and the moth. They cannot do this without me. Finally, my reward, and my release. Chapter 5. Wallingford. Trying to contain his churning, liquid misery, Daniel walked spastic. The sidewalk, old and gray and cracked, presented a rolling course of uneven obstacles. He leaned to the right on Sunnyside Avenue, grimly determined to make it home. He was ashamed,
Daniel had always been the driver of his own soul, in control on the highways and byways of the fibrous multiverse. Now, he could barely keep from fouling his pants. The neighborhood had not changed so much that he could spot the differences. In truth, he had never closely observed the houses more than a few doors away from his own. In his present hurry, there was no time to put together a catalogue of obvious changes. The sun slanted. This sick new body wore no watch and carried no keys. Despite Daniel's patting and thrusting, he could not find a key in all those pockets, nor in the knapsack, but both he and his new body agreed, as they approached the concrete steps, the peaked porch roof and square tapered pillars, this was where they lived, this was where they hung whatever shingle they owned. His house. The same house. That much was the same, thank the powers that be. Whatever powers care to take credit for any of my madness? And what about the Sumrunners? The lawn stood high and brown and overgrown with weeds. He climbed the steps from the street and jerked himself around the side yard to the rear, glancing back, apparently not used to entering the house by daylight, a furtive peer. Then a scarecrow scramble through the waist-high jungle to the back. The old rose bushes that had once belonged to his aunt were no longer in evidence, and he noticed this as he made a horseshoe around the rear porch, trying to decide where he might have hidden a key. There is no key. The windows had been papered. The body remembered, so he went down on his knees. Oh, how that made the snake twitch, and pushed at a basement window, then skinnied himself through, stood on a box, and clambered to carpeted concrete floor, splish-splash, carpets soaked, the whole basement stinking of mold and mildew. The power was turned off. In the dark, he shambled up the basement steps, struck his shoulder against a first-floor wall, and fumbled his way by touch into the bathroom. He pushed down his pants and found the toilet. The pain made him scream. He almost passed out. Daniel slumped against the wall, his elbow cushioned by the toilet paper in its wooden holder. Half an hour later, he leaned forward, and his hand found a candle stub on the bathroom sink. A match? A matchbox? He struck the match and lit the candle, then stripped down and took a cold shower, letting the body do what it knew how to do. 1 foot out of the shower tub, he fumbled for a filthy towel, looked at himself in the medicine cabinet mirror. Eyes sunken and dull, gaunt, straggling hair, skin sallow beneath a tangled, matted beard. Years of getting most of his calories from alcohol. He heard a new, rough voice come out of that ruin of a mouth between those rotten teeth. Oh, my God. This was not Daniel Patrick Ironmonk, not any sort of Daniel. This time he had shoved himself into a body not even remotely his own. He had jaunted into an entirely new game, revealing a new and staggering aspect of his peculiar talent. He was in another man, living another man's life. 14 zeros. Chapter 6. The Kalpa. 75 years had passed since Genton had met the Angelin in the broken tower. Less than a blink for a great Eidolon, but a lengthy span for a mere mender. The keeper walked unseen over the bridges connecting the 3 isles, the foundation plateaus that rose above the flood channels and supported the stacked tiers, up the lifts and stair cores of the 50-floor blocks of niches, as he did almost every wake, studying his charges, the ancient breeds as they worked, moved about, talked, worried, escorted their wide-eyed children fresh from the creche, prepared foods purchased in busy markets, harvested from meadows and fields beyond the two broad flood channels known as Tartarus and Tenebrous. In all the Kalpa, only the Tiers still had seasons worth observing. Births and deaths, children delivered from the creches on high, aging breeds relieved of their burdens by the bleak warden, their primordial mass recycled into new children, and a few, wanderers all, instinctively tuned, selected by the keeper, to be trained, equipped, and sent out into the chaos to become marchers. A rhythm of interest, now only to him, it seemed, but also, he hoped, to the librarian, who had planned it all ages before. Great eidolons could so easily forget. The chronological weather had calmed of late, and time was ticking along with such cheer, allowing actual days of sequence, when memory functioned almost as designed, that some in the Kalpa felt the old ways and rules might be returning. That was unlikely. The great reality generators were faltering, usually by tiny increments, but sometimes by leaps and bounds. Terrifying intrusions, streaks and smears of the Typhon's nightmare void breaking through to the Kalpa were more frequent. Dozens of Genton's breeds, most vulnerable, living as they did at the city's foundation levels, had been destroyed or gone missing. Something in the chaos seemed to be hunting. In the dark before wake-light, within a loud shout of the Tenebrous Bridge, teams of referees were sleepily clearing and roping off a fallow meadow, preparing for the games the breeds called Little Wars. Invisible, though not without some effect on the breeds around him, Genton made his way through the gathering crowds. He found a good vantage on a hillock, drew up his legs, and sat. Soon enough he would be on the move again. Another game was in play, grander and much more dangerous, not just to the breeds, but to Genton himself. But at the end, they might find the key to defeating the Typhon. In the meantime, the citizens of the Tiers did their best to live as they always had, bravely, foolishly, wisely. They were hardy folk. Whatever the circumstance, they found their amusements. The skirmish on the meadow was going splendidly, most agreed. The traditional engagement had begun while mist still draped the mounds and grasses. 500 breeds, divided equally into 4 tribes, began their contest at the sound of the judge's horns, great jagged blats that echoed from the high, bright seal. Jebrassy, strong and dashing in armor he had made from purple keel husks, sallied out with 8 pickets in like garb to assess the chances of breaking through on their opponent's left flank, and there was a lovely knock-all fray in dense fog as they met other pickets. All along, as he fought, giving many more blows than he received, Jebrassy had the uncomfortable sensation he was being watched. From the corner of his eye, wisps, puffs, interruptions in the fog that hollowed and twisted and vanished distracted him. He did not fight as well as he wished, and perhaps that was fortunate, considering the damage he was already doing. Jebrassy and his fellows, Kren and the others, took to their combat with spirit, swinging their stravies with such conviction that few challenged them, and many lodged protests with the judges, who glumly wandered in to intercede. The older warriors squatted with narrow, discouraged eyes. The good days were gone, they said, shaking their heads. Some felt the contests were not violent enough, others that mercy and honor had been forgotten. They seldom agreed about much. Through morning and into evening the war resumed, mounted with shouting and cursing and singing of martial airs, bluster, batting, torn hair, and flying spittle, until the seal dimmed to brown, and welcome tween light fell over the breathless, bruised combatants. The seniors loved to watch fights, as long as not too many were hurt, and Jebrassy's crew was pushing that tolerance to the edge. Many groaned and limped away, and many more grumbled on the field and off. Jebrassy, by his own estimation, retired from the din in full glory, head bandaged, arm wrenched. In camp he was dosed by a stolid medical warden, a drum-shaped machine with stubby lift wings now folded. Though almost faceless, just 3 off-center glowing blue eyes in an oval head, the wardens always seemed saddened by such goings-on, but performed their duties without chide or complaint. Sometimes, it was said, in the broad, dark ports, high in the walls or in the seal, overlooking the meadows and fields, the tall ones, masters of the tiers, in the naive conception of the breeds, watched these lovely little engagements, and made judgments that would be taken into account when the bleak warden came to snip your final hours and fly you to the creche. Some even claimed, though Jebrassy highly doubted it, that the tall ones walked among their favorite fighters, and if they were not doing well, clouded them in mist and flew them away. But he had fought to his satisfaction, thumping and being thumped, and so be it. He was willing to be profane and think in other directions. That somehow made things better. As the warden finished its patient ministrations, Jebrassy looked up past the gleaming off-center eyes, squinted at the mellow browns and greenish golds of the tween-light seal, and wondered what the tall ones really thought of such idiocy. He had never known anything but the tears, of course, and that irritated him. His spirit felt crushed beneath that vast, rounded roof. He was an adventurous fellow, filled with ambition to exceed the sight lines shared by those around him, short, flat lines mostly, though long enough in the fields to suggest the mysterious wide places some whispered about, where one could see forever. Standing beside a makeshift stand displaying sweet chaff and torque, intoxicating juice fermented in heavy jugs, an elderly male breed waited while the warden applied a last twist of bandage. Jebrassy stiffened. The warden apologized in flat, sympathetic tones, but the ointments and glues were not what caused him pain. A time of parting had arrived. The elderly male, Kaeto, was his second pair, his male sponsor. A stocky fellow with the full spiky beard of a breed soon to make the acquaintance of the bleak warden. Kaeto and his partner Neb had taken Jebrassy in after his first sponsors vanished. They treated him well, yet Jebrassy had brought them little but grief. Kaeto approached and stood by him, eyes gray with inner turmoil. They acknowledged each other with finger-taps to their necks, Jebrassy first, as required. Jebrassy then stroked the old male's extended palm. The gesture brought little solace. "You did well out there," Kaeto said, "as always. You're a fighter, that's sure." He cleared his throat, then looked aside. "Not many more seasons we'll have to raise young breeds. Mare and I think you'll benefit no more from our instructions. Already you pay no heed to our pleas." Jebrassy stroked his pair's palm again, apologetic supplication. They had affection, but neither could sidestep what the old breed was about to say. "You're determined to stick with your toughs, aren't you?" "My friends," Jebrassy murmured. "You still talk of wandering off to die away from the tears, without benefit of the bleak warden?" "No change, pair." Kaeto looked up at the last glimmer on the seal. "We're taking in a new one. Can't have you spread your plans to a fresh umber-born. Can't have that in your mare's niche. We've done our best. It's the winding road you've chosen. You'll go on now without us." Kaeto withdrew his palm,
leaving Jebrassy's fingers suspended. "I moved out your stuff. Mare's broken up, but new young will mend her." The elder touched Jebrassy's neck one last time, then turned and walked off with the limp he had acquired over the last few years. The wardens, having paused as if to listen, went about their repairs to the rest of the injured. The other breeds turned away, little or no sympathy for Jebrassy's plight. He had delivered too many thumps and jabs. Caeto had likely told the High Toller of their home level. The High Toller would ban him from the neighborhood, even though there were vacant niches. He was on his own. He would never see either of his sponsors again, except by accident, perhaps in a market, and even then they wouldn't acknowledge him. He was what he thought he had always aspired to be, a free breed, and it hurt far worse than any of his slight wounds. Jebrassy got to his feet and looked around for someone, anyone, with a generous jug. After the field had been cleared, 7 injured, none seriously, a disappointment for the more bruise-happy breeds, the walls of the Novarchia grew high in the Tenebris, between the inner meadows and the first isle, and water gushed into the sinuous shallows. Brightly decorated boats were hoisted and rowed out, and a different set of breeds fought a rough-foot, sink-all-sea battle. Those who had fought earlier, and could still walk, gathered along the wall and ate, drank, cheered, and complained, until hardly any had the strength to move. The wake-light dimmed to gray dark. The walls fell and the waters drained. The battered boats were lifted and rolled away, and the spectators who had drunk too deep and could not move were tented by their friends. The rest limped and strolled back over the meadows and fields, waved off by crop tenders if the fields contained produce. A robust few danced and sang with their last energy across the bridges to their blocks on the 3 isles, happily convinced that the little wars were fine things, perfect for keeping the ancient breed amused and healthy. Jebrassy pushed himself from the littered wall, winced at the tug of his bandages, steadied himself — he had consumed a fair volume of torque — and realized only then that he was being watched, and by someone he could actually see. He turned with what he hoped was dignified grace to meet the sharp, half-critical gaze of a glow. A pretty young female. She wore an open vest and flowing pants whose colors revealed that she resided in the middle block of the 2nd isle, as had Jebrassy until now. The glow approached. Her hair was short and lustrous in the fading light, her eyes fixed and penetrating, so full of intent that he wondered if her mare and pair would emerge from the milling crowds and retrieve her, or request an immediate testimonial from the sponsors he no longer had. That would be awkward. Jebrassy met her gaze with puzzled dignity until she came within a few inches, sniffed him, and smiled. "You're Jebrassy, aren't you?" "We haven't met," he said, mustering all the wit he had left. "They say you like to fight. Fighting is a waste of time." He half stumbled over an empty jug. "Is there anything else worth doing?" he asked, steadying himself. We have 3 things in common. The first is, when we dream, we stray." She could not have shocked him more, or come closer to wounding him. Jebrassy had told only Kren, his closest friend, about the straying. His frown turned to dismay, then genuine distress and embarrassment, and he looked over his shoulder, blinking at the crowds as they walked in chattering clusters up the ramps and off the field. "I'm drunk," he muttered. "We shouldn't even be talking." He started to walk off, but she looped her arm under his and tugged him to a stop. You didn't let me finish. I want to leave the Kalpa. So do you.
He regarded her with inebriated wonder. Who told you all this?
Does it matter?
He smiled. He practically leered. This might turn out to be a mischief after all. Two reckless youths, left to their own devices. The glow's expression did not change, except for a disgusted flip of her lashes. Taken aback, he asked, "What's the third thing?"
If you want to know,
she answered, eyes glinting in the last of the tween light.
Meet me by the diurns, just before next sleep. My name is Tiadba.
Then she turned and ran toward the ramps in the bridge, faster than he could follow, drunk as he was. Chapter 7. As light ebbed and shadows gloamed, Genton arranged his notes. He kept them in a pouch beside a small green book, and strolled through the lower floors of the first aisle block. Moving still unseen from niche to niche, he wrote in pure text, with a flower finger he willed to be tipped in soft silver, feeling affection and sadness as he monitored the most recent generation of ancient breeds to be delivered. Genton's mind wandered. Before becoming a keeper, he had been a student of city history, and like all historians in the Kalpa, that meant he knew very little about a great deal. What he knew, but had never seen, began with a blanket of smooth, utter blackness, sprayed with trillions of stars, the brightness. Something less than a memory now, and little more than a dream. Across its first 100 billion years, the cosmos expanded until its fabric stretched thin, opening voids wherein dimension had new or no meaning. Galaxies became distorted, burned out, wrinkled away. Space itself was aging, decaying, some thought dying. For longer by far than the diaspora that had flung humans to the fringes of the universe, they survived in the last tight islands of artificial suns, surrounded by a great and growing emptiness. This became the status quo. The early universe was seen as feverish and squalid, abnormal. The age of darkness became wreathed in the dignified mantle of a sedate if dwindling maturity, watched over by a gerontocracy of immortals, all convinced of their unsurpassable wisdom. For a few, however, these scattered islands in the abyssal dark were not enough. A minority, not sane, yet certainly not suffering from a deathly complacency, expressed a willingness to journey on, to leave behind the warmth and light of the remaining stars. They were denied, or worse, overwhelmed, quashed, all but exterminated. A handful managed to escape, to sacrifice all they knew, and to make the adaptations necessary to survive in the cosmos's last frontiers, the crumbling wastes, dejects, and desponds frayed out over a radius of 300 billion light-years. Out there, in the far dark, to the amazement of the gerontocracy, new technologies proliferated. Bold explorers discovered how to take advantage of the once deadly seams and rifts, squeezing huge stores of energy and sustenance from what most had thought a barren, decrepit desert. Those last few pioneers did more than survive. Ever resourceful, they learned to live and prosper and multiply as never before. Empowered, they eliminated or absorbed their oppressors. They built countless empires. The age of darkness was followed by the trillennium, the greatest period of growth and learning in human record. Zeros stacked upon zeros. Histories were made and lost like the guttering of an infinity of candles. All strangeness was joined, and all life, human and otherwise, was accepted and improved upon, redefining the very idea of humanity, and leading to triumph upon triumph, rebirth after rebirth. No matter that the universe was growing ever weaker and thinner. In its prolonged throes, it fed its young handsomely, until humanity's farthest-flung descendants encountered the first evidence of the typhon. It took 1 billion years to gather conclusive proof of the typhon's existence, a rapid few millions of years for it to be analyzed and vaguely understood. By the example of its very perversity, it generated a wealth of new mathematics and science, and new ways of going mad. Nothing like the typhon had ever been observed, neither a place nor a thing. The typhon spread by scavenging, aging universes. Some labeled it a pathology, an infection, a parasite, a violently aggressive membrane of change. Others claimed it was a younger, undisciplined creation infiltrating the ruins of the old. Where the typhon grew, worse than silence reigned. The knots of this universe were undone. Geodesics failed, sightlines achieved fractal terminations, information swallowed by so many varieties of singularity, collapse, estoppage, endvals, countercepts, twist-folds, enigmacrons, Fermion dismays. And it grew faster than signals could convey, tearing through the aged matrix, eating up the rotting fabric, creating regions not of darkness, those at least were familiar, but of inconsistent, lawless misrule. It was said that anything could happen there. Perhaps more accurately, it was widely reported that everything happened there. This, even the hardiest and most stubborn of all Earth's children, the last wave of the diaspora, could not tolerate. This they could not fight. Most succumbed. The mind-numbing vastness of their reduction defied historical measure. Survivors who still cherished their terrestrial origins finally retreated to the ancient home system, where humanity, its offspring, hybrids, and manifold allies, now cowered in the fastness of old Earth, living under the dwindling light of a rekindled sun and surrounded by the last few dying planets. Those who had transformed themselves into new kinds of mass and energy were forced to live together, in very reduced circumstances. Difficult times followed, thousands of centuries of pointless violence, the mass wars. Outside, the typhon raged and gained. In a way, the Kalpa's last chapter had begun over 1 million years ago, when the city princes of the 12 cities of Earth had commissioned Sangmer the Pilgrim to find and retrieve a former citizen called Polybiblios from the realms of the Shen, beings who claimed never to have shared ancestry with anything remotely human. Sangmer had crossed the last tracks of free cosmos to the 60 suns of the Shen, found Polybiblios living and working on the greatest of the necklace worlds, and carried him back between the threatened wastes, bearing knowledge he had gained from long study with the Shen. Sangmer also brought back to Earth a most unusual being named Ishanaxad. Some said Ishanaxad was the last of her kind, rescued and protected by the Shen, left to her own progress for a few million years, and then given new form by Polybiblios. All the legends of those times, and they varied widely, agreed that Polybiblios adopted Ishanaxad, calling her his daughter, and that on the return journey, or shortly thereafter, she was betrothed to Sangmer, who was richly rewarded for his perilous and timely journey. Along Sangmer's return path, the last of the ancient worlds met their doom.
The 60 sons of the Shen were consumed by the chaos, a fate the Shen themselves seemed content to accept. The city princes took a risk, bringing Polybiblios into their circle of rule, but the cities of Earth had grown desperate, watching son after son swallowed and transformed. They hoped that Polybiblios, with his Shen training, might be able to keep the chaos at bay. And upon his return he did indeed design the suspension that for so long protected the sun and planets. The Shen had taught him well. All surviving humans owed Polybiblios not just their lives, but their sanity. Yet no human could know the limits of his invention. How much had he learned on the far side of that dying sky? The suspension blocked Typhonian misrule, but only inside an oblate zone that reached just past the groaning gray ball of stone and ice that had once been Neptune. Beyond the suspension, light stopped as if glued to a page. Matter dissolved like blood and water. Earth, little more than a cold cinder, was now thought to be, had to be, sufficient. There would be no recovery of the lost light years. So ended the dominance of living, thinking beings in the cosmos. Some called it a final golden age, life's long arrogance finally tempered by the incomprehensible. Scant years later, the chaos pushed through the suspension and sucked up the sun and the other worlds, then threatened the last 12 cities of Earth. The suspension was pulled tight, severely weakened, almost destroyed, yet even now the mass wars continued. The city princes, Noatic eidolons all, forced conversion upon all but one of the cities. Those who did not agree fled 1,000 miles across the Cinerous desert to Nataraja. Both history and legends were sketchy about the ensuing age. These things were accepted by most, though sequence was vague. Nearly all but menders and shapers, the engineers and underclasses of the Kalpa, were made of Noatic mass, far more convenient, reliable, and powerful. But Polybiblios was still primordial. To better understand and control him, the city princes forced him to convert as well, making him a great eidolon like themselves, which they must have considered a tremendous honor. In return, the city princes vowed not to interfere with his strange, Shen-inspired researches. But conversion did not make Polybiblios more tractable or sensitive to their concerns. If anything, he became more distant and reclusive, speaking only with Ishanaxad through his new eidolon parts, angelons, and epitomes. He moved into the tower that rose 100 miles above the first bion of the Kalpa, and continued working. In time he became known as the librarian. The librarian soon specified that a new class or underclass of citizens be made of primordial matter, a whim assumed to have implications both philosophical and personal. The city princes now completely controlled Earth's supply of this ancient stuff, the last in the universe. They usually released their stores in small quantities to replenish the few remaining menders and shapers who served them, and for ritual exchanges between eidolons. Somehow the librarian persuaded them to allocate to his control a much larger supply. Without specifying their intentions, the librarian and his daughter began to fashion their first prototypes of ancient humans. Since histories of the early brightness had long since been lost, their designs were conjecture. Designs were conjectural at best. Some scraps of ancient data suggested that early humans could not live without being surrounded by leaping and flying insects. And so, insects and anthropods were designed and incorporated as well. Ishanaxad oversaw the opening of the lowest levels of the Kalpa's first bion and the repositioning of the foundation piers that divided the ancient flood channels, creating 3 islands.
Upon completion of the empty blocks and the landscaping of the primitive but eerily attractive meadows, overarched by a false sky that divided time into bright and dark wakes and sleeps, an allotment of primordial matter was moved from the holdings of the city princes. The first of the ancient breeds began their hidden lives. But the librarian's plans were interrupted. The chaos pushed in again. 10 of Earth's last cities were consumed, transformed, played with, tortured. Their former citizens even now haunted the vast broken deserts, parodies and playthings of the Typhon, monsters beyond the imagination of even an Eidolon. Only the Kalpa and Nataraja remained. And then communications between these two cities were severed. The Astyanax of the Kalpa, the last city prince, lost what little faith he still had in their erstwhile savior. Ishanaxad was exiled, or left the Kalpa to go to Nataraja, though none could say why, and none even knew whether Nataraja still survived. From the tower, Sangmer studied the new configuration of Earth, and crossed the freshly roiling chaos to find his wife. He was never seen again. A terrible conflict now broke out. Some believed the librarian vented his wrath at the Astyanax for banishing his daughter. He reduced power to the suspension. 4 of the Kalpa's 7 bions were surrendered to the Typhon. In return, the Astyanax sterilized the Tears and ended the first population of ancient breeds, those nurtured and taught by Ishanaxad. The tower was almost destroyed, broken in half. But the librarian survived, and it finally became horrifyingly clear that the last humans, whatever their shape or construction, whatever their philosophy or ambitions, could no longer fight. Under extraordinary pressure from his fellow Eidolons, the Astyanax conceded. Joining forces with the Kalpa's finest minds and using more than half of the city's resources, the librarian reconstructed a much smaller, more concentrated ring of reality generators, the Defenders, and thus pushed back the Typhon one last time. Exiled it beyond the border of the real. Most believed Nataraja and its rebels did not survive. After Sangmer's final pilgrimage and disappearance, the Astyanax banned all attempts to leave. The outward windows of the last 3 bions were sealed shut, all but in the broken tower, still the preserve of the greatest and most curious Eidolon of all. Work on the Tears resumed, with a new, redesigned population of ancient breeds set in place of the old. A young mender of no special distinction, Genton, was summoned to Malregard, interviewed by Angelans, and chosen to be keeper of the Tears, and that was that. There was no contest, no list of applicants. Like many of the young menders of that era, he had converted to Noatic Mass, fashionably giving up his gen's inheritance. Yet to accept the position of keeper, the librarian's epitomes insisted he must reconvert. He must become primordial again. In the process, something went wrong. While retaining his knowledge of history, he lost all personal memories. The old Genton vanished. The new was born. Yet how could he have regrets? Mere menders did not question the decisions of great Eidolons. Sometimes, when Genton watched his breed sleep, they would shiver with a strange resonance, as if listening to death cries out of the deep and broken past, sensing their compatriots, made of the same ancient matter, flesh of the same flesh, crawling along their mashed and bundled fates, until they reached the severed ends and fell into the dimensionless maw of the Typhon. As they had been designed to do. Canaries in a coal mine, proving, if true, that the Tears were not the idle toy of a demented great eidolon, but the one last true chance to save their tiny scrap of universe. Finished with his inspection, Genton ascended in secured lifts through the outer thick walls to the source of all breeds, the creche, high above the tiers. At the outer circle of the creche, the keeper made his signs of respect before the fluid, light-absorbing draperies. Beyond lay the shapers' rotating nurseries, where hundreds of new-made breeds slept in quiet rows, awaiting their nativity, should it ever arrive. The curtains swung wide and a golden light spilled over, warming the keeper's skin. He had always enjoyed seeing where his breeds were formed, nurtured, and subliminally instructed through infancy, then prepared for transport to the tiers by the umbers. Slender, grayish-brown wardens, low and swift. Several of these umbers met Genton beneath the wide sweep of the shaper's pallid call. 2 escorted him through the call. Proceeding without escort might subject him to unpredictable fields and pressures, and higher still, between green curtains of gel and tall, eerily still cylinders of primordial ice, into the lambent mist of the Vitrion, the shaper's inner sanctum, where machines could not go. Here, on natal pads arranged in counter-rotating spheres, the golden glow intensified, spin foundries like frantic bushes, all silvery vector curves and whirling branches, surrounded and refined a dozen half-formed infants, their motions so rapid Genton could not track them at his highest frequency. The last shaper in the Kalpa, the creche's mistress of birth, stood on 6 slender legs beside an elevated natal pad. At Genton's approach, her small head popped up from a radiance of dark, field-wrapped tool arms. Shapers and menders had long since parted ways in physical appearance. She acknowledged his presence, then finished imprinting an early layer of mental properties into a small, quivering thing, covered in fine white fur, its large eyes tightly shut, though its lips moved continuously, as if it might awake at a whisper. The shaper put away her kit and joined Genton on a walk through the prototype's annex. "I'm not sure what more can be done," she said as they slid between the history pallets, on which were suspended most of the second-stage proposals for the inhabitants of the tiers, a sobering record of extended development, indecision, and failure. Genton himself had made a number of significant mistakes early in his tenure. He transferred his notes to the shaper, who read them with several of her many eyes. "No instructions. No orders," she complained. "Am I to make last-minute improvements, if they are improvements, at my own discretion? We've already given a few the capacity to reproduce, outside my control. That's dangerous enough, though it increases their sensitivity. If we make them any more sensitive, they'll tremble at a breeze and die of stress, and if we make them any smarter, they'll die of boredom." She made a small whirring sound of irritation. "One could hardly call all those books amusing." Genton touched the outline of the single book in his bag. "They're smart enough," he said. "The librarian wishes to examine an exceptional specimen." He projected an image, a young male breed, bristling with aggression. "I saw this one first, when they were sport-fighting along the fallow meadows, and once I caught him staring in my direction as I walked past, almost as if he could see me." The shaper thrust 2 arms forward, grasped the image, spun it, and let it go. It flew off and faded to nothing. She had an aversion to images. "His name is Jebrassy. I tuned him a bit hot. He's a born marcher. He'll join one of your suicide groups soon enough." "Reproduction?"
He's one of the new maters. If some fertile female will have him, which I doubt, he rings like a bell. Even on the natal pad something came to him, took his voice, and changed him. A strong dreamer, I suspect. The breeds call it straying. Blank eyes, vacant stares, troubled sleep, puts off the others. The Shaper regarded Genton with a slant of her 3 mid-distance eyes, accusing, amused, impatient. "Do you stray, friend Genton?" Genton did not dignify this absurdity with an answer.
"This one seems right. I'll confer with Grain, arrange something."
"Grain? She's still with us? Now there's a piece of work. One of my finest, just goes on and on."
"She's a Sama now, and march leader."
"She was so fine in her youth. Shame on us all, sending our pretty children into that wasteland. I've never been proud of my labors here, Keeper."
"No one else requires your talents, Shaper."
She acknowledged as much. "The librarian should be pleased. These breeds vibrate to the slightest trembling of the lines. While the Eidolons ride their endless circles of amusement, trying to ignore the obvious, down here the breeds have become exquisitely sensitive to something I can't perceive, though I do wonder. Perhaps it is the past, twisting, knotting, in agony. Am I right, Keeper?"
Genton did not answer this either. They both knew it was likely, and the main reason for the existence of the tears.
"Yet wake by wake the generators fade, and the chaos has no patience," she said. "How long until you get the librarian's attention?"
"Soon," Genton said.
"There's no pleasing Eidolons. I've known that all my long life. If the librarian's still not happy—"
The Shaper reached into Genton's bag, swifter than he could think, and lifted out the green book, with fingers so strong they threatened to crush it.
"Archaic little treasure? You've stolen this from your Sama," she accused.
"Her predecessor, actually."
"Enlightening?"
"It's in breed text. It changes whenever I read it, so I assume it's not for our eyes."
"Then why bother?"
"Curiosity. Guilt." Genton made a short grumble. Mender embarrassment, Mender humor. "Aren't you curious what the librarian has in store for them?"
The Shaper simply snorted. "We could start over. Improvements are still possible." She seemed unwilling to give up her work, however much its results or its cruel necessity scratched at her sympathies. "What do you think we have? A few thousand years?"
"I doubt it," Genton said. He motioned for her to return the book. Reluctantly she did so, with finger marks pressed into its binding. Slowly, resentfully, the book began to heal itself. "This is our last crop," he said. "It's these breeds or nothing." Chapter 8. First Isle.
"Do you think I'd tell a glow your secrets?"
Kren asked, and from his shocked expression, Jebrassy instantly knew his friend's guilt. They both lounged as casually as their present mood allowed in Kren's niche, surrounded by colorful and meaningless prizes from the skirmish, captured the skirmish, captured the skirmish, captured the skirmish, pennants, 2 padded but heavy stravies marked with curling leaves on which were scratched wishes for luck and strength, and a magnificent jug of torque that Kren had won in a bet on the Novarkia. "What else did you blab?" Jebrassy asked. He and Kren had known each other since being delivered by the Umbers, fresh out of the creche. She was curious. She asked questions. I answered. She has her ways. You know that.
Jebrassy narrowed his eyes and smiled. You fancy her? Kren lay back and gazed at the ceiling, irritated that this pairing might be thought unlikely.
Of course not. I've got my eye on another.
Jebrassy had yet to meet this other, or even hear her name.
If she were anything to me, Kren said, I would have told her a youth march is nonsense and dangerous besides. It's already got you disinherited.
What could I ever inherit here? Jebrassy asked.
There's nothing wrong with here, Kren said. We made out pretty well in the skirmish. Why fight if there's nothing to fight for? And it looks like you attracted the attentions of a fine globe by showing off your muscles and dealing a few good thwacks. All very intellectual and rebellious, I'm sure.
We have no protection against anything the Tall Ones want to do to us. We're toys, nothing more.
I prefer to think of us as experiments, Kren said, and then shrugged, having brushed up against the zenith of his philosophical abilities.
What's the difference?
Ancient breed, ancient quality. If we're experiments, we'll exceed all the others, and they'll reward us for our courage by liberating the tears. Then we can go anywhere we like, even the chaos, if that's worth a visit, and nobody knows if it is.
It is, Jebrassy said. I'm sure of it. I've got my sources. Kren lifted his small ears, showing mild amusement.
So learned.
Well, I do. Jebrassy had worked his way around to the second point of contention. Why did you have to tell her about my straying?
I didn't volunteer. She asked. As if she knew already. She's very persuasive.
His voice fell off, and he gave Jebrassy as lewd and suggestive a glance as his broad, chiseled face allowed. Unlike me, she still has sponsors, Jebrassy said. I doubt she'll talk with either of us again.
Ah!
Kren got up and poured himself another tumbler, then flumped back into the cushions without spilling a drop, and examined the color of his drink in the warm light of the ceiling. I don't need a partner, Jebrassy said. I need to get out of here and see how things really are beyond the gates.
You haven't seen the gates, Kren said. You can't even describe them. All that out there is just empty words and names, even if you believe the stories. Nobody's ever gotten that far and come back to tell, and that says something.
What? Jebrassy said. If we shame the wardens, and they tattle to the officers, those who escape the tears but get caught or handed over to the bleak warden, or put in cages for the Tall Ones to enjoy?
That sounds pretty cruel even for Tall Ones, Kren said.
I hate being ignorant. I want to see things, new things. I hate being taken care of. With this outburst, the air between them settled a little, and Kren returned to his accustomed role of being a sounding board. In truth, Kren found Jebrassy's plans intriguing. He regarded them with a fascinated mock horror, as if, having played them over in his own mind, he had reached an impasse, a wall beyond which he could not foresee making any personal decisions. Kren at times seemed unwilling to believe that these plans meant any more to Jebrassy than they did to him. Intriguing but empty talk.
What did your visitor leave behind the last time? Kren asked, savoring a final drib of torque.
Jebrassy had kept his friend company and drink through 2 previous tumblers, but no more. He needed a clear head for tomorrow. For the meeting, he knew couldn't possibly happen. He's a fool, Jebrassy muttered. Helpless. He knows nothing. And blap! He belched to emphasize that degraded status. The concept of insanity did not exist among the ancient breed,
Eccentricity, whims, and extremes of personality, yes, but insanity was not part of their mix, and therefore no one accused another of having lost touch with reality, except as a vague concept, an uncomfortable joke, suitable for belching. Well, did he tell you anything more? I wasn't there. When he comes, I go, you know that. The drawings on the shake cloth? They never make sense. Maybe your visitor has met her visitor, and that's how she knows so much about you. You've talked with him. You know better than I do, Jebrassy said, slumping deeper into the cushions. He could barely talk at all, Cran said. He looked in my mirror and made sounds. He said something like, "They've got it all wrong, except slurred." Then your visitor, just stumbled over and sat right where you are now and closed his eyes, your eyes, until he went away. Kren waggled his finger. If that's what straying is all about, better you than me, mate.
10 zeros. Chapter 9. Seattle, South Downtown. To pass the long gray time as the rain patted and blew against the skylight over the shadowy, high-ceilinged room, Virginia Carroll, Ginny to her friends, paged through a thick, sturdy volume called The Gargoyles of Oxford by Professor J.G. Goyle, published in 1934. And was Professor Goyle's middle name Garth, or just plain Gar? The remains of a half-eaten sandwich, still in its waxy wrapper, awaited her attention on the bare brass table beside a high-backed reading chair. She had been hiding in the green warehouse for 2 weeks, waiting for an explanation that never seemed to come. Her fright had faded, but now she was growing bored, something that 2 weeks ago she would never have thought possible. The pictures in the gargoyle book were amusing, leering, perverse figures designed, scholars said, to scare off evil spirits. But what caught her eye was a grainy photo embedded in a chapter on the university town's older buildings. On the inside of a stone parapet, high in a clock tower, someone had clearly incised, in proper schoolboy Roman majuscule, cutting through a centuries-old black crust of grime and soot, "Dreamest thou of a city at the end of time?" And beneath that, 1685. Another inscription below the date, presumably a name or address, had been vigorously scratched out, leaving a pale brown blotch. Conan Arthur Bidewell pushed through the door at the far end of the room, carrying more books to be returned to the high wooden shelves. He observed her choice of reading. "That's a real one. Not one of my oddities, Miss Carroll," he said. "But it does reflect unpleasant truths." His cheeks were sunken, and thin wisps of hair covered a leathery, shiny pate. He resembled a well-preserved mummy, or one of those people found in bogs. That's it, Ginny thought. And yet, he's not exactly ugly. She showed him the picture. "It's like the ad in the newspaper." "So it is," Bidewell said. "This has been going on for centuries," she said. He peered through his tiny glasses. "Far longer than that." Under his arm he carried 2 folded newspapers, The Stranger and the Seattle Weekly. He laid them out on the reading table. One paper was a week old, the other from the day before. Sticky tabs marked ads in the classifieds. The ads were almost identical. "Do you dream of a city at the end of time? There are answers. Call." Only the phone numbers were different. "Same people?" she asked. "Not to be known. Though in our neighborhood, I believe where once there were 2, there is now only 1. But soon there will be more." Bidewell stretched and cracked the knuckles of his free hand, then ascended a tall ladder, then rolled along a high horizontal track fastened to the cases. The track extended over doors and a boarded-up window all the way around the room. Bidewell replaced the books he had been studying, his thick corduroy pants hissing as he bent and straightened his spindly legs. "They've been looking for people like me all this time? They would have to be very old," Ginny said.
"Some still survive and do their work, if we should call it that. There are so many foul currents in these young, deep waters. Were you followed here?"
Perhaps deliberately he had not asked this question until now. Whatever his peculiarities, Bidewell seemed sensitive to her fears. Ginny still did not want to remember the Mercedes, the coin-tossing man, the burning woman. "I think so," she said quietly. "Maybe." Bidewell finished fitting the books back into their gaps and descended the ladder, making small chuck-chuck sounds with lips and cheeks. From the last rung he glanced over his shoulder and squinted at the broad milk-glass globe light hanging from a bronze ceiling fixture.
"I should be changing out those bulbs, shouldn't I?"
"The ones who placed the ads, who scratched this?" She tapped the picture from Oxford. "Are they human?" Bidewell nodded quickly, like a bird.
"That particular inscription was carved by a schoolboy, on the dare of another schoolboy who was paid by an older man. But to answer your question, most are human, yes."
"Why don't they die?"
"They have been touched," he said. "Their lives improbably extended. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be obscure."
Ginny was still not clear on these details, not even clear on whether she would just leave Bidewell's warehouse, abandon any hope of explanations, in due time, and take her chances outside. At the age of 16, Ginny had begun to experience periods of abstraction. When walking, riding on a bus, or just before sleep, she would lose a snip of time and memory. After these lapses, she sometimes experienced a lightness of heart, a sense of returned affection not otherwise found in her erratic adolescence. Other times she felt a suffocating sense of dread, of loss, along with a bad smell of something beyond burning, and a gritty, dusty, bitter taste of something beyond decay. At the same time, she became aware that she could will herself into different situations, though her efforts often seemed to backfire. Since losing her family, Ginny had persisted in making wrong moves, as if determined at any fork in the road to take the wrong path. Never quite certain how she accomplished any of this, she began to read books about parallel worlds and found them fascinating, but unsatisfying. She did what she did, but still without explanation as to why and how she could do it. She had told no one about her ability until Bidewell took her in. Only last week, listening to her story, for once the old man had opened up enough to render an opinion.
"Sounds very much like someone lost, enslaved in the chaos. Whatever that may be, not to be known, not to be known."
He had pinched his lips between two thin fingers, and reiterated several times that he could only guess, he was no expert. Exasperating man. "What do you know, Mr. Bidewell?" Ginny blurted, slamming shut the heavy book. The clap echoed from the ceiling.
"Call me Conan, please," Bidewell encouraged. "My father was Mr. Bidewell."
"And how old was he when you were born?"
251, Bidewell said.
"And how old are you?"
1253.
Years?
Of course.
That's impossible.
Improbable, Bidewell corrected. pushing up his small glasses and lifting the spine of another book close to his pale blue eyes. "Many things are conceivable but impossible. Many more are conceivable yet not probable. Very few are inconceivable to us, yet still possible." He hummed to himself. "Moving stacks does wonders. Look what we have found, dear Ginny. Volume 12 of the complete works of David Copperfield, the Dickens character, you see, who was actually a writer, not the magician. Though it would be interesting to meet him sometime. I wonder what his dreams are like. A few choice questions. My dear, if you have time, could you check for a small fault on page 432? This print is tiny, and my eyes are not what they used to be." He held out the book. Ginny stood and took it from Bidewell's outstretched, gnarled hand. She was tiring of this constantly mutating nonsense. How could fictional characters write a book, much less fill a set of 12 or more volumes? Yet she felt safe here. A bitter contradiction. She remembered when Bidewell had first lightly clasped her fingers, welcoming her to the warehouse and provoking, at once, a shudder and an odd sense of comfort. "What sort of fault?" she asked. "Anything, really. A typo, misspelling, lacunae, rivering. We must note the fault, but we must not make any corrections, or try to hide the apparent defects. They could be more important than thou canst know, young lady, to that city, whatever and wherever that city may be." Another week passed, and Ginny's restlessness grew. She could feel the foul currents Bidewell had spoken of, and something even more alarming, the river up ahead, her river, seemed to come to an abrupt end. She could not tell how far ahead, weeks, months, a year, but beyond that, nothing. Bidewell refused to tell her more, and most of their conversations ended with his crackling, "Not to be known, not to be known." Bidewell's warehouse was home to over 300,000 books. Ginny estimated the numbers on the shelves by quick count, and the numbers in the boxes by quicker calculation. Besides the two of them, 7 cats called the warehouse home, all polydactyl, with many toes, and 2 with what appeared to be little thumbs. These 2 were black and white. The smaller, a young male just out of kittenhood, silently padded up to her as she sorted and read, and rubbed against her ankles until she picked him up, placed him on her lap, and stroked him. Warm and loose rubbery beneath soft fur, with a blaze on his chest and one white paw, he purred approval until she stopped, then leaned up on her chest and tapped her chin with a wide paw. She felt a light pinch. He would not share any of her sandwich when she offered a bite, but instead, as a kind of hint or example, lay at the foot of her bed that night, an intact but very dead mouse. All the cats were independent, and seldom responded to her chit-chits and here-kitties, but during the long nights she would find 1 or 2 or sometimes 3 on the end of her cot, feet curled under, eyes slitty, watching her with warm, rumbling contentment. They seemed to approve of Bidewell's new visitor. The cats, of course, were essential to the safety of the warehouse. Bidewell did not consider mouse-nibble edits at all helpful. Time passed a little quicker after she met the cats. Curled one after another on her lap, they even made up for Bidewell's suggested reading list. He put aside, near her work table, a stack of books on mathematics, physics, and several texts on Hindu mythology. 3 of the books on physics seemed more advanced than she thought science had progressed so far, discussing faster-than-light travel as if it were a fact, for example, or detailing 5-dimensional slices and cross-sections of fates in space-time. Next to these he placed 5 books with mostly blank pages, which he referred to as culls. Ginny examined the culls carefully and discovered that each had one letter printed on one page and nothing more. Page after page of pristine blankness. Whatever mysterious things happened in libraries and bookstores and among the stacked boxes in publishers' warehouses, it seemed that the mostly blank books were least interesting to Bidewell. They are at best nulls, voids, spaces between keys. At worst, they are distractions. You may use them for your diary or as notebooks, he said, and then glanced at the other stack. Those are for your education, such as it must be, and limited as we are.
Are they defective too? She asked. Should I look for the errors and mark them?
No, Bidewell said. Their errors are natural and unavoidable, the errors of ignorance and youth.
Ginny, in her few years of formal schooling, had always enjoyed math and science, coming to an easy understanding of problems that bewildered her classmates, but had never thought of herself as any kind of nerd.
I'd prefer a television or a computer with an internet connection, she said.
Bidewell shuddered violently.
The internet is a frightful prospect. All the world's texts, all the world's hapless opinions and lies and errors, mutating endlessly, and why? Who can ever keep track or know? It is not the incredible magnitude of human folly that interests me, dear Virginia.
She was hardly a prisoner, yet no matter how often she approached the door that led outside, she could not bring herself to pass through. The tension in her head and chest became unbearable, yearning and fear swirling until her stomach knotted. She could not go outside again, not yet. "Why are you keeping me here?" she cried one morning, as Bidewell carted in another load of boxes filled with books. "I'm sick of it, just you and these cats."
Bidewell snapped back. "I do not keep you here. Wherever you go, I'm sure you will find your way home by the long route. That is your talent. The cats might miss you."
And then he walked off, knees snicking, and shut the white warehouse door with its oiled groan of counterweights and pulleys. Ginny kicked at a crate, then turned to see the smallest cat sitting on the floor, watching her with complacent curiosity. "You've got everything you want," she accused. The cat's tail thumped a sealed box. He stood on his haunches and vigorously scratched the cardboard, leaving a catly symbol like an X with an exclamation mark. Then he marched off, tail high and twitching. Sometimes he even nibbled the corners of the books on the work table. Bidewell didn't seem to mind. With the appearance of the girl at his wire gate, Conan Arthur Bidewell had experienced 3 sharp emotions: irritation, exhilaration, and fear. The last, at his age, almost indistinguishable from joy. The air was thick with change. The girl's appearance was, after all, no more miraculous than the condensation of a drop of rain from a moisture-laden cloud. Yet now he knew. The work of many lonely years was coming to fruition. Why not joy, along with the inevitable palpitations of coming danger? For too many decades, far too many, he had been lost in his books, charting the statistics of improbable change. What could be more desperate or more futile? Waiting for the some-runners to sow their flowers and produce a new family for him in the warehouse, and now... Bidewell had long been noting the changes in the literary climate. More and more significant finds were being sent his way from all over the planet. Pity they could not reach out to other planets. For similar events must be happening out there as well, puzzling other scholars, if they were as vigilant. The moods of his books had darkened and clouded over. This is the way the world ends, not with a bang, but a misprint. He had noted other changes in the neighborhood, a decrease in mice and an increase in cats.
The warehouse contained 2 more cats than it had before the girl's arrival. They seemed to get along well with Minimus, his favorite. No doubt they all belonged to Mnemosyne, in their independent way. And now Bidewell and the cats had a girl to keep them company, an unremarkable girl mostly, moody, guarding her emotions, as well she should. She was in a precarious situation. She believed she was 18 years old. Bidewell knew better, but did not have the heart to tell her. Let them all discover the truth when they came together, for inevitably, despite the predators that searched them out and suppressed them, much as the cats reduced the warehouse's population of mice, there would be others. Their time had come. A time of conclusions. Ginny had survived a downward spiral and a terrible shock. He saw that she needed to recuperate, and so did not load her overmuch with chores. The girl performed her jobs well enough. She opened boxes and weeded through the least promising collections, and was becoming a discerning reader, no surprise, considering her origins. She might eventually be of real help, but Bidewell wondered whether they would have the time for her skills to develop to where she could make a real difference. The work in the warehouse proceeded, though he already knew what he needed to know, that the past was responding like a barometer to a tremendous decrease in pressure. So little past remained, and hardly any future. What one thought one remembered was not a reliable guide to what had actually occurred, not anymore. History truly was bunk. Chapter 10. Seattle. A busker must satisfy all of his customers. To women, he must be young, charming, and funny, an amusement hiding a brief yearning. To men, he must appear ragged and clownish, not a threat despite his youth and good looks. To children, he must be like one of them, if they could only sing and dance and juggle hammers and rats. Jack was making decent money, about $28 in 3 hours, deposited by members of his occasional audience into a floppy canvas hat planted on the sidewalk outside the downtown Tiffany's. Today, as he had for 2 years, Jack was working with live rats. They were used to his tricks, and he never dropped them, never. The rats may not have relished flying through the air, twisting their tails and heads, beady black or pink eyes flashing, seeing in spinning succession sky and ground and Jack's hand, but there it was. They were gently caught and gently tossed, and then they were fed, and there was always something interesting to look at through the mesh of the cage as they groomed themselves. Rats had led worse lives. By 4 o'clock the crowds fled the concrete canyons on their way home, so Jack packed up the cage and impedimenta, hung them on the front and back fenders of his bike, and began the long haul out of downtown, up Denny to Capitol Hill. He was reluctantly on his way to the Broadway Free Clinic. First, he made a stop at Ellen's house. Her small gray bungalow was perched behind a slender garden topping a 3-foot-high retaining wall, up 2 flights of concrete steps. She was still on a day trip out of town, so he found the key she had left hidden for him, and stashed his rats high in the rafters of the old single-car garage, away from prowling cats. Jack could be very handsome. He had made himself only slightly handsome around Ellen. Her longing was a puzzle, not motherly, not lustful, not entirely. He liked the attention. It made him feel rooted. She might remember him for weeks at a time, unlike everyone else. Still, he moved some small things around in the living room. She had recommended the free clinic. "Even buskers need checkups," she had said. He thought about last week's dinner. Ellen had set the table with fine silver, crystal, and antique china, and served up salmon and berry glaze with rice and buttered fennel root.
She had regarded him with a peculiar mix of longing and caution when she thought he wasn't looking, and he'd tried to reward her approval, without being too open. She was not a hunter, not a spy, but vigilance was essential, especially when he felt safe. As she'd asked, he brought in her mail, sorted and dumped the recyclables, then checked the moisture in her aspidistras and an indoor lemon tree by the broad front bay window. Jack lingered for a few minutes, staring through the window across the street, and noted the distance between streetlights, wondered what the view would be like at midnight, in almost complete darkness, or better yet, early in the morning, with all the lights off and just a glimmer of dawn. He could almost see it. The picture swam before him, this time overlaid by something else that could not, and certainly should not, have been there. The houses across the street seemed made of glass, and through them he spied a plain or desert, black as obsidian, studded with huge, indistinct objects, alive in their way, but full of hatred and envy, unforgiving. With a groan he closed his eyes, then shook his head until the afternoon light returned, and quickly drew the drapes. The clinic waiting room was full. The doctors were dealing with 7 moms and their sick children. Jack enjoyed children, but when they were not well or otherwise in real need, they made him feel uneasy, inadequate. With averted eyes he listened to the coughing and snuffling, the crying, the fighting over toys. He tapped his fingers on the wooden arm of the chair, beating out the same bouncing song he hummed under his breath when he juggled. More a series of tuneful grunts. An elderly man stood as his name was announced, and deposited a Seattle weekly on the center table. Jack picked up the tabloid, flipped past the media reviews — he did not much like movies or television — and lingered over the articles on clubs and live music, always looking for a few good tunes. He was halfway through a formal analysis of a new fusion ska grace band when the words on the page shifted left. His head whirred. Something seemed to hover before his eyes, a cloud of large winged insects, illuminated by a brilliant beam of light. Then they blurred and slipped off, smudging into the paintings on the clinic walls, past the chairs, the little children's corner filled with toys. A small fish tank bubbled away near the reception desk. The bubbles froze. The clinic fell silent. He could see, but what he saw was skewed, rotating this way, then that, around a center point that expanded and changed color from red to blue to shades of brown and pink. Then he looked directly into another pair of wide eyes, staring with an expression he could not read. He could not make sense of the face, too many contours, but there was nothing frightening about it. Somehow, he knew that this person was gentle, concerned, interested in him. More than interested. Behind the face, a receding tunnel opened onto artificial brightness. He became aware that his own face was foolishly slack, lids heavy. He was dreaming again. The face, flatter than he was used to, pug nose tipped with pink hairs, thick reddish fuzz reaching to her cheeks, tiny ears. As one set of biological opinions took over from the other, he found the face attractive, then more than that, beautiful. A hint of concern and sadness became attached to his desire. His own hair felt different, bunched back, spiky and short, more furry bristle than hair. He tried to take control of his lips and tongue, but it was not easy. Whatever sounds he made were bound to be garbled. He fumbled at his ears with questing fingers. They felt like hot-button mushrooms. The female with the flat pink nose wiped his forehead with a slender hand. She spoke again. Gabble, 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 but pretty.
She might be reciting poetry or singing. Colors in his vision ran riot. He could not tell whether she was blue or brown or pink. Then, like a picture coming into focus, he acquired one frame of language and dropped another. Colors became natural, and speaking was easier. Command of his body, at least of face and mouth, became more confident. "You're back," she said. "How wonderful." "Do you remember me?" "I don't think so," he said, well aware neither of them was speaking English, nor any language he had ever heard before. "What do you remember?" He looked at the curved ceiling. Large winged insects, bigger than his hand, with shining black cylindrical bodies, hung upside down, crawling. Each had a letter or symbol on its back. They moved into parallel, seemed to want to form rows, and thus make words. He could not read the words, still everything around him was real, absolute, with a solid, repeatable feel. "This isn't a dream, is it?" he asked. "I don't think so. Not on this side." "How long?" "You've been twitching for a while. Less than a—" She used a word he could not capture and hold, so it slipped away. "Where am I?" he asked. "I don't mean to be rude, but there is a protocol. We made it up. Your body mate is a little—" Another word, embarrassing in whatever context it might have had. "He left you a message, which I have improved upon, to inform you of where you are and what not to do." He could not turn his head, so she raised a square black cloth covered with glittering red and yellow writing, a shake cloth. "I can't read," he said. "I'll read it for you." "My name is—" But he had already forgotten who he had been, and where he had been, before he was here. He tried to stand up, but his body tingled and he fell back. She touched her ear, and then her nose in sympathy. That was like smiling, maybe. "Never mind. Let's try this first. You appear to come from a time very far from this one. If you are real, and not a trick of the tall ones, then you should be taught some facts." She turned the square and read the glittering words. "Welcome, polar opposite. I have been going astray of late, and assume you are the culprit. There is little to tell you, other than what you plainly see. I am of the ancient breed, poor enough, and adventurous. If you are from the immediate future, please do not leave evidence of our fate. I prefer not to know. If you are from the past, then all I can say is that clocks no longer keep the time. Still, life is happy enough if you stay humble. Otherwise, the tears can be cruel. If you are from the immediate past and want to walk around, take care of my body, and do not dally with any attractive glows you might meet." At this, the female's face became wreathed in dimples and curves. "You may amuse yourself by fighting in the skirmishes." "No, you won't," the female added, glancing at him. Then she continued, "There have been changes since you were here last. We're going on a march. And that's all I know, but I hope to know more." The female looked up, hopeful. "That's all he managed to set down," she concluded. "Does it make sense? We'd like to know all you can tell us, of course. Anything you want to tell us." She was obviously concerned about his reaction to the message, which was already fading in his thoughts. I've seen her before. But was that before or after this? No sequence. Remember, Mnemosyne. "I'm confused," he managed to say, his mouth numb again. "If I stay here for a while, I'll need to learn. Could you teach me?" "That would be my delight," the female answered, "though you rarely stay long. Are you from the future or from the past?"
"I don't know."
"Is this
the Kalpa?"
"It is!" she cried out in delight. "The tears are inside the Kalpa at the bottom, I think. We are very humble. You do remember."
"Only some things. I remember you."
"We've never met until now," she said, with pretty concern. "But Jebrassy has told me about you. A little."
"What's your name? Wait. It's Tiadba, isn't it?" She was even more delighted, but puzzled.
"Did he tell you that? What's your name?"
"I don't know." "This is where I go when I stray, isn't it?"
"Where you go, and whom you visit. But where do you come from?"
"I don't remember. It's all mixed up."
Tiadba showed concern. He could see that, but the way her face made expressions, the way her cheek and jaw and lip muscles moved, was strange. Strange and lovely. She had such tiny ears, and her eyes were large, almost like the eyes of a... Another word lost. He squinted at the ceiling. He could almost read what the letterbugs were spelling out. Insect pets that spelled out words. What are they doing? He tried to lean forward, get up, stand again. Too fast, too much. His eyes lost focus and his vision skewed. Shutters seemed to clack and close around him. He did not want to leave, not when he was on the brink of learning more, with this beautiful female to help him. He had been so lonely for so long, only for so long, only for so long, only for so long. He tried to reach out, but his hands wouldn't move. "I'm falling. Hold on to me," he said, angry that his lips were so thick and clumsy. "Try to stay. Try harder." Tiadba grabbed his hands, his arms. She was surprisingly strong, but all sense was draining from his head and body and limbs. The last thing he saw was her face, her eyes, brown, her flat, expressive nose. Jack's awareness squashed down to a fuzzy point. Something whirred and snapped. The point expanded. Vertigo turned into blurs of light, and he was back. He blinked at the fish swimming in their tank, listened woozily to the hum of the waiting room's heating system, tried to hang on to what he had experienced, especially the face, the female, and the letterbugs. A weird idea. Fun, actually. But by the time he realized where he was, everything slipped away except a sense of panic. Someone was in desperate trouble. Here, there, now, then. That urgency faded as well. Jack looked around. The families had been reduced to a lone mother and a sari and her sleeping infant. An elderly couple had taken seats nearby. Embarrassed, he looked at his watch. He had blanked for 30 minutes. Somehow he had kept turning the pages. He folded the newspaper and put it in his satchel. The attending nurse stood in the door to the waiting room. "Jack Romer, Dr. Sangloss will see you now." Chapter 11. 1st Avenue South. Ginny pushed a handcart stacked high with boxes down aisles formed by more boxes, having caught the knack of steering with the single long handle like a backward toy wagon, anticipating the turns, working everything in reverse. These boxes arrived 2 days ago and had been dumped unceremoniously on the warehouse's cold but dry loading dock beneath a corrugated tin overhang. So many boxes. Where did they all come from? Where did Bidewell get the money to send out all his scouts, buy all these books, have them shipped from around the world? More mysterious still, why? She pushed the handcart to the sorting table in the same corner as her sleeping area. She had walled off her bed with crates and boxes. Books do make a room. The warehouse was heated, fortunately, everything maintained at a steady 65 degrees, and dry. Bidewell may have been mad, but he did not collect just to collect, then allow his items to mildew and spoil. As Ginny unloaded the boxes, Bidewell stepped in through the rolling steel door that led to his library and private rooms. In the same dark brown suit he always wore, his ancient body made a gentle question mark against the door's dingy whiteness. He paused, then took a shuddering breath, as if lost in weary contemplation, perhaps of a job never to be completed, work beyond anyone's power to finish. He turned his head slowly and said, "These are all paperbacks?" Ginny noticed for the first time that this was true. She'd been working on autopilot for the last hour, letting her thoughts go as she repeated the mechanics and motions. "So far," she said. Bidewell clasped his hands. "Books produced in quantities seem to enjoy mutation, especially in the great piles that modern publishers stack in their vast warehouses, packed together, compressed, unread. They reach a critical mass and start to change. A symptom of boredom, don't you think?" "How can books be bored?" Ginny asked. "They're not alive." "Ah," Bidewell said. She spread the books out on the table in stacks 5 high. All of them had been printed in English. All were less than 20 years old. Many were in sorry condition. Others appeared brand new, except for browned paper and the occasional chipped or dinged corner or spine. They smelled musty. She was coming to hate the smell of books. Bidewell approached. Ginny never felt threatened or afraid in his presence, but all the same could not help thinking that he needed watching. He studied the stacks she had made. Like a dealer of cards, he worked through them, fanning the pages of each book with his thumb, lifting them to his nose to sniff, barely glancing at what was on the aromatic pages. "Once a text is printed, there are no new books, only new readers," he murmured. "For such a book, for such a text, a long string of symbols, there is no time. Even a new book, freshly printed, stored in a box with its identical compatriots, all the same. Even that book can be old." Ginny crossed her arms. Bidewell suddenly showed her a toothy smile, wood-colored teeth. "George Washington's choppers, but these are real, and they look strong." "Everything old is bored," he said. "Hidden away in great piles of sameness. Lives and histories laid out, unchanging. Wouldn't you play a little game, given the chance?" He stared up the aisles between boxes and shrugged, then blew his nose with a crisp, bubbling hoot. "A letter flipped, a word changed or lost. Who will ever know? Who even looks or cares? Has there ever been a scientific survey of such tiny, incremental deviations? What we are looking for is not the trivial, the commonplace, but the product of permuted genius. The book that has rearranged its meaning, or added meaning, while no one was looking, no one was reading. And most fascinating of all, the book that has altered its string of text across all editions, throughout all time, such that no one can ever know the truth of the original. The variant becomes the standard, and what this new version has to contribute, that must be interesting." "How could you ever find it?" "I remember what I read," Bidewell said. "In my lifetime I've read a lot. Within that significant sampling I will know if anything changes." He waved his long fingers over the table and sniffed.
These are of minor interest. They have varied individually, a letter here, a letter there. Their variations are intriguing, perhaps even significant, but of little use in the time left to us.
"Sorry," Ginny said, petulant.
"Not your fault," Bidewell said. "Like me, books can be tedious."
He winked.
"Let's get through this shipment by eventide. Then we will order in takeaway."
With an impenetrable look of severity, Bidewell stalked away through the aisles to the steel door and closed it behind him, leaving Ginny to her endless task of sorting and stacking. She opened the next box on the handcart, pulled out a paperback, and lifted the pages to her nose. The odor of rotting pulp made her sneeze. Chapter 12. The nurse weighed Jack and guided him to the doctor's cubicle, a small gray and pink space. She took his pulse with expert fingers, then wrapped his wiry arm in an inflatable cuff and pumped it up to measure his blood pressure. A few minutes later the doctor entered and closed the door. Miriam Sangloss was in her early 40s, slender and strong-jawed, with short brown hair. She wore a white lab coat and a gray wool skirt that fell below her knees. Black socks with pumpkin-colored clocks and sensible black running shoes completed her wardrobe. On her left hand, he noticed she wore a garnet ring, at least 2 carats. She flashed a knowing flicker of a smile and looked him over with sharply focused brown eyes. "How's our rat man today?" she asked. He wondered how she knew. Perhaps Ellen had told her. "Fine. Losing bits of my day," he said. He hated to admit to being sick. Being sick meant he was losing his touch. Soon he would become slow and wrinkled and stoop-shouldered, and no one would want to watch him perform. "Going blank," he added. "For how long?" Sangloss asked. "How long am I blacking out? How long have you been losing bits of your day?" 2 months. "And you're how old, 25, 26? She turned the page of the chart on her clipboard. He wondered how she had put together so many notes. 24, Jack said. "Much too old. Stop it right now." "Too old for what?" "Look at you. Handsome as a young devil, strong and agile, fit. You don't get sick. You live life on your own terms. You always will. We expect that of you. So what's really wrong with you?" He could almost see Dr. Sangloss's lips moving, telling him that, but she hadn't spoken aloud, of course. It was all contained in the long look she gave him. Over a brief sigh, she bent her gaze to the tablet and said, "Tell me what you experience." "It's probably nothing. I drop out for a few minutes or as long as an hour, 2 or 3 times a day. Sometimes I'm fine for a week, but then it happens again. Last week I rode my bike on autopilot all afternoon and ended up near the loading docks." "No bumps or bruises?" Jack shook his head. "Any recent trauma, lapses of judgment, odd behavior, hallucinations?" Again, no. "You're sure?" He looked at a poster on the far wall, a medical artist's rendering of a male head in profile cut in half, framed and mounted beside a corkboard. The poster reminded him of learning how to swallow and disgorge ping-pong balls and small oranges. "A kind of dream. A place. A mood. Any smells or tastes or sounds before or after these episodes?" "No. Well, sometimes. Bad tastes." "Mostly just the lingering sensation of a forgotten dream, is that it?" "I don't know." To her skeptical gaze, "Really? No drugs? Marijuana?" He solemnly denied this. "Cuts back on my timing." "Right." She inspected his left hand, spread the fingers, stared curiously at the calluses.
Any family history of epilepsy, narcolepsy, schizophrenia? No, I don't think so. I don't know much about my mother's side of the family. She died when I was 12. Did your father smoke like a chimney? No, he was large. Fat, really. He wanted to be a stand-up comedian. Jack gave her a squint. Sangloss waved that aside. We should do a follow-up. No insurance, correct? 0. Street Entertainers Union, Teamsters? Jack smiled. Maybe we can get you a pro bono appointment at Harborview. Would you show up if I arranged that? He looked uncertain. What, like a biopsy? MRI. Brain scan. Petit mal epilepsy usually occurs in children, drops off at puberty. Kids can have dozens of small seizures each day, sometimes hundreds, but rarely lasting more than a few seconds. That diagnosis doesn't quite fit, does it? Narcolepsy, possible, but that doesn't fit either. Has anyone seen you black out? I just did in the waiting room. I kept turning pages. Nobody seemed to notice. He pointed to the chair, where the weekly poked out of his jacket pocket. Ah, she shined a small, bright light into each of his eyes. Phone number? I beg your pardon? Your phone number for the appointment. He gave her Burke's phone number. Dr. Sangloss wrote it down on his chart. I'll ask Dr. Lindblom to get you into Harborview. Do this, for my sake, if not for yours, okay? Jack nodded solemnly, but his eyes were elusive. Sangloss brandished a tongue depressor. Open wide, she said. When he could not talk, merely issue round vowels, she said, I saw you downtown 3 weeks ago. Does anyone complain when you juggle rats? Oh, Jack said. She lifted the wooden stick. He poked his mouth square between 2 fingers, then released 2 fingers, then released 2 fingers, then released 2 fingers, then it, letting it flop loose, and smiled. Some. They pet the rats. I show them how I handle them. What else do you juggle? That's alive, I mean. I used to juggle a kitten. Really? Why did you stop? Got big. I gave him to a friend. Not many cats like to be juggled. That one was special. And I had a snake once. Snakes are tricky. I bet. Sangloss made more notes. Jack clamped his jaw. What's wrong with me? Nothing obvious, she said. Keep a little notebook handy. Record each episode. Frequency, sensations, aura, whatever you can remember. They'll ask at Harborview. All right. And stop tossing your rats, okay, until we figure this out?
Dr. Sangloss finished her clinic hours, said goodbye to the receptionist and the nurses, then locked the doors, turned down the heat, checked the taps in the bathrooms and the lab, briefly inventoried all the locks and security cameras in the pharmacy, and stood for a moment, looking around the front office. The clinic served many different kinds of patient. Not all were responsible. The office was quiet, the street outside, the half-shuttered window, deserted. A light wind sent a whistling note through a crack somewhere. An old, drafty building. She walked down the hall to her small rear office, where she filed a few folders and unlocked the lower desk drawer. As she plucked out her cell phone, she felt a chill. Strange, since the old furnace had just finished its final blast of heat for the evening. Almost strange enough to make her open the book that Conan Arthur Bidewell had given her, with instructions never to read it, or even to carry it in her hands for very long. Bidewell was an odd man, but a compelling one, and he paid the clinic's bills. 5 years' worth. Tonight was the 4th anniversary of their first meeting at the Green Warehouse down in Sodo. Green Warehouse, green leather binding on her small old book, half hidden by textbooks and journals on a metal shelf. She stared at its short, cracked leather spine, imprinted only with a number on the nub, 1298. A number or a date? What would she learn if she did read it? Dr. Sangloss jerked loose from the book's spell and punched in a number on her phone. A woman answered. "Ellen? Miriam. I've examined your young man, no doubts. You have his address, don't you?" "Not implying a thing, dear. I'm sure we'll all feel motherly. Say hello to the witches. I don't think I'll make it tonight. Might spook the poor fellow. Let me know what they think." Chapter 13. Wallingford. The living-room windows were covered in plastic. Someone, perhaps the real owner years before, had tried to remodel and given up. Lath and plaster had been pulled out. Old paper-wrapped wiring lay in bent, ragged coils. The roof leaked, and water warped the wooden floor, seeping down to flood the basement. The house had been deserted long enough for a homeless beggar to find his way in and set himself up in crude comfort. No heat, no power, nothing but running water left on for the gardeners who no longer came. The beggar had added a few sticks of furniture and a mattress, probably snuck in with exhausting effort during the night. When he could stand up without retching, for the first time in days, Daniel searched the house all over again. And this time, in a hole just behind the upstairs bathroom sink, he found a carton tied with string. He cut the string and poured out the contents. A battered wallet flopped on the cracked tile floor, driver's license visible behind a yellowed plastic window. The photo confirmed that this body had once belonged to a man named Charles Granger, age 32 at the time the license was issued. Another shake tossed out sheets of typing paper, a black marker, and a blunted pencil. A small, dense, gray box, taped to the bottom, fell out last, and he knew this was what he'd been looking for all along. His sum runner. The sometime stone. The box was the same, with the same sigil carved in bas-relief on the lid. A circular design with interlinked bands or hoops wrapped around a cross. How likely was that? Another connection between Daniel and Charles Granger. He did not try to open it, not yet. With a low whistle, he put it in his pocket, then flipped through the papers. Random scrawls, odd symbols, terrible handwriting, yet familiar in its way. Too close. Very spooky. Where was Granger now, the previous occupant of this heap of a body? Lost, pushed aside, bumped out of the nest. Just another victim. And what about all those other strands, all the world lines he must have crossed, the myriad densely bundled fates between Daniel Patrick Iremont and here? No Daniel in this strand, only someone living in his aunt's old house, someone who writes things down in odd symbols. The closest I could find. Just not me. Why? The box was the crucial connection. Had Charles Granger been a jaunter as well? Charles Granger is at the end of his rope. The box knows. It brought you here. He riffled the papers, stuffed them back into the carton, then closed it up again. Outside, the wind picked up. Daniel stood, joints popping and cracking. Something wasn't right. Something wasn't finished. He had found the box, a box, but Daniel Iremont had never kept his sum runner in a cardboard carton. Too obvious. He had hidden it behind the brick fireplace. Daniel felt along the bricks and found a loose one near the baseboard. He scraped it back and forth, pulled it out, knelt down with a grimace and reached into the opening, and found a second box. As if working through instinct, he placed both boxes side by side. They were identical in appearance. He puzzled them open. The stones lay in their velvet-cushioned interiors, sharing the same orientation. He removed them and held them in his hands, inspecting their distant red eyes. They refused to twist, and refused to fit together. Two identical pieces of a puzzle. He returned the duplicate stone to its box, closed it, and dropped it into the cardboard carton, then covered it with Charles Granger's papers. Best to keep no more than one on his person, and hide the other as a backup. The sounds of traffic on the arterial that ran past the northern corner of the old house, a regular hum and wet swoosh, should have been soothing, like freshets down a watercourse, but Daniel could not find peace. He could not sleep. He lay twitching in the torn sleeping bag on the wooden floor in the middle of the rear bedroom. Little electric flashes raced through him as if his heart was being tickled by the frayed end of a low-voltage cable. Things kept popping up in memory, impossible things he could never have personally witnessed. Each little jolt came with its own bill of lading, a sense of personal loss that left him weaker and more confused. Even before he arrived here, Daniel had often felt as if he were a knot tying up all the loose rope ends of time. Far too much responsibility. Time does not rush along as a point. It smears out like the passage of a brush, a minute, or an hour, or a week wide, sometimes a month, a brush made of fate-laden fibers, painting different pictures for different people. Knowing this gave Daniel an advantage. He could feel his way across the width of an hour, a week, a month. Anticipate something unpleasant, make a left turn instead of a right, find a door opened instead of closed, elude bad fortune, and if something came up that seemed unavoidable, jaunt to a very close but slightly skewed, just slightly improved world. A strand without that particular impediment. That had been his method, until now. He had made his way from fate to fortune to fate, closing his eyes and squeezing himself loose. Always joining up with alternate versions of himself, so little different that no one could tell there had been a change, a strange cuckoo landing in nests no doubt occupied by other cuckoos. Daniel never spent very long in one strand. He had started his killing early on, sacrificing others to enhance his fortune, desperate as if he needed many more chances to get where he needed to be and do what he needed to do. It might have been those betrayals, those metaphysical murders, that had brought him low and thrust him into the middle of the nasty, silent party. That diseased, broken strand, surrounded by so many other rotting worlds. An infinite supply of fortune had passed through his hands, and now, apparently, he had sucked the wellspring dry. He sometimes wondered if he had killed the entire universe. But no. There were worse things than Daniel Patrick Iremunk out there, waiting to get in. Perhaps the puzzle boxes had been there all along unguarded, and Granger had found them, but didn't know what they were or what they carried. Poor kind of shepherd. A pile of bottles had grown in a corner of the kitchen. Night Train, Colt 45, Wild Irish Rose. Even on Daniel's home strand, those same brands and bottles had lined the shelves in corner markets, leering landmarks of the constancy of human pain and sin. Cheap booze, common to all strands. His mind raced as much as this mind could race, a sluggish pile of gray matter poisoned by years of alcohol, drugs, and disease. The nipping, coiling snake in his gut. Daniel jerked up from the mattress, batting at his arms. His skin was convinced it was infested with tiny bugs. Punishment for sin? Bugs in your skin. He walked into the living room and pulled aside the brown paper taped to the window. Outside, the dark streets were relieved by street lights, each illuminating a blurred ellipse on the sidewalks and grass. A car drove past, shush and whoosh of wet pavement, its headlights intensely blue. For 2 days now, barely able to move, he had been reading, pulling newspapers and magazines out of recycling bins under the kitchen sink, trying to find out how much time he had, how much time they all had in this world before the signs multiplied, the cryptids started proliferating, the books spilled over with nonsense, and the dust and mildew began taking hold. Brer Rabbit ran so fast, skipped right out of his skin. Had to push 'nother rabbit out and climb back in. He let the shade drop and pulled up a lone dining-room chair in the middle of the floor. The chair legs scraped on the uneven boards like the cry of a hoarse old woman. What else was different about this world, besides the desperate minus of Daniel Patrick Ironmonk? You tell me what's different, Brer Rabbit. Why you from? Daniel's home had also been called Seattle. Classic Seattle, wetter and grayer than this one, if that was possible, less populated, not nearly as much concentrated wealth. A friendlier city, more face-to-face communication, neighborhoods sticking together. Kids didn't spend endless hours glued to computer screens, locked in artificial worlds, more grounded. A world he remembered as more suitable, more right, yet he had never fit in. Always looking for a way out, an excuse to leave, and finally he had found both, to his infinite and probably short-lived regret. Right out of your skin. Finally, in his teens, he had put that name to what he was doing, jaunting, crossing the strands of varied fates, traveling in the fifth dimension for advantage, playing Monopoly without moving around all the squares, squiggling around the game board, or digging down through stacked boards. The rich got richer because they were rich, 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 but the poor got poorer because they had to stick to the rules. They could not burrow through the game like a Monopoly mole, or jump sideways like a rabbit. Now that rabbit, some rabbit, Brer Rabbit, my, how he could jump. Also in his teens, he had decided it was time to study up on what he was actually doing, and that eventually led him across the freeway to an old Carnegie library on the corner of 50th and Roosevelt, still there. In the soft glow of great hanging saucer lamps of bronze and milky glass, listening to rain patter against the high windows, Daniel had studied popular science books by Gamow, Weinberg, and Hawking, and finally came across P.C.W. Davies, who had taught him about special relativity, singularities, and universal constants. A man named Hugh Everett had created the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, and two Davids, Bohm and Deutsch, very different in their thinking, had taught him about the possibility of multiverses. Daniel had then conceived of branching realities, four-dimensional cosmoses arranged side by side in a way across a fifth dimension, a thick rope of world strands. John Kramer, a professor at the University of Washington, had speculated about retrocausality, particles reaching back to reconcile their present with the past, which Daniel could feel happening inside his gray box, though he had no idea what it meant. As he got older and acquired a little savvy, you couldn't jump backward and stay young, and you certainly couldn't jump forward, just sideways, up or down. He imagined himself a kind of athlete. How often could he jump, and how far? With how much sense of direction or accuracy? How could he improve his situation the most? Where would he finally land, measured on the money-love spectrum? That got him into a frustrating tangle. Trying to end up with more money, he soon learned that improved circumstance required
More personal effort, not less. And his base personality was not good at keeping lots of money. And so he tried improving his life at the expense of another's, predatory jumping. And wasn't that where his talent had been all along? He had seen it so often. Daniel doing better, Joe Blow not so good, whereas Joe Blow had been doing okay before the jump, but he could never prove it. Not with any rigor. And maybe he didn't want to know for sure. Daniel was never deliberately cruel. He didn't enjoy hurting people. He was just a man with a nervous tick for fortune. But no knack for ultimate design, no fashion sense for fate. Maybe I'm a lot more screwed up than poor, sick, scrawny Charles Granger. After all, I pushed him out. Right out of his skin. He would need to make another move soon. And how could he do that? He didn't even know how he'd ended up in Granger, except that they shared versions of the same house, proximal to the same stones. Standing on the corner, staring at drivers, even in his worst times, those last days when the shadows began closing in, he had never been so isolated. He had to start reaching out, checking the pulse and mood of real people with real emotions. The night was lonely, scary lonely. Being alone seemed less attractive than it had ever been before, because now Daniel was certain of two things. This world was nearing its end, and this body was dying. Chapter 14. Capitol Hill. Ellen Crow had company when Jack returned. The clink of wine glasses and female voices in the dining room revealed that Ellen's book group was in session. They called themselves the Witches of Eastlake. He looked at the invitation on the card. He had forgotten it was tonight. Jack opened the garage door as quietly as possible and was up on the stepladder bringing down the cage when Ellen called from the rear porch. "Hey, stranger. Don't be shy. Are you hungry?" Jack walked back. His rats sniffed the air, fragrant with cooking. "I don't think your friends would like me barging in," he said. "It's my house," Ellen said. He gave her a weak smile. He was hungry. He had not eaten since breakfast, and Ellen was a fine cook. Jack sat on a stool in the kitchen as Ellen pulled a tray of game hens from the ornate black and chrome gas oven. The roasted birds smelled delicious. The rats clustered at the front of their cage, noses twitching. She forked one of the birds onto a plate on the counter. "Mushroom stuffing," Jack noted. "We've already eaten. Help yourself to salad. There's wine in the fridge." "Am I going to sing for my supper?" he asked. "Anything but that," Ellen said. Shoving a napkin into the collar of his black T-shirt and floofing it out like an ascot, he struck a pose with upraised knife and fork. Baggy pants held up by red suspenders, hair wild and black and face thin, high cheekbones and large, liquid eyes. Jack flaunted his formidable lack of dignity. "What are you reading this month?" "An Oprah book. You wouldn't like it." He sniffed. Ellen sniffed back. "Enjoy. There's canned dog food for the rats in the fridge. I'll introduce you during dessert." Jack pruned up his face. He did not know what she was up to. Some sort of test. Or bizarre revenge? "Relax," she whispered, her expression fierce, and pushed through the door into the dining room. The door swung back with a light breeze. Jack found the dog food, spooned some into a dish, and delivered it with a flourish to the cage. "Fill your bellies, my sweet little rodents. No more flying. Maybe no more food for a long, long time." The rats considered the likelihood of game hen and the food actually at paw, then resigned, fell to nibbling. He sat at the counter and opened the newspaper he'd filched from the waiting room. He paged through the classifieds, seeking something. He could not remember what, But there it was in the middle of the last page, the message his eyes had read and remembered while the rest of Jack's mind was elsewhere. Frowning, he touched the short ad, very short. Then he stopped eating and shifted uncomfortably on the stool, glanced at the screen door leading to the back porch. Something outside, waiting? No. When he resumed eating, the food was too good to ignore. He kept glancing at the ad until he tore it out and stuffed it in his pocket. The rest of the paper he stuffed into Ellen's recycle bin under the sink. The talk through the kitchen door sounded cheerful, raucous in a feminine way, and after several glasses of wine, more directly truthful. The postprandial effects of good warm food had loosened Ellen's guests. Ellen thought they were ready. She served dessert. Then she pushed Jack through the door and stood beside him, one hand high and bent at the wrist, the other at waist level, like a couturier showing off her new line. Across the long oak dining table, the two older women fell silent. "I've told you about Jack," Ellen said. "He works the streets. He's a busker." Her guests stared, then exchanged veiled glances, as if there was so much to say, but no way they would ever be caught saying it, not in front of their hostess. In their 40s or early 50s, both looked as if more exercise and sun might do them good. Granny glasses, silk pantsuits. The redhead wore rhinestone-studded denim, fine manicures and fashionable hairdos. Jack quickly sized them up. Wealthy street marks. Incomes over $100K per annum. One, perhaps a lesbian. Did she know? Under normal circumstances, he would happily separate them from as much money as he could get away with. For their part, Ellen's guests regarded Jack with stiff civility. A too young male of suspicious dark good looks and their female fastness. Invited, to be sure, but why? Jack groaned deep in his throat, then bowed. "Ladies," he said, "thanks for the wonderful food. I don't want to interrupt." He tried to retreat through the kitchen door, but Ellen jerked him back by his elbow. The women looked to her for guidance. She lowered her hands and folded them, demure. "Jack's a friend," she said. "What sort of friend?" asked the eldest, older than Ellen by at least 10 years. "What does Ellen mean, work the streets?" asked the other, the redhead, pleasing enough in her plumpness. "What's a busker?" "It's from the French, busquer, to seek, like a ship trying to find its course," said the eldest. To her, Jack was a sand grain, a small, sharp point of irritation. Ellen gestured like a teacher. "Tell the girls." For a hot instant he did not like her at all. "I'm a showman," Jack said. "I do magic and juggle." "Does it pay?" the redhead asked. "Sometimes," he said. "I get to keep bankers' hours." They did not return his smile, though the redhead's lips twitched. And what was he to Ellen, really, she seemed to ask, such a skinny young man? The eldest glanced around the table with wide eyes behind thick glasses. "Can you show us a trick?" Jack instantly assumed a dancer's restful pose, bowed his head as if in prayer, lifted his hands, fingers to thumbs, as if to snap castanets. The ladies watched for some seconds. Tension built. The probable lesbian scraped her chair and coughed. Jack raised his chin and met Ellen's eyes. "I don't do tricks," he said. "I invite the world to dance." "Tell us how you do that, Jack," Ellen murmured. All three women looked around the room with nostrils flared, like lionesses smelling blood. He did not like this kind of attention. His patience reached an end. "That's it," he said. "Thanks again, but I'm done. Here's my trick."
For a tenth of a second, no time at all, the dining room fell under a muffled blankness, like stuffing your ears with waxed cotton. The crystals on the chandelier quivered. All 6 of the flame lights behind the crystals sizzled out. "I'd like to ask," the redhead began, but Jack pointed and lifted his eyebrow, and she looked out the window. Simultaneously, on the narrow street in front of Ellen's house, 2 cars mated with a grating slam. The walls shuddered. All 3 ladies jumped and exclaimed. "Was that thunder?" the redhead asked. Ellen hurried to the front door. For the moment they had forgotten about Jack. He shoved through the kitchen door, lifted his rats with a swoop. They flattened on their haunches and fled down the porch. As he pedaled along the back alley, he could feel a familiar stiffness creep up his shoulder blades. Ellen shouldn't have done that. That went beyond pixie. It was cruel, like introducing Peter Pan to Wendy when she could no longer hope to fly. Worse, he had moved so far off his line of good consequence just to arrange an exit that it might take days to jump back. And who knew what could happen during that time? As he coasted down a hill, Jack felt totally exposed. Chapter 15. 1st Avenue South. That night, Ginny and Bidewell dined on take-out Thai food, what Bidewell insisted on calling takeaway. He rarely cooked. There was no kitchen, only a hot plate and the iron stove where he kept a tea kettle. The refrigerator held only white wine, cat food, and milk for tea. Bidewell expertly wielded chopsticks. They had already discussed his years in China, searching for certain Buddhist texts and trying to escape from Japanese soldiers in some war or another. Ginny had not listened closely. From the main storage room in the warehouse, they heard a bump and cascading thumps, a stack of books falling over. Ginny pointed with her chopsticks. "Your cats?" "Minimus is the only one who pays attention to my books." "Other than me," Ginny said, then added, "They seem to go wherever they want. Seem to go wherever they want. Seem to go wherever they want. Seem to go wherever they want."
"All my fine Smithians stay here," Bidewell insisted. "Like me. The warehouse is all they need."
"Smithians?" Bidewell pushed a classical dictionary her way.
"Homer. Look it up."
Bidewell was cleaning away the paper plates and boxes when Ginny asked, Why do you let Minimus knock things over? He might hurt the books."
"He doesn't hurt them," Bidewell said. "Some cats are sensitive to the spiders between the lines."
He slid shut the flue on the stove to stifle the fire inside. "What the hell does that mean?" she asked to Bidewell's retreating back. He smiled over his shoulder, then vanished into his sleeping quarters, beyond the library and the warm stove. That evening, Ginny found a small, thin, brown book on her table. It told a peculiar story. The Scribe's Tale. Near the end of the 8th century, on the island of Iona in the Western Hebrides, off the coast of Scotland, a monastery protected many of the great manuscripts of antiquity from waves of intemperate history breaking over Europe and Britain. In the abbey, monks copied and illuminated manuscripts and prepared for the day when the classics would again be spread to other abbeys, castles, and towns, and to the universities, which were even then being dreamed of, centers of text and learning that would shine light from the past on a world buried in darkness. Within these stone walls, copy rooms had been set up, dimly lit by tallow candles, and on occasion by oil lamps, where apprentices were taught the craft of faithful reproduction of old manuscripts gathered by monks and collectors from around the ancient world. Books were being invented to replace the antique scrolls, bound volumes being more easily read and carried, and more durable.
It was claimed that this copy-room was the most faithful and accurate of any in Europe, and the apprentices, as they grew older and more expert, were celebrated beyond their station, and thus acquired pride. And this pride took the form, so the legend tells us, of a spider that plagued the copyists one cold winter, as they wielded with gloved hands their pens and brushes. Candles warmed the gelid ink in its tanks, and the monks' meticulous strokes froze upon the paper before they could dry. Indeed, to this day, some of these manuscripts bear letters with a special inky sheen, freeze-dried. There was not fuel enough, neither brush nor wood nor dried seaweed, charcoal from the mainland, nor dung from the island's cattle, to warm the abbey. Despite the cold, the spider, so the copyists informed the abbot, became visible first as a moving spot in the corner of ink-weary eyes, a blur that zipped across the pages, leaving delicate inky trails. Errors began to creep into the copies as these apparitions distracted the monks, and no sweeping or blessing improved the situation. The spider soon became bold and lingered upon the vellum, lifting its forelegs and spreading its palps in defense as it was brushed aside or hit with a pounce bag. It always disappeared without a trace, only to reappear on another page at another copy-stand. For weeks this apparition, or natural nuisance, none could say which, haunted and befuddled the monks. Some claimed it was a pagan spirit, sent to devil them, and increase error in our sin-stricken world. Others, usually skeptical, still found it hard to believe so tiny a creature could survive the chill without infernal assistance, the fires of hell being almost a tempting prospect through early spring. And so it went, until the heather lost its sere, and budding leaves poked forth green and red from bush and tree. It was February, and the island's hard winter was passing early, with rain and storm, into glorious days of golden sun. Monks took a break from their work, and gathered seaweed from the white beaches to fertilize their gardens and small farms. Balmy breezes danced through the abbey, coaxing the chill out of old stone and dank earth. Grass pushed high and green, and the making of vellum and fine parchment resumed as the calves and lambs were born. The winter's copies were brought out and displayed to the air to dry away mildew, and the abbot examined them in the brightness of the abbey garden, his weak but loving eyes vigilant for errors, blemishes, anything that might make them unacceptable to clients, present or future. For many books were stored in the abbey's stone tower library against the future demand of a world reborn. And so the abbot was the first to discover that one copy in an entire run of manuscripts bore in its margins a scrawled, clumsy, and unsanctioned poem thus: "Between the lines a bogey walks, 8 legs, 8 eyes. Letters will flee, ink will be smeared, till it be born in ash and dread, wolf's eye red, seen by the 3, who spare the might that words make flesh 5 lost, reborn." The abbot ordered this abomination pumiced, and yet within hours the ink on the offending page returned, stubborn and bold. The master of copyists stripped the page, carried it to the trash heap outside the stone walls, and burned the offending vellum, intoning prayers of exorcism before spreading its ashes over the bones and offal. But neither spider nor poem would die. Someone had copied those lines, with subtle variations, on scraps of vellum and wood, and even on shards of pottery, no one knew how many times, and pressed them into the chinks between the abbey stones and elsewhere. In old structures and homes across the island, the copies would continue to be found now and again, until the Vikings arrived. But before the Vikings, manuscripts from Iona became less and less trustworthy, until copying was stopped. and all newer copies were either burned or stored under lock and key, for none could be sure that all copies, back to the beginning, were not tainted, the minds of even expert readers being imperfect to the task of total recall of so many pages. The abbey was closed, and the most valuable and beautiful books transported elsewhere. No one knew what the poem meant, yet for years scholars claimed the spider and its errors could be removed for good if that secret were to be discovered. Who were the three? And why did they live in ash and dread? And what apocalypse would resurrect just 5 corpses from their graves? For some versions had, as the final line, raising 5 dead. And why all the concern? Why the whispers and stories and frantic efforts to shrive and cleanse? For it was, after all, only an 8-legged bogey, tiny, though fierce. None had been bitten, or in any way injured by its journeys over the copied words, and those manuscripts had likely not passed through antiquity unchanged, having been scribed by so many diverse hands through the centuries, in different languages and different nations, even in Saracen lands, where error must be the rule. Some, heretics no doubt, still insisted that the spider was a servant of God, and simply marked with its legs the proper corrections, based on memories of errors it had witnessed long before. But doubtless God would never have assigned such a task to loathsome vermin. Ginny closed the book, frowning deeply. That did it. She'd had enough of Bidewell and his obscurities. Ignoring her fear, she pulled back the steel bars, undid the bolts, and tugged open the door to the loading dock. The night air was cool and damp, and smelled faintly of exhaust. Only a few cars traveled this way after 6. Rain had passed several hours before, and now the evening sky, still bright with dusk, was clear and intensely blue. Ginny stepped onto the ramp and stared up with hungry, grateful eyes, as if she could fold and stash away the entire sky, keep it beside her always. Not a book in sight, anywhere. She examined the shadows in the small empty parking lot. Nobody watching. Stiff, still not sure what she would do, she walked like a marionette down the ramp to the open gate, jerking her head to look up, look back. A few more feet, a couple of yards. Time to regain her strength, her resolve to do what she was born to do. She had lost all confidence in her ability to walk between raindrops. Why had she ever come here in the first place? The clinic, the doctor? She couldn't think clearly. Her ears were buzzing so, and her heart felt as if it might explode in her chest. They never give up, you know. Once you make that call, they're always waiting. She murmured, "I wish I could fly away. They are keeping me here." "You're keeping me here. Just walk." Down at the corner, beyond the long, dark warehouse wall, a stoplight turned green, yellow, red, then green again. The sky darkened. The street was deserted. The air smelled fresh and empty. For the first time in 2 weeks, she searched for a more fortunate side branch, sent ahead her ethereal feelers for the nearest, safest parallel, a colder, fresher stream. Something interrupted her concentration. She looked down. Minimus wound between her legs, tail like a soft finger against her calves. The cat looked across the road, then butted her ankle. The thin man with the silver dollars, the smoky female. Are they still out there? "You don't know anything," Ginny said. "Don't you ever want to get out?" The cat bumped her again. Things weren't so bad. They were friends. Did they not share mice? Did she not have those elegantly marked boxes of books to investigate?
She pushed the gate open and sidled through. The feelers upriver reported back. No fresh streams left, not for her, not for anyone. She had to stay on this island of peace or face again the horrible thing, the spinning, swallowing, impossibly white, impossibly female thing to which the pair had tried to deliver her. Tears streaming, Ginny turned to go back in. Then she heard music, from miles away, flowing gently south on the breeze. "Come out and play." Her fingers let go of the gate. One backward step, and she stood in the middle of the sidewalk, arms spread like wings. The gate tapped the lock snicked shut. Minimus remained behind the wire. Whoever Ginny was, wherever she was, this was the act that had always defined her, getting out, leaving, turning onto a different path, whatever the danger. The cat watched with round, deep eyes. "I won't be long," Ginny said. "Tell Mr. Bidewell." And then, flushed, laughing at how silly that was, she wiped her eyes and ran north, following the faintest, most enticing music she had ever heard. Bidewell kept an old suede cot in one corner of his private library. The girl had ignored his advice. There was nothing he could do but wait. She was more important, far more powerful than he was. In her way, perhaps now the equal of what was left of Mnemosyne. He closed his eyes. The closest thing to love he had ever known. This search for evidence of the ineffable. The track of the mother of all muses. The one who reconciled, who kept the universe in trim. Now slowly being strangled, fading, unable to fulfill her functions. Haunted across the ages by a hideous shadow. Bidewell moved through his ritual preparations for sleep, stretching as far as his old muscles would allow, popping joints in spine, shoulders, hips with grim satisfaction, then slowly lying down, waiting for his pains to negotiate and settle into accord. A furious scrape and scuffle interrupted his meditation. Between meows and hisses came a clacking and flipping and several sharp chirrups. A cat was chasing prey around the boxes. Not a bird, surely, unless it had plastic wings. Minimus appeared atop a high box against the dark outer wall and jumped to snare something the size of one of Bidewell's pencil cases, something that made an effort at flight and failed. Both cat and catch tumbled behind the boxes with a thump. Triumph was invariably followed by delivery. With delivery must come congratulations and reward, a snack. This was their compact, cat to man, man to cat. Bidewell rose to retrieve the box of kibble he kept on a high shelf, away from boxes. He had learned that lesson several times, having to clean up after a sick cat. Minimus, whatever his finer qualities, loved to gorge. Yet he never ate anything that he caught. A few minutes passed. Bidewell sat at a small desk reserved for gentle reading on sleepless nights, and turned on the old brass lamp. Here he kept a compact edition of Butler's The Way of All Flesh, which, with its acerbic rejection of the mundane, he found suitable. This worn volume, of course, had a pair of concluding chapters not found in any other edition. Just as Bidewell seated himself, Minimus padded out of the darkness and leaped to the table, carrying in his mouth a glistening, jeweled creature. The old man drew in his breath and pushed back his chair. The cat threw him a sidelong look, dropped his catch, and squatted. The creature,
A kind of insect, though 10 inches long and with too many legs, had been shocked into immobility. It slowly flexed its long body and shivered a pair of shining wing cases the color of polished dark oak. On the wing cases, part of its natural design, the insect bore a single ivory-white mark, like a symbol or a letter in an alphabet Bidewell did not know. It cocked its large head like a cicada's, and its compound eyes glinted with brilliant blue highlights. Minimus had done the insect no visible harm, but its movements were feeble. Docile even in distress, it gathered up enough energy to cross to the edge of the desk, where it paused like a clever toy, cocked its head again, and chirped. Watched closely by both man and cat, it turned and approached a close-packed row of boxwood pencil cases decorated with large Egyptian hieroglyphs. Minimus licked his paw. The insect sidled up to the nearest case, then with a hiss dropped into an attitude of conformity, of fulfillment, and was still. The insect was dead. The cat lost interest and jumped to the floor. Astonished, Bidewell traced the white symbol with a bony finger. "Not from any time I know," he said. His texts, hundreds of thousands of them, were acting as a kind of lens, focusing the improbable and retrieving from not so far away, perhaps, those things that would only become likely across a greater fullness of time, a fullness now deteriorating, coming apart in sections, jamming and mixing histories in alarming ways. If nothing more were done, the future would drip-drop into their present like milk from a cracked bottle. They could reach the end of their meager supply of time within a few days or weeks, and then confusion, nightmare, loops of repetition, the final surprising, unpredictable dribbles of false opportunity and hope. Terminus. Perhaps he was in such a loop now, but the appearance of the girl, the wayward young woman keeping him moody company, proved he was not. There was still one opportunity, one chance to forestall the inevitable. She would return. The stones would gather. All his life he had been anticipating and preparing for this occasion. He felt fear, of course, and a kind of joy. There was real and immediate work to do, connections to make, teams to assemble, children to protect, blessed children. Surely they would come to him like a new family to replace the old, the ones that had failed or vanished. Children pushing up now like spring flowers, and so improbable. Better by far than any volume of deviating text. And of course, the predators were here as well. 14 zeros. Chapter 16. The Tears. Jebrassy felt little regret as he crossed the bridge over the flood channel to the long roads. Having time to himself, time to think, was like leaving a stuffy, crowded niche. Beyond the end of the bridge, out in the fallow meadows, 2 small wardens were hunched over, wings folded, inspecting something in the dirt. Jebrassy scratched the side of his head and glanced sideways. A curtain of pale fog shrouded whatever drew their interest. He seldom saw this style of warden in the tiers, small, glistening gold bodies, and they certainly never engaged with breeds. But he knew what they were investigating, the remains left by an intrusion. He wanted to turn aside, but instead squinted through the fog, trying to see the half-imagined, shifting figures, invisible masters of the tiers, the tall ones. Jebrassy felt a sting of shame. He was nothing to them,
less than a peed to the farmer who loaded it with packages and baskets for market. The teachers taught only what the tall ones wanted them to teach, not what any of the breeds actually needed to know. How he hated them all. There was an old Sama in the market. He had visited her once already, just to give voice to his questions. Why did time in the tiers, the cycles of wakes and sleeps, vary so? What was outside the tiers, if anything, and why didn't marchers ever return? Questions the teachers never responded to. Why am I straying? The Sama would not carry tales to others, unlike Kren. It was growing late, she said. She wouldn't have much time. She gave no name. Samas never gave their names, often moved between aisles and levels in the tiers, their niches unknown, untraceable. Nobody paid them. They performed their work for food left over in the market, telling fortunes, leading prayers, treating minor injuries. The wardens took care of anything more serious. They were generally poorly dressed, often dirty and smelly, and this old female was no exception. She drew up the blankets around her narrow market stall. Consultations with Samas always took place in an awkward crouch, blankets raised to block the light and prying eyes. Then she pushed aside her crusted bowl, squatted before Jebrassy, and thrust a thin, bright stick into the dirt between them. The stick lit up her brown face and made her experienced black eyes gleam like broken glass. Her questions, as always, were blunt.
Did your sponsors kick you out because you fancy yourself a warrior, hanging with punks, or because you are straying?
Jebrassy leaned forward and splayed his fingers on the ground. Samas could ask whatever they wanted. They were outside normal expectations. They aren't my true sponsors. Mare and Pear were taken.
Taken how?
A nightmare came. This was a euphemism. Jebrassy was ashamed to use it. The Sama did not show any sign of understanding. It was not her job to understand. Who could understand what happened during an intrusion?
How sad,
she said. The new ones sponsored me for a few hundred wakes. Then they got tired of me, Jebrassy said.
Why?
My rudeness, my curiosity.
Where do you sleep?
Sometimes under a bridge, other times I hide out in the clusters on the flood channel walls.
The old Weblaw neighborhood? High up among the false books?
Nearby. Lots of empty niches. Sometimes I stay with a friend. He tapped his knee. I find shelter.
Has anyone ever spoken to your visitor? The other?
Jebrassy lifted one finger, yes. My friend tells me about him sometimes.
But you don't remember what was said?
2 fingers, circling, no.
Do you know others who stray?
His hairline flexed. Maybe. A glow. I've just met once. She wants to get together later. I don't know why. Jebrassy let that thought hang between them.
You have no value?
I'm a warrior, a vagrant, no family. The Sama hooted low amusement.
You don't understand glows, do you?
He glared.
You say you're unworthy. But not because you stray. Why, then?
I want to know things. Earlier, if I couldn't join a march, I thought I would fight the tall ones and escape the tears.
Huh. Do you ever see tall ones?
No, he said. But I know they're there.
You think you're special, wanting to escape?
I don't care whether I'm special or not.
Do you think this glow is dim?
The Sama asked. She hadn't moved since they squatted and started talking, but his own knees hurt. She doesn't look dim.
Why do you want to meet with her?
She scratched her arm with a filthy fingertip. It would be interesting to find someone, anyone, who thinks like me.
You're a warrior, she observed. You take pride in that.
He looked away and drew back his lips. War is play.
Nothing here is real. We get delivered by the Umbers, and we learn from our sponsors and teachers. We work, we love, we get taken away when the bleak warden comes. More young are made. Isn't that real enough? Real enough? Real enough? Real enough?
There's more outside. I can feel it. She rocked gently on her ankles.
What else do you dream about when you're not straying?
The intrusion that took Mare and Pear. I saw it. I was just out of creche after the wardens made me sleep for a while, and I felt better, but I still dream about it. I thought it had come for me, but it took them. Doesn't make sense.
No? Why?
Intrusions come and go. The wardens put up shades and fog, clean up, and it's over. Teachers just keep quiet. Nobody knows where the intrusions come from, what they're doing here, even why they're called intrusions. Do they come from outside, from the chaos? Whatever that is, I want to know more.
What more is there to know?
Jebrassy got up. The Samar rocked.
I don't offer comfort. I've fixed letterbug nips, peed pinches. Sometimes I fix bad dreams, but I can't help these.
I don't want comfort. I want answers.
Do you even know the right questions?
Jebrassy said too loudly. Nobody ever taught me what to ask. Outside, the noise of the market dwindled. He heard a plaintive whine. A hungry meadow peed, tethered in a stall, waiting for its tween-light supper of stalks and jewel. The Samar poked out her wide lips and fell back from her squat, then stretched her legs and arms and let out a deep, sighing breath. He thought his visit was over, but she did not draw aside the blankets that curtained the booth. "I'll go," he said.
"Quiet,"
she advised.
"My legs hurt. I'm wearing down, young breed. Not too long before the bleak warden comes. Stay a bit longer. For me."
She patted the ground.
"I'm not done trying to riddle you. Why come to a poor old Samar?"
Jebrassy sat and gazed uncomfortably at the thatched roof. "This glow? If I get interested in her and she in me, it won't be right. She has sponsors. I don't."
"Did you approach her?"
"No." The Samar pulled a sachet of red jewel from her robe, wrapped it, and tied it with chafe cord, making a broth for steeping in hot water.
"Drink this. Relax. After you stray, take notes. Do you have a shake cloth?"
"I can find one."
"Ah, you mean steal one. Borrow one from your friend if he has one, or from the glow if you see her again. Write it all down, and come back to show me."
"Why?"
"Because we both need to know what questions to ask."
The Samar stood, drew back the blankets, and let in the failing gray light from the seal. The market was closed and almost empty.
"Perhaps dreams are like flapping a shake cloth. You erase all the words you didn't choose. Young warrior, we're done. For now."
She pushed him out of her stall. A very young glow, fresh from the creche, tiny red bumps still prominent on her forehead, swad boots wrapped around her tiny feet, stood before a shuttered stall, feeding a hungry peed. The peed curled its glossy black segments around her ankles, wriggling its many legs. The young glow squirmed and looked up at Jebrassy with an expression of tickled delight. He touched his nose, sharing the moment. To take a partner, inherit or be assigned a niche, live in the tears in silent contentment, ignoring things you couldn't understand, sponsor a young one. Why want more? He had seen how much the intrusion concerned the wardens. None of this was going to last long. He could feel it in his bones. On his way to the Dyerns, Jebrassy stopped, peered at the ground,
then knelt to examine the quality of the gravel that lined the path. Until now he had never given much thought to the substances that made up his world. He compared the gravel to the material used in most of the bridges, asking himself how this stony stuff differed from his own flesh, from the crops in the fields, and from the flexible stuff of the wardens, which he had had a number of opportunities to feel as he was being hauled away from one or another altercation. Gravel, crops, flesh, not the same as the exposed aisles beneath the tiers. Silver gray, neither warm nor cold, but strangely neutral to the touch. Yet that silver-gray stuff constituted the foundation and the walls, and probably the seal, the limits of his world. Again, Jebrassy needed desperately to know more, to understand. In that regard, he differed from nearly all the breeds he knew. So much so that he wondered if there had been a mistake in his making, if the Umbers had dropped him on his head after hauling him out of the creche. Stork. He shook his head sharply at that unknown word, that difficult memory of a sound. You're delivered by the Umbers. They're like storks, right? They leave you under a cabbage leaf. Shut up. His bare feet took him farther down the path. You're like an animal in a zoo, but you don't even know what a zoo is. Why are they keeping you here? Jebrassy did not dislike his visitor, and certainly did not fear him, but these residues offered no answers. When Jebrassy strayed, when the visitor took over, typically nothing happened, as Kren had pointed out. I don't know what you are, Jebrassy growled under his breath, but I wish you'd go away. He stood by the bridge, looking over the still and covered meadows market and the beginning of the long roads, which fanned out to the far limits of fields and walls surrounding the tiers, their neighborhood. Half a day's brisk journey across, overarched by the seal, the curtain wall, the moist wall, their vertex at one extremity, and the long, round wall opposite, most difficult to reach, but under and through which ran the flood channels. Sometimes the teachers referred to the round wall as the outer, and the other two as inner. All of them limits, barriers to curiosity. Chapter 17. The wardens had spread mist and black curtains around the site of the intrusion, at the outer perimeter of a field of chaff sprouts in the shadow of the moist wall. They now hovered, awaiting Genton's inspection. Behind the curtains, an irregular section of the chaff field measuring about 1/3 of an acre had been turned into fine, snowy crystals, primordial matter converted to something different, deadly or useless. The hallmark of the Typhon, perverse, even malevolent. In the middle of the crystals, a male breed, a farmer, judging from the stiff scraps of clothing, had been carelessly rearranged. The farmer had still been alive when the wardens found him. "Did you kill this one?" Genton asked the lead warden. "He was suffering, Keeper. We summoned a bleak warden and terminated him. No one has touched him since." The bleak warden itself, slender, with a red thorax and shiny black lift wings, now lay, deactivated, beside the farmer. White crystals cluttered its frozen, bent limbs. It would have to be disposed of, along with the body, the soil, and all else that the intrusion had touched. Genton glanced toward the straight road that led from the unused inner precincts, the die-urns and the apex bridge, all the way across the meadows and fields, to the narrowed, arched haft where the first aisle absorbed the tenebrous flood channel. A few breeds were still about in the tweenlight. All of them avoided the fog. In the 75 city years since he requested his interview with the librarian, Genton estimated he had lost over 2,000 breeds.
These invasions into the lowest levels of the Kalpa were now occurring once or twice every dozen sleep-wakes. Most seemed to target breeds, those who saw, who perceived, in the oldest ways. More often than not, the wardens investigated and drew their conclusions without his presence, but Genton was beginning to doubt their accuracy. He could not discount the possibility that the wardens were being manipulated by the city officers, eidolons, loyal to the Astyanax, who in all these thousands of centuries had paid little attention to the Tiers. In the Kalpa's higher levels and more prosperous urbs, the reality generators seemed better able to protect the vast majority of citizens. Intrusions rarely occurred there, but perhaps it was because the chaos had no interest in eidolons. Still, the more intrusions there were in the Tiers, the more danger there might be for the higher urbs, real metaphysical danger, and political danger for the Astyanax. Once the poor farmer had been removed, the whited soil was scraped and stored in sealed containers by small gray wardens. As before, the containers, the victim, and all the wardens who had touched them, tainted by that contact, would be locked away in the vaults deep below the flood channels. Genton had visited those vaults several times during the past century. They had been unspeakable in their fermenting, noxious morphing. "We will have to export this one, Keeper," the lead warden confided as Genton knelt beside the contorted body. "The vaults are nearly full." This was almost too much for Genton to bear. The tainted evidence of the intrusion would have to be shot out into the chaos. Chapter 18. The tween light had turned tawny gold, ushering in flat, wispy clouds and the muddy shades that came before a sleep. The lowering flush of light was so diffuse and universal that Jebrassy cast only a faint hint of shadow. Everything around him, old and abandoned, seemed lost in a smoky dream. The Dyerns lay flush against the curtain wall, accessible by a long and sometimes treacherous hike past the end of the abandoned apex causeway, where it connected the tips of the 3 isles, the plateaus that supported the stacked tiers. The curtain wall, in turn, ascended 3 miles to the overarching seal upon which the lights and darks of wake and sleep played out in endless, faded procession, as they had for tens of thousands of lives. All this fell within one sweep of his eye, from where Jebrassy now walked along the causeway. He also glanced from side to side, to make sure there were no screeches or wardens waiting in the shadows to nab sleep-hikers. The wardens were particularly vigilant after an intrusion. Behind him, the causeway stretched more than a mile toward the bridges that had once carried the old neighborhood's traffic over the Tartarus, the larger of the 2 channels that separated the blocks. 4 slender, twisted spires flanked the conclusion of the causeway, 500 feet tall and needled through with fluted pipes that it was said had once produced deep and awesome sounds, music. Whether the spires were original to the Dyerns or had been added later was unknown. There were so many tottering, muddled layers of old-breed construction here, contributing to the dangers of the entire precinct, which had long ago been condemned and blocked by debris and screech sentinels. Most of these had themselves long since collapsed, failed, or were simply forgotten, and were no longer necessary, since few of the ancient breed felt the urge to come here. There was enough faded grandeur in the inhabited parts of the tiers to satisfy anybody. At the apex, where the curtain wall met the moist wall, spread an amphitheater that could once have seated 30 or 40,000 of the ancient breed. As a stripling, Jebrassy had been here twice, demonstrating his bravery, or at least his persistence, climbing the debris, evading the few sentinels that were still active,
making his way down the dirt-encrusted sloping aisles between the risers to the gallery, a roofed labyrinth that stretched for several hundred yards to the proscenium. The die-urns were visible from several points in the gallery where the roof had fallen. Jebrassy, working his way once more through the stone maze, speculated, as he had before, that this might have been the site of old initiation rituals, and was certainly not part of the original construction. Even upon his first visit, the labyrinth had proved simple enough to solve, a left-handed maze with a distal twist, made easy by ages of decay. Is the glow testing my resolve? Poor test. Retracing the path he had taken before, still clear in memory, any adventure, however disappointing, was etched deep. He came to a huge gap in the gallery roof. This rewarded him with an unobstructed view of the sounding wall, a name that meant nothing to him. A mottled gray expanse, hundreds of feet high, blank but for eroded holes and corroded extrusions where large things had once been set or fastened. A few more minutes of climbing and threading the last of the gallery's barriers brought him to the base of the amphitheater's sounding wall, and from there it was just a snap until he stood in the immense glimmering shadow of the curved wall of light. Jebrassy took a moment to catch his breath. The immense screen was streaked and crusted top to bottom with dust and soot, not from smoke, but from the accumulated miasma of thousands of generations of living beings. At the far end, an ornate and partly collapsed partition of stone and masonry, its highest remnant still towering hundreds of feet above the gallery, had left a pile of rubble that spilled onto the proscenium and the lowest sweep of the amphitheater, where all the seats had long since been stripped or rotted away. Clearly many ancient breeds had tried to solve the mystery of this place, or to use it for their own purposes, adding their own masonry structures. Most of their efforts, like the original, had come to ruin. Even greater ruin, since, Jebrassy thought, it wouldn't take much to scrub the screen, rebuild or replace the seats in the galleries, and restore at least the outward appearance of the original design. But no one now living could match the endurance and ingenuity of the Wall of Light's original builders. And who were they? Tall ones? I don't know, Jebrassy murmured to the residue's soft question. Be quiet. High above and beyond the amphitheater, a breeze across the pipes embedded in the four spires blew a low, breathy chuckle, like hundreds of amused voices. The die-urns themselves were just left of the screen, 3 merging ellipses, each over 100 yards across, on which various displays still labored, it was said, to tell the time, in ways that no one alive could fathom, even if anyone could have read the moving and broken and scattered lines of symbols within each ellipse. This was the only theory that had ever made sense, that the die-urns had once been a huge timekeeper, attached to the side of an even larger public and ceremonial display that had ages before fallen into disuse. To the right of the die-urns, the immensity of the Wall of Light, 1,000 feet wide and half that in height, still gleamed with softly passing gleams, haphazard attempts at images, all repeating at hourly intervals, broken by faults that no longer even attempted to flicker, but hung dark and dead. The die-urns had looked thus since the earliest times known to the ancient breeds. Jebrassy leaned back as far as his neck would allow to take in the whole of the screen, then turned swiftly and stared out over the amphitheater as if to glimpse 40,000 ghosts, the citizens who had once sat or stood there, transfixed by what must have been a magnificent gathering place, a crowded exchange of stories. This theory grew in him as he absorbed the setting through older, presumably more sophisticated eyes.
that once information and gossip had been shared communally, thousands attending at once, receiving instructions, warnings, and, possibly, news about events in the tiers, headlines and banners, visions of the world beyond the Kalpa, now denied. Just a guess, but it felt right. The inner voice expressed no opinion. The ruins, with their grime and patina of age, common in the abandoned precincts behind the tiers, conveyed their own special message. Along with the flickering quality of time itself, the intrusions and declining populations evident from empty niches and long deserted neighborhoods, the architectural decay proved that whatever the Kalpa might once have been, it was no longer in its prime. The tall ones were getting weaker. The long bondage of the ancient breeds might soon come to an end. Then, all who wished could pass under the round wall, through the pumping stations at the outflow of the flood channels, walk beneath the arches and through the gates, cross the border of the real, into the final freedom of the chaos. A beautiful dream. The shuffle of Jebrassy's feet as he padded back and forth, glancing high at the vague, fragmented words. These small sounds bounced back from the walls with portentous distortions. A loud crack and rumble to the left of the screen announced another fall of masonry. Large stones and pieces of rusted metal rolled and thumped in a dusty sift at the far side of the gallery. The whole prospect angered and frustrated him. Lost knowledge, failed communications, pretenses to educating the masses, like all the false books that taunted breeds who searched the deserted hallways of the high levels and the tiers, endless shelves, their titles fascinating when he could read them. But none could be pried loose. He had tried thousands of times since childhood. The books were solid, cold, useless. If we're toys or tools, he thought, nobody much cares anymore what we do or think. Maybe they don't even care if we live or die. He did a slow dance, listening for the echoes, and touched his nose at this folly. Better folly than boredom and safety. Hello! The single word drifted high and leaped back, acquiring a spooky rattle. Jebrassy turned to see a shadowy female perched on the edge of the proscenium. She stood up in the dim light cast by the screen. Jebrassy let out his breath in a relieved grunt. "What did you think I was?" Tiadba asked. "You're late." "Nice dance." "Why did you come here? Just because I asked?" "I've been here before," he said. "It's no big deal." "Do I get to ask questions, too?" "Certainly." "Breed females like sturdy, normal men with sturdy, normal attitudes. What makes you different?" Tiadba strolled along the base of the screen, skirting the piles of rubble. "Not all of us have slow blood," she said. She looked down at something by her feet, stopped, and sucked in her breath. Her shoulders tensed. Jebrassy joined her. She had found a shriveled body. A young breed, probably male. It lay curled in the rubble, covered with dust and flakes of crusted veneer that had drifted down from the screen. Tiadba knelt to brush the dead breed's clothing. "Some of us go seeking. A few dozen each generation, troublemakers, disturbers of the peace," she said. "Not even the bleak warden found this one. You and I could end the same way. Does that frighten you?" Jebrassy twirled 2 fingers clockwise. Tiadba did the same, agreeing. "It might frighten us," she said firmly, "but it wouldn't stop us." "You still haven't answered my question." "Some say we're toys or pets. I know we're more important than that. We're the end of a long experiment. That's why we stray. The tall ones want us to. And how can you know? How can you be sure?
If I show you, you must make 3 promises.
You like things in threes, don't you?
Triangles are stable. Females seek stability, you said so yourself.
Jebrassy drew his brows together.
You must promise you will never tell another.
And?
You must promise you will use what you learn to guide all our explorations, not just your own. You will not seek glory alone.
This smarted. He had hoped to do just that. And?
You must not go on a march by yourself or with anyone else, not right away. You will consent to be chosen, or you will stay in the tiers.
Nothing is worth that. He shuddered. I'd go mad if I thought I couldn't leave. The desperate slant in Tiadba's eyes told Jebrassy that he had made a serious mistake.
Go on, then,
she told him. I'll stay here and follow a little later. We shouldn't be seen together. When I get back, I'll alert the wardens about this poor explorer. Jebrassy turned and sat on the edge of the proscenium. What could she possibly offer that would be worth such sacrifice, such slavery?
There is going to be a youth march,
Tiadba said to his back, her voice carrying an odd quaver.
It's being assembled very carefully. Not quickly enough. We're all impatient. A lot of preparations have to be made, but soon it will happen.
Jebrassy had heard rumors of groups hand-picked, trained, sent down the flood channels. Rumors were all he had ever heard.
There's a plan. A leader,
Tiadba said.
Someone we trust.
This had the ring of truth. He had always wondered how anyone could survive in the unknown outside the Kalpa without training, supplies, or equipment.
Tiadba sat next to him, startling him again. Her movements were so quiet and graceful.
She glanced left, eyes half-lidded in a peaceful drowse. With a little shudder, she moved closer and leaned her head on his shoulder. Her touch was electric. His heart thumped, and his hands warmed.
You won't lie,
she said.
And you'll never let us down.
How can you be so sure about everything? He asked, trying to be abrupt.
Because I know you. We've met before, she said. Don't you feel it?
He got up, shook out his arms, and started to walk away. Too many promises. Not enough in return. Tiadba ran after him, wide awake, lifted his hand, then pulled on his fingers hard.
Promise,
she demanded.
You know you must.
Let go. He tried to break free, and she grabbed his shoulders with a small shout. They began to roll across the dusty stage. She was stronger. Females of the breed could be that way, wiry and sweetly scented. That scent was their greatest weapon. It made him much less willing to fight. "Stop it!" he shouted as she held him down on the floor. Her face pressed close, eyes intense. They had covered their clothes with dust. She frowned so hard that he wanted to look away in shame.
Don't be stupid. Promise. You know you will.
Then, in a harsh whisper, lips almost touching his,
Promise.
Give me something. Give me hope, he said, his voice resentful and raw. Promise me I'll go on the next march. She rolled off and got to her feet, brushing her clothes.
I'm not the one who chooses.
You say we know each other, but you obviously don't know me at all. Tiadba placed her hands together and tipped her fingers against her forehead, eyes closed. You're taking advantage, he said. You pick on lonely outcasts. You're like a pretty bunch of chaff shoots held out for a peed to lure them into the fields. He pulled down her hands and stared directly into her eyes. There was a connection. He could not explain it, and that angered him more. He let her go.
If you're so bold, why haven't you run away on your own?
she asked. "What's stopping you?" He blustered. "Someone has to watch for wardens. I agree with one thing. It takes planning."
"What if I tell you about the difficulties? Just a little about what's involved."
"You'd betray your people?"
"I trust you."
"You shouldn't. I'm not responsible."
"Is that what your sponsors tell you?"
"My mare and pair are gone," Jebrassy said. She drew up close again. She was nothing if not persistent.
I know, I know, I know, she said.
An intrusion took them.
"I know."
"How do you know?"
"Because you spoke with our leader in the market. But before that, I told her about you. She gave me permission to meet you here."
This rendered Jebrassy speechless. That a Sama, a healer and listener, would betray his confidence as easily as Kren was almost beyond belief. Almost. Time itself was changing, and there were so many intrusions, and the wardens weren't acting the way they used to. He could almost see the tall ones walking among them. Why should he trust anyone or anything? Tiadba felt his distress, and again lightly gripped his shoulders.
"I'll tell you as much as I know. You don't even have to promise. It's that important."
"Did she tell you to say that?"
"No,"
Tiadba said.
"My risk."
Jebrassy rolled his head in misery. "I don't know who I am or where I'll end up. That's why I went to a Sama in the first place." He shuddered. Tiadba struggled to find her next words.
2 names. Tell me what they mean. I'll tell you one name, and you tell me the other."
"Names?"
"Ginny,"
she said. Jebrassy backed off. Before he could stop himself, he said, "Jack!" She looked at him triumphant and scared.
2 funny, ugly names," she said. "Not from the tears. We know each other, Jebrassy. We know each other from somewhere else. It's as if we've known each other forever. I've never felt that with anyone else."
Her eyes crossed with the intensity of her emotion.
"Some wake or another, one of us will be in very bad trouble. I think I will be the one who needs you, and you will come for me."
Jebrassy groaned and got down on his knees, suddenly weak. It was true. He could feel the intensity of grief already, the knowledge that he would have her, that he would be faithful and bond to this female, and that he would lose her far too quickly. Out of sequence. Out of control. Our lives are not our own.
"It doesn't make any sense," he whispered.
She knelt in front of him, and they placed their foreheads together, hands on each other's temples.
"Promise me the 3 promises, and I'll share. I'll show you."
The visitor, a useless residue inside of him, seemed to kick up in his head, trying to force him to make a decision. Jebrassy stroked her cheek. They swore, in the way they had learned as children, repeating the words to each other over and over, until both had them precisely memorized. Tiadba then whistled a short tune of sealing. It was done. Jebrassy had no idea what had just happened. His eyes slowly focused. Tiadba had moved off and stood nearby, staring up. She pointed to an open half-cup pushed out from the far right-hand edge of the screen, tiny in comparison to the total span, like a private box seat, but with the worst view of all.
"See that?"
"A bump. It's always been there. What about it?"
"They used to call it the Valeria," Tiadba said. "It's where they organized and controlled the shows. I found a way to get up there, from behind the wall of light. Would you like to see?
It's full of dirt, right?
I cleaned it.
He struggled to steady his voice and recovered his attitude. Might be interesting. But why so important?
The big screen is broken, Tiadba said, but up there is a little screen. Up there we can connect to a catalog of the shows they used to put on in the diurns. I've watched a few. I think they tell a history. Not ours exactly. The history of those who were here before us.
I still don't know how that can help the marchers.
Aren't you curious? Just a little bit? To see things no other breed has seen, nor anyone else, for millions of wakes? To learn how we came to be here, and maybe why? We're so ignorant, she sighed. And
that's the third thing we have in common, Jebrassy said. You should also know I'm impulsive. Some say I'm stupid, but I'm really just stubborn. And I care too much.
4, 5,
and 6 things we have in common, he finished. She drew herself up, standing just a little taller than Jebrassy, not uncommon among the ancient breed.
If the wardens find us or learn that we know, I think they would stop us. They would give us up to the tall ones. Understand?
He nodded.
Come with me, then. Part of the old gallery fell down a while back, right next to the proscenium.
Jebrassy followed for about 50 yards, and then clambered after her into a darkened pit formed by the walls of a masonry chamber whose roof had collapsed. A small hatch hung open in the base of the proscenium, still partially blocked.
"Are you afraid of tight places?"
Tiadba asked, as she removed a few stones and bricks. "I don't think so," Jebrassy said, "as long as there's a way out."
"Well, here's a tunnel. It stretches behind the screen for quite a ways, and then there's a narrow shaft going up. I think there was a lift nearby, but it's not working. To go up there, we have to climb a tiny spiral with lots of tiny steps." "Show me," Jebrassy said. Gleeful, Tiadba took his hand and tugged him forward.
10 zeros. Chapter 19. Seattle. Ginny had followed the music for miles, and now, her long hike finished, she stared up in awe at what she had found, a wide banner painted in red and black circus letters announcing Le Boulevard du Crime. A collision of sounds filled the air. Hurdy-gurdies, calliopes, electric guitars, flutes and trombones and trumpets, a screeching but melodious wreck of noise that ascended in triumph to shimmer the clouds in the starlit sky. A wide smile crossed her flushed face. "Hey, pretty lady!" shouted a crimson and blue clown balancing a huge nimbus of white hair. "Join the busker jam! Certified insane, we am. We're better than fair, we're not even there." The clown led a toothy, grinning monkey that stalked with anxious delicacy on yard-long stilts. Busker jam filled several long acres of grass and gravel, overlooking the glinting obsidian waters of Elliott Bay, marked at the northern end by a big grain elevator, flanked on the land side by gray and brown apartment buildings and condos, and tapering at the southern end into a sculpture garden, now closed, and a lot filled with a churning puzzle of parking cars. Red and yellow tents flapped and snapped in a light breeze. Food trucks and trailers clustered near the parking lot. A veering, snaking line of performance rings of all sizes poked up between the food trailers and the grain elevator, each distinctively labeled Théâtre Lyrique, Cirque Olympique, Folie Dramatique, Funambule, théâtre des pygmées, théâtre patriotique, délassement comique, and so on, stretching out of sight. Ginny had never seen so many artistes. Clowns, musicians, acrobats, magicians, and of course mimes, and she wanted to laugh and cry at once. It was so much like the girlhood she could not remember, but wanted with a desperate ache to return to. As Jack rode along the bike path, searching for familiar faces, jauntily swinging his front tire to keep a slow balance, he spotted a practice circle, and within the circle, Flash Girl, the Blue Lizard, Joe Jim, and other old friends warming up for a turn in the rings. Hundreds of patrons milled about in clumps, laughing, applauding, oohing and aahing, dropping bills and change into boxes and hats. It looked like a clink-path night for his friends and colleagues. Buskers called a good show clink-path, the sound of coins falling into thick piles of bills. In the first ring, T-Square, dressed in a flame-red leotard, arranged 3 fire pots and a circular roller-coaster-style ramp for his unicycle. On his head he wore a bright blue T-square, jutting above a huge pair of wing-tipped glasses studded with rhinestones. During his act he said not a word, simply doing acrobatics on the unicycle and riding through brilliant and startling flashes of fire from his pots. Jack knew what the marks did not. The T-square would soon set his hat on fire and require the assistance of a pre-stationed shill, his daughter, a savvy and quick 9-year-old who would extinguish him with a spray of foam from a chrome-plated canister. Needing no ring, Somnambule the Sleepified worked a series of startling card tricks, then struck a frozen pose, leaning into an imaginary wind with kerchief flying and hat about to blow off his head, cradling his cheek against nested hands and snoring until the next act began. He winked as Jack cycled past. Jack tipped a salute. Flash Girl did not use fire, but in her yellow and orange jumpsuit, with sultry countenance and angry super-feminist patter, everything else about her was inflammatory. Her routine consisted of juggled illusions with knives and wands, frenetic dance, and jabbing verbal assaults on male members of the audience, whose sexist attitude she blamed for the failure of her magic. Nearly everyone laughed. She was good. Not once had Jack seen Flash Girl actually anger an audience member. Still, at 45, she was slowing down. He thought, from the sag of her shoulders and subtle gasping as she danced, that her lifelong habit of smoking might be taking a toll. Still, buskers worked, sick or well. He hoped she was just fighting a cold. Jack knew where to find the performer's zone, at the end of a short path, winding up to the small changing trailer, marked off by stakes and ribbon. The moon shadow of the huge grain elevator dominated this end of the park, and here, half in lunar shade, Joe Jim squatted on a big white bucket, eating fruit salad from a plastic tray. He spotted Jack, and for a moment gave him a blank look. He doesn't remember. Then something seemed to connect, to click in his head, and Joe Jim waved his fork. "Brother Jack, back on track," he called, spraying bits of orange. "Whom do I address tonight?" Jack asked, shaking hands busker style with a sharp clap of palms and a hook and wriggle of 3 fingers. "Tonight we are Jim. Joe's on vacation in Chicago. Be back in a week. Calls me every day to check in." Joe Jim's routine was to perform acrobatics with an invisible partner. Mime in the middle of the air, to all purposes, and at his best he astonished. He was only a few years older than Jack, but looked older, and also looked as if he had not been eating well. His eyes were haunted, his high cheeks were dark yellow, and both cheeks and chin bristled with 2 days' growth of beard. One of his wrists had been tightly secured with a dirty ace bandage. A lateral cut, Jack guessed. Not a serious attempt. "Why aren't you jamming?" Joe Jim asked. He insisted on being called by both names, whoever was actually present. Few in any audience could know that whichever character Joe or Jim performed on any given day was half of a genuine split personality. "Rats went on strike," Jack said. "Feeling our age, the rats and I," Joe Jim said. "Not good times, Jack." The perennial pessimist, Joe Jim pulled out a pack of cigarettes and tapped one into his palm. "Keeps the demons at bay," he said, and lit up with a squint. About demons, Jack said. "Seen any lately?" "No more than usual." Joe Jim pulled up another bucket, inviting Jack to sit. The acrobat mime had suffered through a lot. Muggings, broken love, weeks and months in and out of institutions. Jack suspected he had at most a year or two before the streets and poverty and the demons snatched what was left of his health. Busking was a hard life. "Do you ever run around empty?" Jack asked. "Moments when both Joe and Jim have left the building?" Joe Jim blew out a coil of smoke. "I couldn't do my act with two invisible guys. Why?" "Just asking," Jack said. "No, but it bugs me when we fight. I can't get the invisible guy to do his part." He smiled slyly. "You're about to say I've adapted rather well." "You've adapted rather well." "I certainly think so. I could never work in a cubicle, with my mates wondering who'd show up day to day." He dropped his cigarette half-smoked on the grass and ground it down with his slipper heel. His features grew stiff. "Heads up. Here comes a shadow that walks like a man." A tall, emaciated anatomy wearing a top hat and formal attire, the suit split equally black and white top to bottom, the back adorned with a metallic blue skeleton, sauntered toward them, his gait that of a zombie Fred Astaire. His face was white, and his eyes were ringed with black, and he radiated a deadly gloom. He ignored Joe Jim, but homed in on Jack with hungry precision. "Back off, Sepulchre," Jack said, rising with fists clenched. Joe Jim looked away and inward. Sepulchre pinned Jack with his sharp, deep eyes, famished, but not for food. "How's your father, Jeremy?" he asked, his voice as resonant and lost as a bull in a cave. "Still dead," Jack said. He had changed his name years ago. Everyone knew that. "I'd forgotten," Sepulchre said. "Always good to forget unpleasantness. Then I saw you, and it all came back." Sepulchre never seemed to attract much of an audience or make much money. Some on the circuit had speculated he was a rich eccentric with a really bad act, which consisted of standing still for hours on a street corner, his eyes following people as they walked past, and occasionally letting loose with a whistled dirge. Some buskers, the worst of a generally good lot, were actively creepy. Sepulchre's real name was Nathan Silverstein. "I worked with your father, Jack," he said. That was a fact. Silverstein and Jack's father had worked as a comedy team 15 years ago. "I remember," Jack said. He turned to say goodbye to Joe Jim, but Sepulchre grabbed his shoulder in a vice of sharp, bony fingers. "I didn't want to come here," Sepulchre growled. He sucked in his cheeks and dropped his thin, white-lined brows. "These people hate me." "I wonder why," Jack said. "But you, young son of an old friend, you have something I need." Jack looked down. "Let me go, or I'll break your arm." Sepulchre let go, but his white daubed digits flexed. The index and thumb made a space, 3 inches. "This big, dark, pitted, shiny." burned by time. A crooked black rock with a red eye. They want me to find it." Jack stared the man down, his teeth grinding. "To pay a debt," Sepulchre added. "You have it. I know you do." Jack shook his head. "Haven't seen it, Nathan," he said. And that was true, in a way. His father and Silverstein had split up after a few months, despite drawing decent crowds in small comedy theaters across the Midwest. Sepulchre had been different back then, but Jack never liked him. "That rock—" Sepulchre seemed unable to finish his thought. Jack knew he needed to leave, or there might be a ruckus, so he said goodbye to Joe Jim, then, giving Sepulchre a wide berth, walked quickly to his bike. Sepulchre stared after him with forlorn conviction. Jack could actually feel the man's eyes, like little needles in his neck. "That was my rock, Jack. Your father stole it from me. My life has been a misery ever since." Other buskers had gathered. Slowly, deliberately, they encircled Sepulchre, whispering, prodding, quietly urging him to move on. Jack pedaled south. The whole night was going sour. Ginny walked in a happy daze. She had always loved circuses, street acts, magicians, had always wanted to have a birthday party on a great sprawling lawn with minstrels and dancing dogs and jugglers, and she could almost pretend, "Here it is. Here I am, under the stars, my magic moment. Here I am, finally happy and whole." And then she noticed the compact young man on the bicycle, riding south along the asphalt path, glancing back over his shoulder. Skinny but well-toned, muscular forearms prominent beneath a striped short-sleeved shirt, swirling black hair, dark eyes intent, not scared, but wary. She stood transfixed. Her arms started to shiver. She wanted to run after him, ask who he was, but he stood on his pedals and sped up, leaving behind the long stretch of tents and rings and the banner that announced Le Boulevard du Crime. She knew him. They had never met. She ran after, crying, "Wait!" The bicyclist didn't stop. He vanished in the lights and shadows along the waterfront, under the star-pricked southern sky. Chapter 20. Queen Anne. Jack's roommate, Burke, had not returned. After the run-in with Sepulchre, he needed company, someone other than his rats. Outside, seagull cries blew through the open window, discussing an offshore storm. The weather would soon turn miserable. Hastily consumed game hen and the glass of red wine rolled like lead in his stomach. He held his hand to his lips for a belch that refused to come, then reached into his pocket for the classified ad. Unfolding and smoothing it, reading the simple question over and over, he wondered what to do. Whom to trust? Everywhere he went, he had the weird feeling he was being followed. Somebody, everybody, thought he was special. Jack did not want to be special. He wanted to continue with the life he had led for years now, since his father's death. Since the funeral. Since finding among his father's few effects the box that sometimes contained the melted, curiously shaped stone with the red eye, and sometimes did not. Harborview. Doctors. Needles. Putting my life in other hands. In his bedroom, a futon lay bunched up against a wall. A restless night. Most of his nights had been restless lately. He flopped down. "Not a city, exactly," Jack muttered in the darkness. "A refuge. A fortress. The last, greatest place on earth." A rat rolled and squeaked, eyes closed, raised front leg twitching. And I wouldn't call it dreaming. Brows furrowed, he studied the phone number. Better than a visit to the doctor, if the ad meant anything, but of course it didn't. It was wrong on all counts. Not a dream, not a city. And what about at the end of time? Even thinking about calling the number made his head hurt. One thing was clear. His time of freedom, of avoiding major decisions, was over. As an aid to finding a better fate, he could focus on the western corner where the ceiling met the walls, all those angled lines suddenly bending and coming taut. He could visualize a stranded cord stretching to infinity, or at least a vast distance, vibrating as if alive, singing to him. He could spend days, weeks, trying to unkink the knots formed while he was caught up in a wind of misfortune. Or he could trump it all and make his decision right now. He covered his eyes with his hands, miserable. Definitely losing the last of his marbles, dropping them one by one, watching them roll down the sewer grate, out of control. His foot kicked out and hit the old steamer trunk where he stored the fragments of past acts, history, his mother's and father's worldly goods. The stone. He kicked the trunk again to offload bad energy. All the rats watched, awake now, still but for their whiskers. I know, he soothed. Time to connect past moments, to see if the rock was in its box. Magic box, magic rock, except that Jack knew magic had nothing to do with it. Memory is the secret, but I don't always remember. He stood and reached for the latch on the trunk lid. To open the trunk all the way, he had to lug it out from the wall. He braced to do so. Something behind the trunk caught his fingers. Distracted, he reached back, trying to remember what he had put there, and pinched out a thin black portfolio. The portfolio measured 30 inches wide and 18 inches high, and had been secured with a twist of dirty linen. He untied the knot. He was very good with knots. The portfolio contained 9 or 10 drawings on thick sketch paper. They somehow looked familiar. At first glance, the topmost sketch might have depicted the elongated bows of 3 ships crossing a wavy black sea like ocean liners and old posters. But the jutting bows were curvaceous and massive, and the sea was really mountains, he decided. So the 3 objects weren't ships at all. They had to be huge, dozens, maybe hundreds of miles high. Someone, not him, had sketched suggestions of detail inside the curves, thin lines and blocks of shadow. A narrow tower or mast rose from the central and most prominent of the 3 shapes. Definitely architecture, not ships. He pushed aside the first sheet. It made a rippling hiss, and examined the second with pursed lips. This one he did not like at all. Rising behind a smaller-scale rendering of the 3 objects, touched with crayon, pastel, pencil, and watercolor, an oblate orb stretched across almost the entire page. The orb was rimmed with deep red fire, but its center was a waxy crayon black, heavily layered. When he held the drawing at the right inclination, such that it reflected no light, the center of the orb became an eclipsed eye, with tiny darting flames instead of lids and lashes. And all around the orb, what could be seen of a sky gave the startling impression of rotten, ripped fabric, a fantasia of dark colors and textures highlighted with multicolored squiggles. He could easily imagine the squiggles glowing like neon signs. No way his roommate had done these. Burke had absolutely no talent in that department, or any other, except being a sous chef, which was talent enough to earn a real living, unlike busking. Jack tried to look away from the pages, but they held him with a stomach-churning fascination. He had seen these things before. He knew what they were, so what were they? He closed the folio with a broken laugh, tied it, and restored it to its place behind the trunk. Then he shoved the trunk against the wall, hard. "Who else lives in this room besides me?" he asked. Chapter 21. The Green Warehouse. Ginny tossed on the cot, winding the blankets and sheets. Like a coward, with nowhere else to go, she had returned to the warehouse. She doubted anyone other than Minimus had even noticed she was gone. "I almost know his name," she whispered, then took a deep breath, let it out slowly, puffed her worries in a cloud that rose to the roof and wisped through the cracks to spread in the high night air. Her eyes stared up at the old skylight, not seeing the pale moon through the clouds. As she twisted, making small, tight whimpers, the moon cast her face in a ghostly glow. She was far away, pupils dilated, pulse rapid, far away and frightened. She was not asleep. She was not awake. This time Ginny had not pushed her host from the body's perch, but shared it. Tiadba had only the vaguest notion that somebody watched through the same eyes and listened through the same ears. There was too much else happening for this to be important. Gradually Ginny, not in control, unable to direct the shared eyes, pieced together that Tiadba was in a broad, gray place, walls, if any, far away or behind, and at her feet a shallow sea of dust sparkled and groaned beneath her bare feet as she walked. Tiadba was lost in gloom. The adventure meant nothing. All their training, their plans, nothing now. The group had joined several tall ones. A deep, musical voice spoke on Tiadba's right. "There's little time. You'll pass through the gate when you're fully prepared. Nobody leaves without proper training and tools." Tiadba looked up at the speaker, wrapping his long, strange face in her own fear and frustration. She wore a silvery mask to protect against the dust that rose in low puffs from their feet. She was part of a group of 13, 9 of them ancient breeds. Their escorts or guards, 4 tall ones, who would accompany them as far as the border of the real, and then deliver them to the chaos. The 9 and their escorts hiked beneath a high, dark, gray roof, while the walls behind receded to a thin line. The effect was disconcerting. A huge, flat space, dimness above, and nothing all around but the boundless, dusty plain. How long would it take to get where they were going? And where was that? The oldest tall one produced a trill that Tiadba interpreted as humor. "Breathe through the masks," he advised. "There's nothing poisonous. It's just old, precious dust. Older than you, older than any of us." He was at least twice as tall as Tiadba, with long, graceful arms and legs, a short, broad, pearl-colored face, finely lined, and large brown eyes, spaced on each side of a broad, flat nose, without apparent nostrils. Ginny tried to remember if the tall ones were human. Tiadba seemed to think they were, though distantly and non-specifically related. He wore a tight black suit covered with close-spaced reddish piping that seemed to rearrange itself every few seconds, disconcerting. Their own clothes, except for the masks, were what they had arrived in, dun-colored pajamas. Tiadba, and Ginny, in turn, was beginning to realize just how naive they all had been. Who's deceiving whom here? Did Grain know before she handed us over? Before she died? And Ginny could sense that Tiadba was still recovering from a nasty scare, accompanied by sorrow. The grief still burned. Something had happened back in the tears, something outside of Tiadba's experience. A bit of Tiadba's back mind became acutely aware of Ginny's presence. "You! Go away! Or keep still and be quiet!" Ginny's eyes fluttered, and for a few instants she again saw the warehouse, the skylight, again felt the presence of boxes and crates stacked out to the walls. The cot's brown blankets bound her like a shroud. She stared up like a wild thing, neck corded. Elsewhere, time was flowing. She was neither here nor there. She could only vaguely remember where she had been, and who. A lost name, 3 notes of a much longer tune she could not recall. Then her eyelids fluttered and drooped. Her breath became shallow and quick. Her body settled. She was away again. They had crossed the plain of sparkling dust. Ahead, a silvery cluster of rounded buildings, like soap bubbles made of moonlight, rose from a pedestal surrounded by rivulets of that same dust, blown into low dunes and meanders across a depthless black floor. "Nothing here is real," said a young male trudging close to Tiadba. His name was Nico. They were all more than weary. They no longer had the full brightness of the seal over the tears to guide them. Their world had expanded immensely, and most of it was ugly, barren, strange. Tiadba looked around at the 9. Her 9. "You, inside me. This could be a dangerous time. We're a broken team. I don't know what we're going to do." Ginny still did not have the wherewithal to respond. She felt loosely attached. What Tiadba saw seemed to wobble and tunnel away, like an image at the end of a long pipe. Ginny was little more than a poorly connected rider, jostled by her host's thoughts, even by the pounding of her heart. She could not speak, could barely even watch. The sheets grew tighter. She was falling off something somewhere. The group climbed a ramp to the pedestal and kicked off what they could of the dust on their feet and calves. Tiadba knew their names, tried to repeat them under her breath, as if introducing them to her guest. She was thankful she was not the one doing the straying now. Like Ginny, whose name she could not speak or make sense of, her memory of the lapses was minimal. "You're not trying to push me aside, are you? That would be awkward for both of us. We could die." The group entered the closest of the silvery bubbles. Inside, arranged on transparent racks, suits of armor twinkled and flashed at their joints with false fire. Split helmets draped the shoulders. They were like wetsuits, but segmented, thick and tightly ribbed. "You dive in water? Don't distract me now, please." Ginny, embarrassed, wanted to withdraw, but could not. Like a loose tooth hanging by a painful nerve, neither in the jaw nor out, she was buffeted by Tiadba's emotions, yet knew that Tiadba's upper mind was still only vaguely aware that something was different. In essence, Ginny was being counseled, rebuffed, by her host's housekeepers, the organizers and tenders of a body's everyday needs. And when she was gone, Ginny knew that these same tenders would sweep away the short, shallow irritation of her presence. as her own tenders and housekeepers did when their roles were reversed and she played host. So strange. Such a thing to know. If only she could keep from forgetting. She could bring back these experiences, think them over while she was awake, fit them into all the other puzzle pieces, and perhaps complete a picture. So little of it made sense. The bright suits, dull red, pastel yellow, ethereal green, 9 different hues, fully occupied Tiadba's awareness, as if she could see nothing else. She had been told of these marvels at the base camp, but only recently, only just before the march across the dust plain, in the gray cavern. These were the devices that would help keep them alive, in the chaos, beyond the border of the real, and as such they were outside the experience of any of the ancient breeds in the tiers. How wonderful to learn of them, and how disturbing to be told why they were necessary. Tiadba had long since realized that their plans and hopes for adventure had been more than naive. The chaos was not sanctuary, not freedom, it was endless peril. Even the tall ones seemed to forego speaking of it unless it was strictly necessary. What they had experienced before arriving in the flood channel, the sorrow, compounded by the shock of displacement and the grief, was only a hint of what lay outside the Kalpa. Yes, they were going. Finally they were going on a march. But at what risk? At what cost? And who could be trusted after all these things not told of, never explained? Go away now. I have to focus. The last thing Ginny could hold on to, like a slippery rope, before the housekeepers swept her up and broke her loose. Tiadba's hope. We will meet again. You know that, don't you? Out of sequence. Everything jumbling, dreams and life contorted. Where is he? Is he still alive? You know. Tell me. But Ginny did not know. Why haven't we heard from him? Ginny fell off the cot and hit the floor in a tangle of blanket and sheets. Sweat soaked her nightgown. Desperately she tried to hold on to what she had seen and heard, but the vision melted like a sliver of ice under the intense heat of waking. She let out a tight shriek of frustration. Minimus leaped up from the floor and rubbed against her feet, then Saphit, then Saphit, then Saphit, and watched her untangle and rearrange the bedclothes. Whatever she had seen, wherever she had been, in any rational sequence might have come before the what? The lapses that left her with such an awful sense of terror and oppression. The bad, endless times to come. Chapter 22. University District, Seattle. What are they dreaming? How long until they can't sleep at all? Daniel closely watched the morning commuters in their cars, when he could see them. In this world, so many hid behind tinted windows, as if shy or afraid. Faces fixed straight ahead, eyes flicking, avoiding his gaze, some reading his sign and smiling, waving, others shouting words of abuse. Good people, smart, but they didn't stop and give him money. A very few, and these he felt the most sorry for, rolling down their windows and offering spare change or a few dollars. And the rest don't see him, will not see him. Oops, now the traffic is moving, it's too late. Would have offered something. Sure do feel sorry for you poor folks down on your luck. And how long until they were all down on their luck? Fortunes run out. World strands gummed together and gathered like dried tendons from a corpse waiting to be trimmed. Short stalks in a dead bouquet.
For a moment the road was empty, the corners quiet. He could hear the wind blowing through the thin brush and young alders crouched back from the side of the road. Rain had fallen fitfully all day. It soaked through his coat, soaked his moth-eaten thrift store Pendleton and woolen long johns, his socks squished in his shoes. Never wear costly shoes. Make sure you smirch your coat and outer garments with dirt after you clean them. Rub the dirt into your hands and your fingers. A little diluted mud dripping as you take their few coins and fewer bills. To keep eating, Daniel Patrick Eyre-Monk played along for now. A small Volkswagen drove up. Yellow. Familiar. They had had Volkswagens like this in his world, before the darkening and the cinder grit dusting, before his precipitate flight. Behind the wheel hunched a plump young man with cherry cheeks, pushed-up nose, and short, thick black hair. The young man wore a gray suit coat, sleeves too short, over a pink striped shirt. A salesman, Daniel guessed. Not much money in the bank, lots of debt, but he kept his car clean and his clothes pressed. Daniel held up his sign. "Bad times got me. A little cash for food? God bless you." Daniel could freeze the light on red for 5 or 6 minutes at a time, drawing out the stop until the drivers got nervous, until they rolled down their windows and offered a payment of cash to get moving. Get this show back on the road. My God, that's a long light. Cars were backed up all the way to the freeway. On the opposite corner, Florinda, the lean brown woman, stood like a bundle of twigs, holding her own misspelled message on its dog-eared square of brown cardboard. She rarely looked at the drivers. A bad corner, traffic always moving. Florinda was in her late 40s, face draped by long strands of felted hair, a chain smoker whose habit got her stuck in less desirable locations. She just had to pause every 15 minutes for a puff, and inevitably she lost her best spots to more aggressive panhandlers. The light hung on endless red, frustrating, time-eating, finger-drumming crimson. The salesman glanced resentfully at Daniel. He was a mouth-breather, Daniel observed, jaw slightly agape, lower lip flaccid. Daniel could not see his eyes. They were shaded from the slanting light breaking over Wallingford. The salesman finally leaned forward and scowled, then rolled down the window, shoulder jerking with the effort. "If I give you money, will you let me through?" he called. "Sure," Daniel said, stooping. He needed to see the man's eyes. The head dropped lower as the man reached into his pocket, plump fingers pushing under the seat belt's hard, square buckle. Daniel could only hold the light a few more seconds, too long, and the traffic engineers in the city figured something was wrong, sent repairmen, sometimes cops. He'd had to abandon this corner twice because he held a red too long, messing too obviously with all these small fortunes, tiny fates. "Here," the driver said, holding out 4 crumpled dollar bills. "Billy Goat Gruff. Just don't ask any questions and don't eat me." Daniel stuffed the bills in his deepest coat pocket. Their eyes met. The driver's underslung, blue, direct. Daniel's steady, wide, washed out. A little spark hit him in the base of the spine. "Bad dreams," the driver confessed. "You?" Daniel nodded, then swung out his arm, and the light changed. The prelude before the flood. He could feel that hideous tide already lapping up on the fresh beaches of this world. The first sign, refugees like himself, crippled storm petrels, crawling onto the shore, gasping, wings broken, desperate. And then, bad dreams. There were ways of gauging how long he had, of measuring the remaining days, weeks, months. He had become an expert at predicting the storm surge.
Daniel folded up his cardboard sign and waved across the intersection at Florinda. "I'm done for the day," he called.
"Why quit now?" Florinda asked. "Lunch crowd from the U."
"You want it?"
Daniel's spot was prime, left side of the off-ramp, driver's side windows.
"Not if you're just gonna bust my chops when you get back."
"I'll be gone the rest of the day. Back tomorrow morning. Don't give it up to some other bastard for a smoke."
"I'll hold it,"
Florinda said, with a surprisingly sound grin. She still had all her teeth. Daniel missed having good teeth. He wrapped his sign in a plastic garbage bag and hid it in the bushes, then walked up 45th, passing Asian restaurants, video stores, gaming parlors. He paused before a used bookstore, but it sold only best-selling paperbacks, hung a left on Stone Way, passing apartments, a fancy grocery store, more apartments, condos, plumbing fixtures, hardware. He descended the long, gentle slope to Lake Union. Daniel had begun his search 3 days ago by taking a bus to the downtown library. Not the old library he was familiar with, but a huge, shiny metal rhomboid. Scary. Differences were at once frightening and reassuring. He had come such a long way, that was a good thing. It was also a sad thing. He had left so much behind. The downtown library did not carry the book he was looking for, and none were available through interlibrary loan. Despite an excessive amount of wear and tear, with less liquor and better food, Charles Granger's body had regained some strength. It took Daniel less than 35 minutes, joints aching, heart pounding, hands trembling, to reach Seattle Book Center. A block and a half from the Ship Canal, on the east side of the broad street, 3 bookstores shared a single-story brown and gray building. In Daniel's previous world there had also been bookstores here, a confluence he didn't give much thought to, considering the greater changes he had witnessed. He paced beside the storefront, darting glances through the half-silvered windows. Art books stood in uneven ranks, spines facing inward, anonymous when viewed from the street. He set the glass door's bell a jingle. The owner was instantly on alert, street person walking, but not alarmed. Seeing someone like Daniel, as he now appeared, had to be a common occurrence across the freeway from the university, where so many homeless youngsters and street people hung out. Down and out. Common folk. Daniel swallowed, sized up the owner, a stocky man in his late 50s, of medium height, with a slight stoop, long hair, and experienced, quiet eyes, calm, slightly bored, self-assured. "Can I help you?" Daniel worked to keep his voice from shaking. Like everything else, subject to corruption, libraries and bookstores scared him. But that wasn't what gave him the shakes. He had only recently weaned this body off its daily medicine, a liter of night train and 64 fluid ounces of Colt 45. "I'm looking for a book on cryptids," he said. "Unusual animals, long thought extinct or never known to exist, new species, monsters. I have a title in mind." "Shoot," the owner said with a wary smile. Daniel blinked. He wasn't used to being received with familiarity on such short notice. He studied the owner. Too perceptive. Scouts, collectors could be anywhere. Or the owner was simply responding to a customer who knew about books. The community of book people was used to eccentrics. "Signs," Daniel continued, trying to subdue a twitch in his left eye. "Portentous signs hidden in strange animals, lost in time or place." "A title would help. That's not a title, I take it?" "I don't know what the title will be. Here. The author is always Bandle, David Bandle." "Bandle?
"Correct."
Daniel's throat bobbed.
His forehead was damp from the strain of this extended interaction. The owner did not seem fazed. "I remember a book on cryptozoology by someone with a name like that. Travels in Search of Hidden Beasts, I think," the owner said. "Could be," Daniel said. "Don't have it. I can do a search online." "That would be kind. Most recent edition. How much would it cost? I'm not wealthy." This body was not used to smiling, bad teeth, worse breath. He succeeded in drawing parenthetical creases around his lips. "Oh, $30, good reading copy. It's not very old, is it?" "Perhaps not, I wouldn't know," Daniel said. "Down payment of $10, the rest when I get the book in. Probably take a week or two. Address?" Daniel shook his head. "I'll come back." He removed 2 smudged 5s from his pocket and placed them in neat parallel on the counter. "There goes dinner." The owner smoothed out the money and wrote up a receipt. "I always liked those sort of books," he said. "Adventure in faraway places, hunting down creatures that time forgot. Wonderful stories." "Wonderful," Daniel agreed, and pocketed the receipt. "We have a good collection of deep-sea books just in. B.B., Picard, that sort of thing?" "No, thank you." Daniel backed out of the store with a half-bow and a short wave of his right hand. "Very good," he assured his new body. "A good beginning." He had come to trust Bandel. Bandel's report on cryptids had given him essential clues years ago in another strand, another lifetime. Bandel catalogued sightings of animals that could not exist, sea serpents, half-human beasts, earwigs bigger than rats. Any of those could be indicators, variations, permutations, warnings, all collected into one authoritative text. But as he walked along, Daniel suspected he would not be coming back. Something about the way the owner had examined him. It was probably dangerous at this late date to even inquire after Bandel. $10. Wasted. Daniel stood on a steel-edged curb, blinking at the bright clouds and the low autumn sun. Such a lovely world. You are what you leave behind. His grandfather had once said, visiting him in prison, "Where are you going, young man? Is there anything you will not do to get there? Eventually, you leave so much behind, you show up before God and you're as empty as your damned puzzle box. You're so empty it's not even you anymore, and heaven doesn't matter." Daniel began to cry, began to cry, began to cry, began to cry. 14 zeros. Chapter 23. The Tears. The passage had been made for someone smaller than either Jebrassy or Tiadba. Once, green circles spaced every few yards must have provided illumination, but they no longer gave even the feeblest light. Crouched over, then down on hands and knees, they crawled in darkness through the dank tunnel, nothing visible ahead and only a shrinking spot of dimness behind. After a longer time than Jebrassy cared to think about, they still had not reached the vertical shaft. Tiadba said, "Don't you hate the way time changes? One day it's short, the next day it's long. Makes me feel like we've been crawling since we were born, even here. You'd think at the Diurns—" "How long was it for you, the last time?" "I don't know," she said with a small chuff. "Wait! I think it's just ahead." She shuffled forward quickly, and then he could see an outline of her legs and feet as she stood. "Come on! The steps begin here." The light was weak, dropping from far above, he guessed. "This takes us up to the... what did you call it?" "The Valyria," she said. "I don't know where any of the names come from. They don't sound like breed speech, do they? The steps are tiny. It's best to curl up and crawl around.
Wrap your arms and legs around the center of the spiral, then just hump and slither."
That was easier for her than for him. Another endless time drew them along, slithering, and on occasion trying other forms of ascent, crouching and taking mincing steps, bumping his head. Tiadba seemed in good humor. His admiration grew, especially as her scent filled the enclosed space.
"Look,"
she said. Her hand, a barely visible paleness, brushed over a long chink in the smoothness surrounding the stairs.
"Look through this gap, and tell me if that isn't a lift shaft."
He saw a kind of railing running vertically up a parallel shaft, brighter and wider than the one they were climbing, but no sign of a lift car.
"There's so much we should be curious about but aren't," Tiadba said from above.
Her voice diminished. She had increased their distance. She was thinner, taller, a little stronger. "Don't leave me behind," he called out, only half joking. Time stretched. His head hurt trying to understand how long it had been. Then a kind of panic set in, and he squeezed against the steps, the surrounding cylinder of wall, with all his strength, until his joints popped and he could feel his flesh bruise. His breath came in husky drags, and he felt as if he were dead, but still seeing, still hearing, feeling his own flesh rot away.
"I'm there!"
Tiadba called.
"Hurry up! It's small, but there's room for two if we squeeze."
Eyes searching for light, Jebrassy clamped his jaw and quickened his crawl. Soon he wriggled into a short, horizontal corridor, then pushed forward and through another hatch into an open booth, the rounded half-cup of the Valyria.
"Careful, not much room,"
Tiadba told him. He stood, brushing against her, then slowly peered over the lip of the cup, down hundreds of feet to the littered and dusty stage below. He could make out the curled-up corpse in the rubble. Looking up with equal caution, not to get dizzy and fall out backward, he saw the last of the wake light from the seal, even less convincing at this altitude. They had spent their whole life within a stage set, he thought, for the entertainment of a cruel and uncaring audience. With a deep breath, he squeezed around beside her and looked down at the control seat and console. Above the console, a screen barely 2 hands wide had been set flush against the wall, and below that, a surface with dozens of bumps of various colors. Above the screen, 6 glassy lenses glittered like insect eyes. The single seat before the console would have fit a man half his size. Tiadba risked toppling as she squatted and set her butt on the rim of the cup. Both stared earnestly at the gray blankness on the small display.
"This one doesn't work either," she said. "It took me a couple of trips to learn how to look into the black things. Sit close, and I'll finger up a catalog. I've only seen 1 or 2 entries. I didn't want to watch any more alone, because I'm not sure these old memories, the records, are going to last. 2 observers, 2 memories, much better."
Jebrassy stared earnestly at the shining black beads. "I'm looking," he said, perching in a half-squat beside her. "I don't—" She raised her hand and bent his head to the proper angle, and he jerked as bright images flooded his eyes. He could see nothing else. The effect was immediate and startling. Scenes flew past so quickly he couldn't make sense of them. Intense, sick-making. "I'm going to throw up," he warned.
"You'll get used to it. And it's worth the headache, too. I'm still learning how to look properly. If you want to hazard a guess about all the knobs and bumps, go right ahead."
"What if we accidentally erase the records?" Tiadba shrugged.
"I doubt they let anyone here have that sort of power."
Jebrassy felt a surge of interest. Ever above the thought of leaving the Kalpa soared the need to know what he was, and what his place might be,
No one had yet been able to tell him that, though since childhood he'd been convinced that in the ancient places, in the depths of the walls, even in such illusions as the seal and the false bookshelves high in the blocks, there were clues. More than clues. The story, complete and convincing. Justification for all he was doing.
"This seems to slow the parade," he murmured, fingers prodding a dimple. He found that with some practice he could push the dimple to the right or the left, and then he realized that it was not his finger changing the speed, but the way in which he looked at the racing images, the way he darted his attention one way, then the next. Concentration, focus, the flick of an eyelid or facial muscle. The display was controlled by expression more than fingers. The quick-step parade of scenes slowed to a crawl. Each part of the parade was itself another parade, but moving at relatively normal speed. Three-dimensional representations, somehow all visible, one through another. Visible, dense, and real.
"Getting used to it?"
Tiadba asked, pressing her shoulder against his. "No," he said, but he was, sort of. "How do you choose?" She patiently explained what she knew. The combination of the floating sense of other reality and Tiadba's voice was hypnotic. After a while, Jebrassy realized he was as fascinated by the sound she made as by the panoramas they were accessing, which, after all, seemed nothing more than surveys of places within the tiers, many of them already familiar. All of the programs were devoid of citizens. They revealed only empty places, deserted spaces. The effect was spooky, like peering into a dead city, or visiting the Diurns themselves. "The person who operated this was smaller," Tiadba said, and then added in a bare whisper, "But the operator wasn't expected to be any brighter than you or me, or very different in shape. They must have been people like us, but they were allowed to see these things and to know some of what was happening to them. We aren't. Not anymore. I wonder why." "But there's nothing happening," he complained. "No people." "Be patient. This is just one dimension of search." He pulled back from the lens to study Tiadba. The attention did not embarrass her, but it did annoy, and she took hold of his stubby ear and gently swung his head back in line. "There," she said. "We're back to the Diurns themselves. Now watch." She made adjustments. The pictures and places suddenly came alive. This utter end of the tiers, the bridges, the causeway, was filled with thousands of people, dressed as if attending a festival, far more colorfully dressed than any of the ancient breed, whose clothes tended toward drabness. Whatever had captured the images seemed capable of being everywhere at once. "They're all rich," he said. "Move in close," she suggested. "Look at their faces." Together they swooped low over the crowds, then picked out several individuals. They were definitely not of the ancient breed. Not only smaller, but slighter, more delicate, with longer noses, more sharply defined facial features, particularly chins, and ears, the ears being quite large, shaped like little wings, their skin pallid, almost waxy, yet vibrant. The crowds behaved in a choreographed fashion, quite unlike the sustained bumping and crowding, elbowing and bobbing he would have expected from the ancient breed. "Who were they, do you think?" Tiadba asked. "The tall ones had other toys before us," he said doubtfully. This angered Tiadba. "We are not toys, I told you," she said. "And neither were they." She frowned, struggling to voice her concept. "Maybe they're our—" These ideas were so embarrassing. What's the word? "These might have been our ancestors,"
Confined within the cup-shaped booth, they watched the processions until their muscles cramped, and then took turns standing and stretching. Inevitably, this brought them into even closer contact. Each brushing touch, and especially each press of flesh, was electric.
"There's no way of knowing anything about them,"
Tiadba said, blinking.
"unless we can learn their language, read their writing."
He squeezed back against the wall, trying to examine his companion in the dim light. She had a ghostly aspect now, the spill of light from the lenses shining against her round chin and full cheekbones, glinting in her beautiful eyes.
"To cross the border of the real, you need training and equipment,"
Tiadba said.
"Clothing, machines, things we've never seen before. You can't just go out on your own, or you'll die."
"Who gives the clothes and machines?"
"I don't know."
"How many marches has the Sama put together?"
"I don't know that either."
"Is she working with the tall ones?" Tiadba shook her head again. "Who gets to lead and get all the glory?"
"None of us knows."
Jebrassy sucked in a deep breath. It was not nearly as simple and direct as he had hoped. Finally, he squeezed down beside her. "All right," he said. "I'm ignorant, I admit it. What's this Sama's name?" Tiadba pretended to concentrate on the lenses.
"This must have been a kind of celebration," she murmured. "Maybe they're getting ready to send out their own marchers. It's so different now. But you can tell they're going down into the flood channels. The channels are clean. There's no debris. All the walls are covered with dwellings. So many people living in the tiers. Why did it change?"
Grudgingly, Jebrassy looked again.
"There's a door opening to a lift, a working lift,"
Tiadba said.
"Maybe they're getting ready to send a gift to the tall ones, to speed the marchers along."
Jebrassy saw all this. Crowds carrying on their shoulders platforms loaded with food, cages full of letter bugs, no different from the ones breeds still kept as pets, and books. He awkwardly zoomed in closer to see the titles on the spines, but could not read them. The symbols were old, like those on the backs of the oldest letter bugs, and the words they formed made little sense. "There are still books like that in the walls on the upper levels," he said. "Can't pull them out."
"I know,"
Tiadba said with a lift of her brow, an air of mystery. The procession crossed the channel and stood before the far wall of the channel, where a large door opened, otherwise invisible. They passed the goods through, the gifts, and the books. Tiadba flicked her cheek, and the scene pulled back to a diagram, a three-dimensional drawing or map. Their impossible point of view now soared high above the flood channel, passed through the wall, then the seal, following a glowing dot on a vertical red line, the lift, higher and higher, through constructions of dazzling complexity, presumably the upper parts of the Kalpa, now as transparent as glass, far above the 3 aisles of the tiers. Jebrassy saw for the first time their place in things. 3 large rounded structures, like great smooth humps placed side by side, the central hump pushed forward into a walled enclave open to the... But from this perspective, he could not see the seal. Maybe this new perspective put them outside the Kalpa. Maybe outside there wasn't a seal. Their view drew back even farther and swooped up. The dot traveled along the red line through the rounded top of the middle hump. Was that the Kalpa? Or were all 3 humps called the Kalpa? He realized then how huge the whole must be, hundreds of times larger than the tiers themselves, with the tiers at the very bottom. Now his head truly hurt. The dot slowed and stopped at the base of a tower,
The viewpoint continued up the tower's length, but the dots signifying the gifts from the tiers remained at the base. The tower stood as far above the limits of the Kalpa as they had already traveled from the basement level of the tiers, and at the top, the tower ended in an abrupt, ragged peak, as if something had snapped it in half. "The Sama calls this malregard," Tiadba said. "Have you ever heard of the broken tower?" "In children's stories," Jebrassy said, his breath coming hard, tears in his eyes. He had just passed above and beyond the knowledge of anyone he had ever met. Of his sponsors, and of their sponsors, as far back as he could imagine. "Malregard," he repeated. He tried to swing his point of view to see what surrounded the Kalpa, the chaos, presumably, but there was only a misty blueness. "The Sama says that means evil view," Tiadba said. "Makes you wonder what's out there." She watched his face. "If you get to go on the next march, would I go with you?" "I don't choose who goes or doesn't go. This Sama, she decides?" "She tells us the decisions." He rubbed his face with his hands and shook his head, overwhelmed. "We're being played with. No tall one would ever trust breeds with so much. I need to think," Jebrassy said. "You can go back to your niche. I can't leave you here. They're waiting on the causeway." "Who?" "Some of the team. Now that you know, you can't just go back and tell others. We couldn't risk that." Jebrassy was beginning to experience the same panic he had felt in the narrow shaft of spiraling steps. "You're the bait. I'm the fool. They'll kill me if I don't go along?" Tiadba looked genuinely shocked. "Breeds don't kill each other." "Except by accident. And a little war, maybe. How unfortunate. That's why your Sama selected me, because I'm bold, reckless, likely to die or go missing, like that poor fool down there. Was he your last candidate? What did he do wrong?" "You're being dreadful," she said. "I'm thinking out loud." "We'll be spending a lot of time together," Tiadba said quietly. "The teams require each participant to have a partner. Don't you feel it? We're already partners." "What I'm feeling isn't that clear-cut. Something goes wrong. That's what I'm feeling." Tiadba swung her arm out to the Diurns. "Who can be sure about anything? What if an intrusion takes us? What if time stops?" I don't think we would even feel it," Jebrassy said, but his hair crawled at the possibility, and whatever it was that lay just on the edge of his memory. The things that would go wrong, even if they never ventured into the chaos. 10 zeros. Chapter 24. Every day, Daniel's memory lost a little color and depth, until thinking about what had gone before became like looking at a faded negative or an impression in wet sand. Charles Granger, all his ingrained habits and instincts, and the ever-present pain, was gaining strength, a steady tide lapping up over a beached intruder. Daniel opened Granger's carton and lifted out the marker, the blunted pencil, and several sheets of paper. He spread the sheets over the warped wooden floor, avoiding the damp spots, and examined them critically. They were covered with writing, crazy writing mostly, symbols arranged without apparent meaning, rows of repeating words with one letter changed in each word, and numbers, lots of numbers. Charles Granger had been an occasional poet, but he had also been a thinker and logician, possibly even a mathematician. There was strange order to his scratchings, though Daniel could not reconstruct that order. The stones knew how to pick them, and when to demand a change. Perhaps. Daniel flipped the sheets over. Some were blank.
The time had come to reconstruct his life and thoughts before the last jaunt. He could record this in the blank spaces that remained between Charles Granger's own ramblings. How appropriate. But making this brain, this body, lift the pencil and work with him was far more difficult than finding room between Granger's lines. Whatever Granger had been trying for, the task, the problem, had overwhelmed him. He had been ripe to be replaced, yet already too ripe to be worth replacing. Daniel smiled grimly, but did not show his teeth. Still, in the wet darkness, with the candle gleaming on the fireplace mantel and another candle on the floor in a jelly glass, illuminating a fanned circle of pages, Daniel began to write. The crabbed script gradually smoothed, became more like his own. There was only so much he could take control of and reform in the time remaining. Granger's time, and the time left for this world. He frowned in concentration as he wrote, granular space, locality emphasized. And then a series of equations, not so different from Granger's scribbles after all. From reading Richard Feynman, Daniel had picked up the trick of creating his own mathematical notation. No one else would know what the symbols meant. All fates have become local. Space-time has been breaking up/breaking down. The universe is being digested, curdling like spoiled milk, with nasty, rotten whey in between. Geodetics shortened, jamming up. Chords, CHORDS, CORDS, and fundamentals. Light crosses the membranes and gravity, but material things cannot pass. Not yet. That's what I see. He wrote 3 more equations, long and inelegant, filled with conceptual lacunae. Trying to quantify and formalize these ideas, trying to make them consistent, useful, to make predictions, was more than difficult. Even when healthy, it had been damned near impossible for him. His hand was growing tired, his head hurt, his stomach hurt. He needed to reconstruct what he had written just before the nightmare descended. There were certain theories beyond the reach of his equations, not yet quantifiable, but for that reason, in their own way, more true, more useful. The map is not the territory. Quickly, fighting Granger's crab-wise style, Daniel managed to remember and record this much. Fundamental, world lines can be bundled into larger fundamentals. Below the fundamental are the component lines, which can be elevated to fundamentals by observation, and below these, the harmonics and polyharmonics, which defy observation under usual circumstances, but which rise to prominence in the decaying multiverse. We usually access harmonics and polyharmonics in meditative, imaginative, or dreaming states, but they do not usually rise up to absorb our fundamental line of progress. Yet they contribute. They fill in the sum runners. All stories, all things. Fundamental observers arose in the early multiverse to fix and shore up the most efficient results of sums over history, and to refine the self-propagating nature of the multiverse and create logical simplicity. They are intelligent in a selfless way, but as they do not create, merely justify and refine, they can't be considered gods. Fundamental observers like His thoughts suddenly boiled over and steamed off in a crater field of pain and agitation. He dropped the pencil and slammed his fist on the floor until the pain let up again. He had been trying to remember a name, something to do with memory, apparently. Not a god. A muse.
He struggled to retrieve the pencil and forced his trembling fingers to scrawl more words before they faded completely. Sums over history. Lines, chords, braids, cables, fundamentals, fates. All the possible pathways a particle can take, or a human, an infinite number, spread out through all space and time, weak where improbable, strong where probable, all in the end collapsing into a single energy-efficient path, the most resourceful and simplest world line. No more. Efficiency is turned on its head. The rules are broken. He looked up, lips and jaw slack despite the display of rotting teeth. He could no longer make sense out of what he had just written. He had to act quickly. He had to find a more fortunate strand, a place where Granger lived, a stronger, healthier existence. For days, Daniel had been reluctant to even make the attempt, had shrunk from it with a dream-like recollection of infinite loss and horror, remembering only vaguely what had propelled him out of his self, his home in the first place, what had sent him flying like a gull from a hurricane. Dusk fell over 45th Street as he stalked west into the fading light, marching to the origin of the long shadows, head still spinning. He stopped at the last used bookstore in the area. He had investigated all the others to exhaustion, and now he paced in front of the storefront, the last window display, dusty and unorganized. Following the ache in his gut, he crossed the threshold and tripped the door's hanging bell. The owner, a small, plump woman with white hair and a round face, like a toy granny made of dried apples, got up from her stool and came around the waist-high glass case that served as a counter, making sure he knew she was vigilant. The bookstore cat, orange and fat, looked up from its bed by the cash register and stretched. The register sat on one end of the case in which books of value, more value than the cracked-spine romance novels and bestsellers that made up the store's stock and trade, had been arranged in proud display, a volume of Richard Halliburton's travels, Nancy Drew mysteries with dust wrappers, an old Oxford Bible bound in scuffed leather. Daniel's gaze moved slowly to the last volume in the case, propped on the far right of the bottom shelf, a thick trade paperback. The title and author, in faded red letters, were almost invisible, but he squinted and read, Cryptids and Their Discoverers, by David Bandel. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He could almost see the book through his eyelids, glowing like a coal. Bending over, he tapped the glass case with a dirty finger. "How much for that one?" he asked. "I don't bargain," the apple granny said, still suspicious. She made no move to open the case. "Do you have money?" He did. He did. He did. He did. $9 from standing by the freeway until his back knotted, his legs went numb, and his head turned to clay. His breath smelled like gas fumes. "Some. I hope it's not too expensive." "It's a first edition," the apple granny claimed, her eyes like blue flints. "How much?" Daniel persisted. "Probably too much." "Could you look, please?" The owner wrinkled her nose, shrugged, lifted the lace shawl from her shoulder, and slid open the back of the case. Stooping with an expressive grunt, she drew out the book and straightened, clutching it to her bosom. Daniel had never seen Bandel's volumes so thick. The gray stratum of plates was as wide as a finger. Lifting her glasses, the woman opened the cover with plump, dry fingers. $15, she said. "I have 9. I'll pay you 9. "I don't bargain," she repeated with a sniff. Daniel afforded the woman an apologetic, tight-lipped smile.
It's dusty. Looks like it's been there a while.
She squinted at the date penciled below the price. Something relented. A little stiffness went out of her.
Do you really want this book?
He nodded.
A childhood favorite. Takes me back to better days.
This book has resided in my special case for precisely 3 years, she said. It's dusty, but I've never seen another copy. I'll let you have it for 15.
9 is all I have, Daniel said. Honest.
She leaned back. Her eyes wizened to piggish slits.
You're the fellow begs up by the freeway, aren't you?
It seemed that everyone knew Charles Granger. Daniel smiled wide, showing all his teeth, uneven, brown, and cracked, and coughed out a fetor. The owner's moment of compassion instantly faded, but to get him out of the store, she sold him the book, and all it cost was all the money he had in the world. Back in the dark house, he carried the book into the living room, where he sat with a groan on the broken cane chair, every bone grinding, and studied the spine. Such a fat edition, larger by far than any he had owned before. Sitting hurt too much, so he stretched out on the floor to read by the light of a candle, then pushed up to elbows and knees, and finally crouched and rocked slowly on a cushion in the corner. Now he had the book, rich and full of detail, bloated, he thought as he thumbed the pages, and he could examine it in his own good time, if he dared. If there was any time left. This was progress of a sort, if learning bad news, very bad news, could be considered progress. And the news was awful indeed. Inch-long fleas. Prehistoric mammals found in New Guinea. Real Bigfoot scat and Bigfoot hair found in Canada and analyzed, DNA proof that the old gentleman was real, a distant offshoot of human beings. He studied the listing index, skipping to the middle. Flying nightmare in New Jersey pine barrens, wingspan of 2 meters, species unknown, perhaps dragonfly. Garden of Eden in New Guinea, 300 new species found there, 15 new species of lemur, including fist-sized gliding lemur. Giant true rats, weighing 50 kilograms, found in Borneo. Gigantopithecus, skull located in museum collection in Vienna, 10-foot-tall gorilla. Living specimens sighted in Cambodia. Hairy fishes, found with mammal-like hair follicles. Homo floresiensis, human relative, 1 meter tall, used fire, tools, hunted pygmy elephants with tiny spears. Human-faced crabs in Thailand and Sri Lanka, back of shells bear remarkable likenesses of faces of drowning victims. Hymenoptera, bees learn to use sign language in their dance. Indigo bat, size of eagle, found in Mexico. Kuan Yu, squirrel rat species extinct for 11 million years, discovered in Laos. Quran frogs, Iraqi marshes, croak God is great in Arabic, with abbreviated surahs readable in dorsal skin markings. Sea scorpions, eurypterids, found off Madagascar, length 3 meters, allegedly extinct for hundreds of millions of years, largest invertebrate ever. Natives prize their flesh, sweet and fragrant, claim to have hunted them since time began. He flipped to the beginning of the list. Epiornis, captured in Tasmania, flightless bird, 20 feet tall, eats goats, sheep, lays eggs size of 2 basketballs. Then down, cathedral termites, exported around nation with wood-chip debris from hurricane-ravaged Gulf Coast, build nests shaped like Chartres, Notre Dame. He let the book flop shut, his hands trembling. Cryptids and lazarids, hidden beasts, and beasts suddenly and unexpectedly resurrected by the thousands from the distant past. The listing index by itself ran for 100 pages. Given his past reckoning that roughly half of the reports in Bandle were substantially incorrect or falsified, he estimated that there were still over 1,000 reliable listings, twice as many as before, when the darkness and dust closed in, and he had been forced to flee. Unlikely things were gathering like shadows around a guttering campfire, ringing in the bright, rational, scientific world he had always valued and doubted. He would need to find allies, and if at all possible, another host, a new body, stronger, healthier, younger. He thumped his head against the wall, feeling the snake in his guts coil as if angry at this disrespect. He could not do it alone. He doubted he had the focus and strength of will to leap so far again, and what was coming would be worse than before. He opened the book to the introduction. Bandle wrote, "This latest edition incorporates well over 500 new listings, a greater increase than any past edition, gathered in a period of just 3 years. This brings up a very non-scientific question. Has someone opened a door to the past, jamming us all together, extinct beasts, impossible beasts, unlikely and yet too real?" Soaked and racked by fever, Daniel reached the physics building on the University of Washington campus at 3 the next afternoon. He searched the ground-floor directories, then began his hunt through the hallways, peering at nameplates outside office doors, looking for the one fellow who might understand, the most vulnerable fellow he knew, and the most curious, an old friend. Chapter 25. Capitol Hill. Penelope seldom emerged from her bedroom, and Glaucus never intruded unless it was strictly necessary. The low, constant buzz and his partner's gentle murmurs of control and consolation told him all he needed to know. What lay beyond that closed and locked door was not safe, even for him. Perhaps the hardest task he faced most days was keeping his partner happy. The changes within Glaucus were subtle, but Penelope had lost so much over the past 30 years, not just the lure of her femininity, her beauty and her youth, but the last feeble spark of her intellect, as Glaucus had shaped her into the wondrous, compliant tool she now was. Glaucus flipped out the London Times he had bought at the newsstand on University Way, sucked his cigar with slit-eyed satisfaction, and read through the headlines. A large black leather lounge chair supported his relaxed, chunky torso, one short, thick leg bent at the knee, slippered foot on the floor, the other leg propped on the ottoman, small, precise toes twitching slowly as he read. In over a century and a half, he had acquired an eye for many sorts of patterns, economic, political, philosophical, even scientific. The instincts he had learned as a chancer and companion to the rich and ambitious still served him. Over the decades, he'd laid up riches. One had to be prudent. All employers failed in the end, failed their employees, and usually failed in their manifold endeavors, leaving one without means, unless one was prudent, unless one recognized patterns and knew what to do with them. Ashes dropped to his silk jacket. He flicked and smeared and brushed them with his thick fingers, thatched with curly gray hairs to the first knuckle, and beyond,
and around that hair calluses of varying size, density, and shape, which no doubt Mr. Sherlock Holmes would have enjoyed analyzing. Glaucus had in his long life earned a living in so many different ways, accumulating scars from cockspurs, dog bites, rat bites, the nicks and marks and slams of human teeth, bites, and strikes. Fighting had also cocked his nose and thickened his ears. Perhaps most interesting to a consulting detective, layered on the tips and sides of his fingers like tree rings, were the calluses of a mortal man's lifetime of the concealing, switching, rotating, and rolling of coins and cards. And he no longer possessed fingerprints. He had lost them before the turn of the previous century. Decades of waiting in the half-dark had added fat all the way up his pink and pale olive arms, across his rolled back and thickened hips and legs. So many reminders of use and abuse, scars never quite fading. How much longer could it go on? Still wheezing along, his body an engine blessed with incredible fortitude, but his breath shallow, conserved. He might live forever, but he had been smoking for decades, and his lungs were not happy. No, quite clogged, in fact. There might soon come a time of purging and revival. No more vices, long weeks of hiking and exercise, eating little, smoking not at all, clearing his tissues of the dross of the last 50 years, a monkish process which he loathed on general principle. Might, but he doubted it. Glaucus's life had been extended by misdirection and cheat, and of course by the mistress's touch. So much history, so much insight, and for what? He saw himself as the ugly main exhibit in a museum of oddities. When would Maxwell Glaucus be cut loose, his fortitude excised, gift withdrawn as a condition of unemployment? The room was dark but for the light that shined directly on the creamy paper now creased over his lap. The phone had been silent all day, and before that there was nothing but crank calls from the curious and the rude, the drunken, the bored, and the unsound of mind, his usual correspondence. Still, he knew the patterns. There was a reason Maxwell Glaucus had come to the Northwest and settled in Seattle. He could feel all the ripples in the local human ocean, like the passages of tiny, sharp-prowed boats through the general swirl and stir of mismanaged destinies. 7 years of travel across the continent, driving endless miles beside his solitary and unlovely partner. His eyelids slumped. He was slipping into his morning nap. He would awaken in a few minutes, refreshed and alert. But for now, there was only the drowse, an overwhelming need for a brief swim across Lethe. The buzzing in the bedroom, the silence of his own stuffy room, the soft comfort of a leather chair. He stared vaguely at the black phone on its stand, watery gray eyes turning in toward the bulbous nose, vision blurring. Both eyes suddenly shot wide, and his spine stiffened. Someone had brushed the front door to their apartment. He could see or imagine knuckles lifted, poised, and then a sharp rap, followed by a quick, deep voice, like gravel rolling at the bottom of a muddy stream. "I know you're in there, Max Glaucus. Open to me. Old times and old rules." Glaucus expected no visitors. "Coming?" he said, and rose swiftly to his feet. Before answering, he rapped lightly on Penelope's door. The buzzing stopped. "Someone's here, my darling," he said. "Are we proper?" Chapter 26.
University District. "I don't know you. I don't know anyone by that name," Fred Johnson said to the wasted, sick-looking man leaning on his porch.
"I understand," Daniel said. "I know you, though. Or someone a lot like you."
His voice was rough and shallow. He was exhausted after his hike from the university. The former Charles Granger rose 2 inches taller than Fred Johnson, who stood about 5'10", including a shock of black hair arching back from a high forehead. Johnson looked up at his unexpected visitor with as much patience as Daniel could have expected from any man under the circumstances.
"I need a few minutes to explain," Daniel said. "You probably won't believe me, so I'll leave after I'm done, but I thought if anyone might understand, it would be you. I'm glad you're still here. That's pretty amazing, actually."
"You looked me up in the phone book, right?"
"I went by the university," Daniel said. "Maybe all physicists stay the same in all possible worlds. Maybe physicists tie up the important threads."
He held out his long arms, pulled back dirty sleeves, and grinned, showing rotten teeth. Johnson looked him over, trying to hide his disgust, and decided he was not a threat, just peculiar. "I don't do a lot of physics," he said. "Tell me what you need. A little money?"
"It's not about money. It's about knowledge. I know things you'll want to know."
Johnson snapped his fingers. "You're the guy off the freeway. The beggar." His expression reverted to contempt. "Don't tell me you're shaking us down in our houses."
"I need someone to listen. Someone who might know what I'm talking about. You can help me figure out whether it's going to happen. Or, more likely, when."
Johnson's cheeks were pinking. Impatient, irritated, more than a little concerned. Feeling protective of someone else in the house, someone important to him.
"Most people don't know what the indicators are," Daniel said, "but things in this strand are definitely going wrong."
Johnson screwed up his face. "If you don't want money, we're done. I don't have a lot of time."
"None of us do, Fred."
Johnson lowered his voice and glanced left toward the kitchen. "Get off my porch." Daniel tried to read this reaction. The words were strong, but Johnson was not a violent man. Daniel knew he couldn't afford to be punched in the face or hauled in by the cops. He wasn't at all well. At the very least, he needed a hospital, a good doctor, and at the most, he needed Fred. A woman walked up behind Johnson, curious. Younger, late 20s, with reddish blonde hair cut short, high cheeks, a long chin, fresh-looking, pretty. "Who's come calling, honey?" she asked, and put both hands on Fred's shoulder, sizing up Daniel. Daniel blinked aside tears and tried desperately to focus.
"Mary," he said. "My God, you married him. That's different. That's great."
Her eyes changed instantly. "How do you know us?" she asked, voice hard. "Close the door, Fred."
"Mary, it's me. Daniel."
His knees buckled, and he leaned on the door jamb. "Jesus," she said. "He's going to be sick." Sliding slowly, trying to hang on, Daniel said,
"Just give me some water. Let me rest. I know it's crazy. I might be out of my head, but I know both of you."
"I sure as hell don't know you," Mary said, but she went to fetch some water, while Johnson helped prop Daniel up. "Why'd you pick our porch, buddy?" Fred asked. "You don't look good, and you sure as hell don't smell good. We should just call an ambulance or the cops."
"No," Daniel said, emphatic. "I've been walking all day. I'll go away after we talk, please."
He reached into his big jacket pocket and brought out the Bandle. He fanned the pages.
"Look at this. Cryptids. Lazarids. So many. It won't be long."
Mary returned with a glass of water. Daniel drank quickly. She had curled her right hand into a fist, and he couldn't see a ring.
"I won't make a mess. Mary, I'm so happy to see you. Are you two married? Living together?
None of your business, Mary said. Who the hell are you?
I'm your brother. I'm Daniel.
Mary's face turned red, and her brows wrinkled. Her eyes went flat. She was no longer pretty. "Get out of here," she demanded. "God damn it, get off our porch!" "You better move along, buddy," Fred said. "What the lady says."
"Something must have happened,"
Daniel said, looking between them, his vision fogging.
"What was it? What happened to me?"
"If you mean my brother, he died when he was 19 years old, Mary said. "And good riddance, the bastard. I'm calling the police." Chapter 27. Mr. Whitlow had changed considerably across the long century. To the young and desperate Max Glaucus, he had once been friendly enough and kind in his stern way. In those faded brown days, Mr. Whitlow, Glaucus never learned his first name, had been a tidy but conservative dresser, slight in stature but with a good strong voice, physically strong as well, for all his apparent middle years. And of course that club foot, which still didn't seem to slow him down. Now, Mr. Whitlow's face appeared pinched and pale in the hallway's yellow light, and his eyes loomed large and black as a moonless night. He wore a tight gray suit with a narrow collar, white cuffs, links studded with large garnets, narrow black shoes. He had cut his glossy black hair straight across, and the white flesh of his neck skinnied above an awkward and hastily knotted bow tie. He carried a fedora now rather than a bowler, and stood at the front door with an air of nervous submission, lips wormed into an angular smile that pushed up his high cheeks, but somehow did not pinch his eyes, giving him the look of a ghost-train maniac. "Do you remember me, Max?" he asked.
"Mr. Whitlow," Glaucus said. "Please come in."
His visitor did not enter, even as Glaucus stood back. Instead, his wide eyes slowly surveyed the room beyond. It was Shank who had referred him to Mr. Whitlow, and Whitlow who introduced him to the Moth, the elusive blind man in the old empty manor in Borehamwood outside London. The blind man had approved him for service to the livid mistress. "I am here at the behest of Mr. Shank," Whitlow said. "He informs me that you have recently arrived, and already you have flipped the heart of one of our operatives."
"Ah,"
Glaucus said, feeling his body go gelid. The mistress's implied disapproval could do that to the strongest of men.
"I have never been punished for weeding our fertile ground."
"Circumstance changes," Whitlow said. "You have reduced our company in a crucial time."
"I work my territory alone, Mr. Whitlow,"
Glaucus restated with low dignity. Slowly he was coming to realize the dreamlike impropriety of this meeting, and what that might signal. That his intuition had been correct. A noose was being cinched. Otherwise, why reveal so much? For now he knew that Mr. Shank still lived, still worked, and still found favor with the Chalk Princess, despite his apparent absorption in the most dreadful gape that Glaucus had ever experienced, that dark day of August 9th, 1924, in Reims. "There are discreet ways to make inquiries," Whitlow said. Glaucus knew he was being toyed with.
"I have worked unsupervised for 9 decades. I speak with my employer only when there is a delivery. My last delivery was several years ago, and there was no mention of change."
Penelope watched through the crack of her bedroom door. Sensing Glaucus's quiet anger, Whitlow still refused to enter. Hunters always visit with caution, approach with deliberation. His smile had not changed, however. Glaucus wondered if the elder collector had become a marionette, a dandled sacrifice to hostility. Not that he had ever witnessed such a thing, or even heard of it, but nothing could be ruled out. where their livid mistress was concerned.
"How has it been for you, my boy?" Whitlow said, his throat bobbing.
"Fair to middling," Glaucus said. "And you, sir?"
"Brambles, thorns, and nettles," Whitlow said. "So many have been recalled, and yet here we are. Have you visited the home country?"
"Not for years. Built up, I hear."
"Unbearably. We have lived too long, Max."
"You're welcome to come in if you wish, sir. My partner is under control."
"Kindly spoken, Max. I will make my report, issue my invitation, and then we will be done for today."
Whitlow grinned. His teeth were mottled ivory perfection.
"It is good to know you are well. Refreshes so many memories."
"Indeed, sir."
Whitlow drew himself up, and his smile crackled and straightened. "We have all been brought here. All."
Glaucus quickly calculated how many that might be, based on years of speculation and observation. Dozens, certainly, perhaps hundreds.
"I am told little beyond that," Whitlow said. "But I trust we are now clear how important your territory has become, fortunately for you. We have reports, and so do they."
"They?" Glaucus asked. Penelope cleared her throat from the other room, listening behind the door. Whitlow solemnly shook his head.
"We have both kissed Our Lady's hem, and Our Lady's hem sweeps close. How much do you already know, young Mr. Glaucus, sly Nimrod that you are?"
Glaucus's small eyes grew wider, though no match for Whitlow's. "Is it over?" he asked, his throat dry.
"Terminus is a possibility."
"Are the some runners here?"
"I am told, and feel, and feel, and feel, and feel, a quorum will soon occupy our time. I beg of you, young Shikari, do not remove more colleagues. Your thread is mine, and mine is wound inextricably with the moths, our great conveyor. We are united in one fate."
Whitlow bowed and backed away, never letting Glaucus out of his sight.
"Must hurry on. Many hock shops to visit."
"Indeed, sir."
"Close and lock the door, Max," Whitlow said. "Let me hear the deadbolt shot home."
"Of course," Glaucus said. "Apologies."
He closed the door, latched it, and listened for the familiar off-center punk thump of Whitlow's step as he hastened to the stairs. Even then Max's fingers twitched to do the old man a mischief. Chapter 28. Wallingford. After 4 hours of talk in the living room, preceded by a bowl of chicken broth, a glass of milk, and a glass of red wine, all of which Daniel gratefully accepted, Mary pulled her husband aside in the hallway to the kitchen and whispered harshly into his reddening ear. "What in hell are you doing? The man's sick. He's been stalking us. He thinks he's my brother, for God's sake, my dead brother." Fred was clearly chagrined, but could not contain his enthusiasm. "All true, but you should listen to what he's been saying. I'm writing it down. He may be the most brilliant man I've ever met." "What's so brilliant?" "Fourier transforms phi of k and r maximum deviations from zero-energy states of overlapping discretely variable systems." "Crazy talk." "Is it?" Fred pulled back, indignant. "He's feeling better, Mary. Your soup is pulling him through. He's had a hard time since he came here." "Came here? To our house?" "Crossed over. He's relaxed. He's just getting started explaining to me. This could be something big. He's talking about alternate worlds, Fred." Fred made a wry face. "Nothing new to physics. And that may be crazy, but it's the math. He's either read unique stuff or done the work himself, ideas and solutions I've never heard of. Some of it's even more brilliant than Souto's solution for minimum total energy.
Consider an infinite lattice of branching and debranching lines, each capable of producing another lattice. You'd think that would be totally intractable, but the secret is the branches don't last. They sum to the least energy and greatest probability, the greatest efficiency. He said something so utterly brilliant it was stupid. He said, "Dark matter is stuff waiting to happen."
Mary observed her husband over tightly folded arms, her lips growing thinner with each passing word.
He wrote down some equations. Sure, it's alternate worlds, but it's also the most efficient states of protein motion and interaction, stacking solutions for sand and salt crystals, perhaps even distributions and probabilities for sparticle production and high-energy accelerators. Mary, if you don't like it, please just butt out. Go read or bake bread or something. The man's a gold mine.
His wife's eyes went round.
Have you even asked him why he knows so much about us?
Fred's nostrils flared. You won't like the answer.
Try me. He knows what happened before Daniel died. Some of the stuff you've told me. I didn't prompt him. He volunteered. That wouldn't be impossible to learn. Have you told anyone about how you sprayed silver paint all over your terrier when it bit you?
Mary glared, and tears came to her eyes.
Right, Fred said. He knows about your older brother. He knows what your father was like.
Mary's face took on a yearning pain. Worse than not believing was not wanting to believe.
Does he know how Daniel died? That wouldn't be logical. You must have told somebody, she said, working up to anger. I never told anyone. Take it to the bank, Mary. He knows about you and your family. But not much matches up after he died, after Daniel died. I mean, this Daniel, he didn't die, and in his world, we never got married. Even if it is a delusion, it's brilliant. I won't say I'm convinced, but I do need to listen. Please, Mary. He gently squeezed her rope-taut forearm. Maybe he'll just tie himself in logical knots and we can boot him out or call the cops and hand him over.
She seemed to soften, but it might have been exhaustion.
I could ask him some really hard questions. He'd fail. You know that. He gets agitated when you're around. Sad. And energetic. His health isn't the best.
Her shoulders sagged.
How much longer? Could go all night. He can sleep on the couch. It would be a luxury compared with what he's used to. Please, Mary.
The look she gave him, hurt, puzzled, angry, he mirrored in his own features, but his eyes were fixed, examining. This made it clear to her that Fred was going to be stubborn.
Find out who he really is, she murmured. He's lying. He's crazy. And even if he were my brother, you know I wouldn't talk to him. Daniel was an unbelievable bastard. That's why John killed him. To save the rest of us. To save me. You remember that, don't you? Sure, Fred said too quickly, and patted her shoulder. But like you keep saying, he can't be your brother, right? Why don't you get to bed and let me handle him? I don't want him under our roof. He scares me, Fred. He's scaring me too, honey, with how smart he is.
She climbed the stairs to the upper bedroom, leaving Fred in the hall, staring at the prints he'd made from photographs Mary had taken in Geneva and Brookhaven, where they had lived and where her father had worked 20 years ago. The remains of a spiderweb draped from one of the prints, shadows of silken lines drifting apart and rejoining in a draft of heater air flowing down the hall. Fred followed those shadows, separating and coming together in rippling cycles until his eyes blurred. Then he hurried to continue his talk with the stranger sitting in their living room, but first he stopped in the bathroom and dabbed a fingertip of mentholatum under each nostril. Daniel or Charles, whoever he might be, stunk to high heaven. The evening progressed to morning and to drinking. Soda water for Daniel, scotch for Fred. Fred was enjoying a half-drunken fever of speculation. How could you,
end up in someone else's body? Did you transfer your soul? Is there such a thing as a spirit that can be passed on?
I don't know, Daniel said. It's never happened to me before.
Not that I'd remember. Something to do with these world lines? Fred asked, his face flushed. Could we develop an equation to describe it? Daniel watched him closely.
Perhaps, he said.
One world line is severed, cut free, and flies around and connects up with the closest similar world line, Fred said, like splicing DNA, or wires in a cable. I don't know how, just a metaphor. What do you remember from your past? He asked, frowning sharply at the sudden importance of this question. Daniel looked around the room and shrugged.
Less and less, he said. Some of it is pretty foggy.
Fred planted his elbows on his knees and slowly spun the glass of scotch. Until now, you've relied on the memories of varieties of yourself, but you can't do that anymore. You can't take all your physical memories with you. This body, it's not you. You're coasting on the bump of memories from the transfer, and they're fading. Daniel agreed. Exactly, Fred said, enthused by his own ingenuity. If any of it's true, then it logically follows.
I've been writing things down, Daniel said.
My wife, if you are Daniel, I mean, my wife could supply important memories from your past. Not that such an arrangement would make up for all you've lost, but it would be better than nothing. Daniel lowered his gaze, suddenly worried that this intelligent man would think his way through to the final solution, what must inevitably happen. Fortunately, Fred seemed more interested in theory, not threat, not actual danger. How many people have this talent? Fred asked.
I'm not the only one.
Fred's eyes gleamed. If other world lines are being eaten up, destroyed, or changed, maybe people like you are migrating here, escaping from other eaten-up world lines. You could tell how close your own line is to being destroyed by counting the people like you when they start arriving, if you could find them. I mean, how many would actually confess to displacing other people and taking over?
Makes sense, Daniel said.
You look dragged out, Fred said.
I am.
It's late. We need to talk more about those Mersovin solutions. Why not stay here? A couch can't be worse than an abandoned house.
Generous offer, Daniel said.
Well, I'm intrigued, Fred said. We'll continue tomorrow, after my classes.
Let's sleep on it, Daniel said. We'll get together later.
14 zeros. Chapter 29. The Tears. Their first evening in Tiadba's niche, the love-making was brief, promising, not what Jebrassy had hoped for. They fell back into attitudes of patience, waiting for what they could not know. The seal outside the open end of the niche darkened from gray to blue-black. Small lights gleamed in the darkness, beautiful, familiar, unreal. Eventually, at her gentle prodding, Jebrassy spoke more of his straying, his suspicion that whoever entered him in dreams did not come from the Kalpa, did not stay long, and left little evidence of his nature. I think he could be from the past. She watched him across the pads and coverlets she had arranged for their tryst.
But I don't know anything for certain, Jebrassy said.
He could be from the future, or maybe he's a messenger from the chaos.
Mine's from the past,
Tiadba whispered, eyes wide with mystery.
She doesn't know how we live. But wherever they're from, I think they know each other.
Under her direct gaze, Jebrassy burrowed into the coverlets in confusion. In muffled tones he said, I've written a message. If he should take over while I'm here, with you, show it to him. Tiadba dug him out and lay next to him, and both looked through the open end of the niche at the velvety black roof of their world.
"How is it possible?" Tiadba asked. "What's happening out there? Why do they keep us ignorant?"
They left the far tip of the third aisle and crossed to the grocery fields. The seal flushed orange and dimmed to gray at the horizon, signaling the onset of sleep, but the fields were still active with red and black peeds gathering ripe fruit. These pushed along on parallel blurs of dozens of active feet between the tight rows of bushes and low, wide trees. Every few dozen yards, peed tenders clucked and whistled, announcing the location of pickup baskets and carts. A single warden, stubbed glassy veins thrusting from its smooth gray thorax, hovered between the road and the edge of the closest grove. It hummed to itself and ignored them as they passed, just as Tiadba had predicted. The peeds climbed arched trellises beside the baskets and dropped their loads with trills and purrups of satisfaction. The tenders gathered the baskets and rolled the carts to the huts, where packers and cooks put them up for the next day's meals. This way, the ancient breed and the tears fed themselves, though the peeds did the sowing and most of the pruning and hauling. A mile and a half from the distribution center, Jebrassy and Tiadba left the road, now a worn dirt path, and hiked across acres of fallow ruts, not yet sowed with a new crop, through the thin forest that surrounded all the farms. A short time later they arrived at an elevated slab, piled high with worn farm machines and utensils, broken or outmoded long generations before. Jebrassy was sure the peeds had not always done the greater share of gathering. These machines, rusted and caked with age, might once have performed such tasks. Making sure they weren't followed, Tiadba gave him a leg up, and he handed her, in turn, onto the slab. From there, she guided him from there, she guided him from there, she guided him from there, she guided through crumbling boxes until they came to a bare hole in the middle of the slab, perhaps 4 miles from the block where they both lived. They descended a peculiar ladder-way, rungs arranged in a spiral along a deep shaft with an odd bend that after 20 yards turned the shaft into a level tunnel, still equipped with rungs but more suited to large peeds than to breeds. It brought them downward and across to a part of the tiers he had never heard of, a storage area long abandoned, and apparently now used only for such clandestine meetings as these. Tiadba informed him, her face shining with excitement at the conspiracy of it all, that the wardens never came here. "That grove warden ignored us. Don't you think that's odd? We were out where we shouldn't be, near dusk." Jebrassy admitted that was odd. "Some think they've been ordered to stay away. Some think we're supposed to do what we're doing." Jebrassy did not disagree out loud, but he was full of disagreeing thoughts. He wanted to be defiant, not to fit into anybody's plan. And when they actually arrived at the small round room, lit by 3 ancient greenish lights that shined on the circled faces of the chosen marchers, he felt like a fool for love. Tiadba was an utterly marvelous glow, no doubt about it, but her stubbornness was more than a match for his own. She thought little about his feelings, but always about the goal, that is, her goal. And her goal right now, above all things, including his love, was the march. She had literally roped him into this meeting, tied a rope around his waist before they left the middle tiers in case he fell, as they descended the ladder-way, and even now tugged him forward to sit with the group around the perimeter, waiting for the leader, the elderly Sama, whose name was Grain. The circle focused on the waiting dimness at the center. "She never disappoints," a young male confided to Jebrassy, as he and Tiadba pushed back and huddled, shoulder to shoulder with the others.
Jebrassy wondered if the breed was referring to Tiadba, and he was prepared to take offense. But it soon became apparent he referred to Grain herself, the old female. They all squatted, then fell back and sat against the wall, and soon Jebrassy felt a cold, ancient oppression. He did not like this place. Whatever his enthusiasm for joining a march, all the mystery and concealment struck him as contrived. "Strange place," he whispered to Tiadba. She acted as if she hadn't heard. "There could be chairs, a table." "We never leave signs," Tiadba said, and the young male beside him nodded agreement. "If the warden has never come here, why worry?" "It's the form," the male said, giving him an irritated nudge. "It's the way the march is always done." "It wouldn't be my way," Jebrassy muttered. "What would you do?" the male asked, his face clouding. He leaned forward to catch a glimpse of Tiadba's reaction, but she was studiously ignoring the whole exchange, and that irritated Jebrassy even more. "I'd go out there by myself, or with a group of people I know and trust, well-trained." "And who would lead?" "I would." The male chortled. "Where would you get your equipment?" he asked. "He doesn't know anything about the equipment," Tiadba said. "Then why bring him? We're almost ready. This is supposed to be an experienced group." "Because Grain requested it." Only a partial truth. The male thought this over, then with a shrug asked, "What's his name?" "Jebrassy." "The fighter?" The young male bumped Jebrassy's arm again, this time with his elbow. "I've seen you." "My name's Denboard." He pointed to two other males. "That's Perf and Mocked. We're friends. We wanted to fight, but the march is more important." The others, not yet introduced, touched their noses and glanced at each other in accord. Fighters were to be pitied, however amusing fights might be. "Quiet," Tiadba said. "She's coming." The circle had left a gap near the tunnel entrance. The air was sharp and close. Jebrassy began to sweat. A small female entered, nearly a foot shorter than Tiadba, elderly and stooped. It was the Sama he had met in the market. She moved slowly and carefully, using a staff, and two younger females in gray long shirts and slippers followed, carrying baskets. Fruit was passed, trops, not yet ripe but full of juice, and dried chaff for chewing. The group refreshed itself, while the old female squatted in the middle of the chamber, the dark eyes in her worn, plain face searching the circle until they came to Tiadba, her lips softening their hard line, and then to Jebrassy. She gave him a firm nod. One of the younger females brought up a short stool, on which Grain sat with a sigh, and completed the inspection. "Is this a trick? She can't be a march leader, she's so old. Why hasn't the bleak warden come for her?" Jebrassy felt his face tighten into a frown, and forced himself to relax. He did not want to reveal any more than he had to. 20 have been chosen," Grain began. 4 from this group, 16 elsewhere. The Kalpa is forever, but we are new. We are youth and newness. We are not pets, not toys. We are hope, kept bottled until needed. And now the cap is pulled. We are needed. No one else in the Kalpa has the will to cross the chaos. "No one else," the group intoned. We send our marchers through the gates, across the border of the real into mystery, to find our lost cousins and to free ourselves." "What's out there beyond the Kalpa?" Grain asked softly. "Does anybody really know?" Jebrassy shook his head, his eyes held by her black, intense glare. "Do you?" she asked him directly. "No." "And so we all give up to mystery, to the unknown, to save ourselves from suffocation. Are you with us?"
"Yes," Jebrassy said. Grain studied him, then got up from the bench, reached into the pocket of her robe, and produced a small bag. The old Sama walked around the chamber, handing out little square tabs to everyone except Jebrassy.
"We'll meet one more time before the march. Everyone will go now except the fighter and Tiadba."
Tiadba helped Grain along the pipe to the surface. Jebrassy followed. The three of them stood there for a moment, while Grain's breathing slowed.
"Everything you know is wrong, young fighter," she said.
The others in the group had already spread out over the rutted fallow field, and then down the path through the low groves, slinking past the solitary and unmoving warden, its veins glowing a faint and pulsing blue in the darkness. The peeds had curled into glinting, twitching bundles in the near dark to conserve heat.
"I know I'm ignorant," Jebrassy said, keeping his voice low, "but I'm not stupid."
Grain reached out and took Jebrassy's jaw in her strong, knobby fingers. She twisted his face toward her, eyes darting.
"Tiadba tells me your visitor knows nothing of the tears or the Kalpa. Where do you think he comes from?"
Jebrassy did not pull away.
"Tiadba probably knows more about him than I do." "Never mind,"
Grain said, and shivered in the cooling air.
"Let's walk."
The Sama's niche was humble enough. She dwelt in the lowest tier of the third aisle's main block, within a kind of support column, surrounded by ancient, silent machinery, great hulks of smooth hardness, lumbering, dark, and unrevealing of the tasks they had once performed. The niche's furnishings were equally humble: a few dun-colored blankets and cushions, a small box where she kept her food, and a larger box equipped with a finger lock. She offered them water, and they sat quietly as she touched the box, opened it, and removed. A book. A real book, bound in green, with letters on its spine and its front cover. It was the first real book, loose and whole, they had ever seen. Tiadba let out her breath as if someone had knocked her in the stomach. Jebrassy kept his expression under tight control, unsure once again what either of these two females were up to, perhaps no good. Perhaps they were part of a trap laid by the tall ones to entice foolish young breeds. His mind raced through confusion after confusion, and then he looked at Tiadba, and realized that she was as entranced as he. Grain clutched the book to her bosom, and stepped slowly toward them.
"I love these dangerous, impossible things above all else in the tears," she said, holding it out in both hands and opening it for their inspection. "Isn't it lovely?"
Jebrassy longed to hold it, but did not dare reach out. The cover had been worked with flowers of types unlike any he had ever seen in the produce fields, placed around a design that attracted his eyes immediately, a cross circled by interlaced, apparently whirling bands. Tiadba glanced at him. He nodded. This design was familiar, though they had never seen it before. "Is it from the shelves in the upper tiers?" Tiadba asked. "Those books aren't real," Jebrassy said. "I've tried to pull them out. They're just decoration." Grain circled 2 fingers over the book and pursed her lips, blowing out her cheeks with a snorking whuff.
"Miles and miles of temptation and futility. A curiosity, I think, that we instinctively love books, yet can't have them, can't read them, can't do more than look at their spines, cemented into those awful, wonderful shelves."
She solemnly laid the book on a small table between them.
"Touch it. It's very old, very sturdy. It's been waiting to be of use for many thousands of lives. You can't harm it."
Tiadba had tears in her eyes as she lifted the book and smelled its cover. "Can you read it?" she asked Grain. The Sama held up one finger. "Yes."
"Some of us have translated pages, many pages."
"How?" Jebrassy asked. Grain beamed.
"Of all my strange instructions and duties, I love this part most of all. There is a secret so wonderful that no one will believe you if you tell them, so don't bother. Once, when we were quite young, my creche sisters and I made up a game. We climbed to the upper tiers, then ran along the impossible shelves. We laughed and leaped and pulled at the unmoving spines, top shelves, bottom shelves, one up, one down, center shelves, tugged on the odd, unyielding volumes for hours, laughing and leaping and failing and falling and laughing some more. No one expected we would ever succeed, but we believed, as children will, that if we felt so attracted to them, if there were so many children's stories and legends about books, there must be some truth behind them, something behind the tantalizing spine backs.
Grain squatted slowly. In private, her movements more obviously painful. Jebrassy wondered if he would live long enough to feel that sort of pain. She's the oldest breed I've ever seen. For the first time, he caught himself thinking that a visit from the bleak warden might be a blessing, not a thing to be feared.
I wasn't the first to find it, our first loose book on the shelves. It was my best friend, Lacidin, full of curiosity, fastest of all my sisters. A spark among glows, you males say. To me, she was a flame.
Grain closed her eyes.
The bleak warden claimed her long ago, but she was the first to solve that riddle, watching in her brightness, always watching, all the time, seeing things we did not, puzzling it through, running, leaping, tugging, until she got it right. 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 Right.
Grain lifted a crooked finger and hooked at empty air, reliving the moment.
Lacidin grabbed a spine, just the right spine, and before our eyes she pulled down a book. That surprised her so much she fell and landed on her butt. The book flopped open on the dusty floor, revealing a page covered with letters from an ancient alphabet, some familiar, most not. All of my creche sisters, there were 4 of us, families could be larger then, gathered around the book and looked, afraid to touch it. 2 ran away. Lacidin and I somehow gathered up the courage to take the book to our family niche, where we hid it from our mare and pair. At first we told no one. And when we returned to that spot in the tiers where the gap had been, we found another book in its place, as false and unyielding as before. We wondered if we had been dreaming, and rushed back to our niches, where Lacidin had placed the book in this old box with its finger lock. By the time we returned to the upper levels a few wakes later, Lacidin had solved the puzzle of the shelves, and the shelves rewarded her, us, for cleverness. We pulled down the second of many, which we then retrieved and hid away with the first.
"How many?" Tiadba asked. Grain tightened her lips and touched the stiff fur on her nose.
"More than one," she said, a faint smile on her lips. "Fewer than a dozen."
"Who loosened the books? Why let anyone look at them?" Jebrassy asked. "I thought the tall ones wanted to keep us ignorant."
"A sophisticated question from our young warrior," Grain said. "I don't know the answer. Some say, however, that a great and powerful citizen, far above the tall ones, created these shelves to honor his daughter, long dead or missing. They may not have been intended for us at all. At any rate, In time the bleak warden came for my sisters, but never for me."
She looked up.
"I am the guardian of Les Siddon's box, and all the books we plucked from the walls, all the books we were allowed to find."
Tiadba turned to the next page in the green book. Her nose drew up in fine wrinkles, and she pushed her chin forward. "I can't read it. The letters are too different."
"They are old. A few are still familiar."
Tiadba followed the lines with her fingers, then said, "Here's one, and another." Delighted, she showed Jebrassy.
"My creche sister Kovleshai was meeker and did not chase the shelves with us, but she knew of antique letter-bugs marked on their wing cases by such letters. We visited the families who kept and prized them, and there we studied the way they formed words and compared how younger bugs with different, newer symbols formed the very same words."
Letterbugs could live many breed lifetimes, and were often passed down for generations.
In time we were able to piece together a syllabary, and from that a beginning dictionary. But even then we could read only a few passages. There are still so many that mean nothing to me, though I've memorized them, as many as will hold still. They seem to change, you know.
Tiadba handed the book to Jebrassy. He, too, examined the first page, and his brow shot up. "Sangmer," he read, drawing his finger under one odd word. "Is this about Sangmer?" Sometimes the teachers told frightening stories to breeds who had misbehaved, some involving a traveler named Sangmer, who died after he strayed beyond his neighborhood.
"Perhaps I haven't been so foolish after all," Grain said, eyes twinkling. "Most of our books speak at many points of Sangmer and Ishanaxad. They were partners, and not always happy ones. A tempestuous pair. What little we can read tells us that ultimately they both vanished in the chaos."
"And what do the other books tell?"
"More puzzling still. They speak of things no breed can understand, of the aging of the world outside this one, and of the decline of all-powerful rulers, and how they were forced to retreat to the Kalpa. There is even a brief history of the last years of what seems to have been a shining brightness in an open sky, something called the sun."
"I'd like to read that," Jebrassy whispered. "I'd like to read them all." He looked around as if afraid that Grain, the niche, the box, these real books, might just vanish in a puff. With her staff, Grain pulled the box toward her.
"These were our books. They were meant for us alone, to guide us. You will find your own books, and they will accompany you to places we could never go. Perhaps they will even finish the great story."
She narrowed her eyes, near exhaustion. Tiadba seemed stunned, but she took the book from Jebrassy, pulled it from his grasping fingers, and handed it to Grain, who returned it to Les Siddon's box. Grain closed the cover and locked it.
"This will be the last march," the old Sama said. "Out there you will go, utterly ignorant, unless you find your books and learn how to read what they contain. You will tell those stories to your fellows. Every march has its stories and instructions. Those are the rules."
"Whose rules?" Jebrassy asked. Grain ignored him. She removed her cloak, revealing thin, bowed shoulders under a smooth black gown, and handed it to Tiadba.
"The Sisterhood made this many lifetimes ago, when we were all young. Look inside. Sewn within the lining, our crude syllabary and a comparison dictionary, all made by referring to the antique letter bugs. Some of those bugs still survive. You must look for them, borrow them, learn your own words, add what you can to our knowledge."
"Why us?" Jebrassy asked.
"Better to ask why you, young warrior," Grain said. "I would have passed this all on to Tiadba. That was my plan, until she chose to be adventurous. For a time, angry with her, I thought I would die with our box locked, taking my revenge against a world that made no more lovely and sensible sisters. But I have my instructions."
"Tall ones?" Jebrassy held his tongue on this question, but still blurted, "You guide the marches. You arrange for equipment. You send them—" He could not untangle this knot.
"True. I have been used, but have always hoped, in my defense, that some day individuals, at least, would return and tell me of what lies beyond the border of the real. None has. How many have I condemned?"
She wiped a tear, then straightened and assumed her Sama mien.
"Here is our secret, what the Sisterhood discovered. Lassitten and I listed the most promising tiers and levels in the syllabary. The false shelves in all the inhabited levels are locked and useless. Only in the deserted levels do they sometimes free a book. Look to those shelves. They are not always the same. Understand why and how, and you will learn what we learned. Now, there's very little time, young breeds," Grain said. "I believe the bleak warden will soon pay me a visit, but before that happens I must arrange this final march."
Jebrassy looked down, excited, confused, and frightened.
"Your first challenge is to learn what you can. So very little, but it might save your lives. Then you will be taken into the flood channels to begin your training."
Chapter 30. All the water of the tiers flowed through this conduit, which vanished in low mists beyond where Jebrassy stood at the edge of the outer meadow. The water made a dismal, sleepy sound as it dropped along its sluice. It was clear and smelled wet and a little sad. He measured with his arms and fingers the distance between the top edge of the sluice and the dirt that surrounded it, that same pebbled, granular, brown-gray soil found everywhere in the tiers. He was still trying to understand everything at once, and it made his head hurt. Farther back, closer to the bridge, the conduit had been higher. Perhaps the water didn't reach the far wall, but vanished into the ground, absorbed as if by a rag. Somehow the ground, granular and rough, sucked it down, spread it out, purified it. Whatever pulls the water, pulls me. And does the ground tug the water in and out the same way it tugs me? I don't know anything about where I live. Confused, frustrated, he felt like striking out. Always his first impulse when he confronted his abysmal ignorance. He stood and turned at the sound of footsteps. At first he couldn't see who it was, over a rise in the meadow, but then he made out Kren's round, shock-furred head. Beside Kren paced 3 young breeds, all wide-eyed with anticipation. Tiadba had said he needed to find 4 helpers, and that she would meet them all at the spiral stair core that rose through the inward end of the first aisle tiers. They were going to visit an abandoned level high in the tiers. They might spend all day searching just a few of the halls that radiated from the stair core, a very small part of the abandoned levels, and with the lights dimmed, a few extra pairs of hands and bright young eyes would certainly be useful. Still, Jebrassy felt uneasy that they would be sharing their rare time together with others, even uneasy about Kren, who had been with him on so many adventures. The young males ran down to the straight road and clustered around him, touching fingers and giving sharp whistles of greeting. "Shul, Nico, Mash, this is Jebrassy," Kren said. "A very unwise and devious breed.
They were impressed. Kren had obviously been filling their heads with nonsense. "You're a warrior," said Shul, the tallest, a gangly young male with wide-spaced eyes and reddish scalp fur. "Not much time for fighting now," Jebrassy said. "He has a glow to fill his empty hours," Kren said, and Jebrassy shot him a look. Kren danced aside as if he had thrown a rock. The young breeds were breathless. "What are we looking for?" Nico asked. He was pale, his hair and fur silver, his eyes light blue, handsome enough, but with a high, piping voice. "Is there food buried out here? Strange things the wardens hide?" "Nothing like that," Jebrassy said. "We're going to search an empty level in the tiers." "Looking for dream ghosts?" Mash asked. He was a strong, square-headed youngster, the youngest, Jebrassy guessed, but also the largest. Breeds sometimes told their young a tween-light tale that the most beautiful dreams broke free when one awoke and flew off to hide in the deserted levels, where they might be gathered in baskets and brought back to sweeten future nights. Bad dreams? Obviously those should be avoided. "Bright or dark?" Mash persisted, defensive, as the others scoffed. He circled the group as if embarrassed to join them. "No dreams. We're going to explore the shelves and look for books. Try to pull them out. Real books we might be able to read." "No," the group chorused, disappointed. They knew all the books were false. "That's stupid. A waste." "A large bag of sweet chaff and trops to anyone who finds a real book," Jebrassy said. "And whether we find any or not, we share 3 bags when we get back, so everybody goes home full, but none to slackers." That motivated them up to a point, and they fell in line behind Kren and Jebrassy as they crossed the midline bridge to the first aisle. The lower-tier levels were still populated, so they entered off the inward esplanade, keeping clear of the small groups of occupants around the lifts, and ascended the winding stairs through one of the many ventilation cores, the steps gritty with disuse. The group waited at the 10th level, where Tiadba had level, where Tiadba had level, where Tiadba had level, where Tiadba instructed them to gather. All the levels above the 10th on this end of the block had been abandoned in living memory, after 3 intrusions in a single wake, a fluke, perhaps, but enough to scare off all families and even young singles. None of the niches showed signs of having been lived in recently. All were filled with broken furniture, debris, and frass deposited by rogue letterbugs and peeds. As Jebrassy paced, he glanced down the halls radiating off the stair core. 2 lost letterbugs flitted about in the draft that rose here. Too few, too widely scattered and disorganized to form interesting words, forlorn remnants of more cheerful wakes, when umberborns had laid them out on shake-cloths and played their learning games. The young breeds, bored, played a few rounds of arm-off, then shook out their wrists and ran down a hall to practice tugging, so they said, though none of the halls on this level had shelves, much less spine-backs. "Don't go far," Kren called out, well aware how short the attention span of a young breed could be. "She's late," he observed to Jebrassy, his voice low and nervous. "They say intrusions never strike twice in the same place, but I'm not so sure." The 2 friends split a wad of bitter chaff and thoughtfully chewed the fibers, until the silence seemed to overwhelm them. They could no longer hear even the scrabbling and whickering of the 3 youngsters. The letterbugs had vanished as well. "They're wandering too far," Kren said. He squatted, refusing to accompany Jebrassy in his back-and-forth around the stair core. "I should go find them." But he did not get up. Kren much preferred contemplation to actual movement, even when he was anxious. "They're fine," Jebrassy said. "A shout will fetch them. Patience." "How reliable is your glow?" Kren asked. Jebrassy was about to answer, but they heard soft steps echo and Tiadba appeared, stepping quickly through the balustrade. She wore the same pants and shift tied at the waist that she had worn at the dye-urns, and she looked tired. "Sorry I'm late," she said. "Grey Wardens. I had to go out and around on the first level so they wouldn't follow. Why would anyone come here, after all?" She peered accusingly at Kren. "I didn't say anything," he responded, spinning 2 fingers resentfully. "Of course not," Tiadba said. "Did you find helpers?" "Kren recruited 3, Jebrassy said. "They're green sticks, but lively. They're already out hunting." Kren glanced at Jebrassy, still stung, and excused himself to go join them. "He's an honest breed," Jebrassy said when he was out of hearing. "Leaders have to take care with their words." Tiadba sniffed. "Grain tells me the best hunting is above the 50th. Those levels have been abandoned for hundreds of generations. For some reason that loosens the spinebacks even more. So she says." "She says, how does she know so much?" Jebrassy asked. "Who talks to her? Tall ones?" "Breeds talk to her," Tiadba said. "She's been a Sama for a long time. Breeds come to the market from all the tiers to consult with her. She's as close to a real teacher as we have. But I was going to tell you—" A racketing echoed down a long hall, preceding the return of Kren and the 3 youngsters. More introductions went around, and Tiadba softened the critical tone she had used earlier. The young breeds weren't shy around a female. If anything, they ramped up their raucous sporting, and it seemed they might explode any moment. Only Nico appeared willing to maintain a kind of philosophic dignity. "We'll race! 50! That's near the top!" Shul called out as he started up the spiral stairs. His voice echoed back. "We could climb out on the roof!" The others followed close behind, but Mash trailed, slower and a little abashed. "What do we need books for?" he asked. "Even if they're real, they'd only tell us about the times before there were breeds. Who cares?" "It's a game," Tiadba said. "That's all. You can read, can't you?" "I can riddle any letterbug challenge as long as it's fair," Mash said. "And I could read anything a teacher puts in front of me. I'm big, but I'm not dim." The 50th level had a desolate, muggy smell that sent shivers down to Jebrassy's fingers. Just a few levels below the roof of this block, the stair core had expanded to almost 3 times its diameter at the ground floor, making the risers shorter, the steps wider, and perversely increasing the distance they had to climb. He stumbled several times. None of the other stair cores were like this, which increased the feeling of strangeness, an inappropriate place for breeds. The youngsters did not seem to notice. They had already radiated off, drawing marks in the grit before each hallway they investigated. There were over 12 halls stretching away from the core at this level, and hundreds of niches, all empty. Not even the rustle and flap of lost letterbugs broke the ancient hush. Nothing alive seemed to want to be here. The 3 youngsters quickly filled that silence, counting out how many spinebacks they had fruitlessly tugged. Their voices echoed and grew faint the farther they ran, until they could barely be heard at all. "I'll leave you 2 and join them," Kren said. "3's an awkward number, don't you think?" Jebrassy was about to protest, but Tiadba thanked Kren, and off he went, with some haste. He did not like being around Tiadba, obviously, which did not puzzle Jebrassy. She had not gone out of her way to make friends. Tiadba took this opportunity to brush his shoulders with her hands. "Did you see?" "See what?" "I saw it just before Kren spoke. I wonder if they'll even notice." "Notice what?" Tiadba pushed him to the angle of an unexplored hall, one the youngsters had not marked. Here, 6 shelves rose on each side, each stretching 10 arm lengths, filling the spaces between niche doorways outward into the gloom, to the very end of the hall.
False spine-backs marched off in solemn relief as far as they could see. Wait. Look. He wasn't paying attention. Guilty, he leaned forward and forced himself to concentrate on the titles, frowning as he walked along the middle row of spine-backs. "What am I looking for?" he asked, trying to keep his voice level, his tone humble. And then he saw it. The titles changed. The odd letters seemed to crawl, rearrange, and fix themselves again, as innocent and permanent as he had always assumed they were. The sight did more than startle him. He couldn't stop himself. He stumbled back and bumped against the shelves on the opposite wall. Then he looked toward Tiadba, ears hot with surprise. Such impermanence in a timeless feature like the false shelves was almost as frightening as an intrusion. Tiadba did not laugh at him. "Is that what Grain was talking about?" she asked, awestruck. "Here, everything changes, I mean. Because nobody's watching?" "We're watching. Why change it in front of us?" "I do not know," Tiadba said, but she reached out and tugged at a false book. Of course, it refused to budge. Grain was being too sly. This is a puzzle. We have to riddle it to be worthy. "I'm clueless, but that's always been obvious," Jebrassy said, ears still warm. "I don't like it here." "Maybe these shelves are showing us what happens everywhere, when the breeds sleep. And we're too ignorant, too unobservant, or we sleep too soundly, to notice or even care. We could learn these old symbols. We could write them down on shake cloths, and then compare them after a few sleeps." Jebrassy suddenly caught on. Momentarily forgetting his fear, he returned to the shelf and fingered the spines, but did not tug, presuming he had not earned that privilege, not yet. "The books that could come loose, that can be pulled out, are always the same," he said, "but they move around. The titles move. Is that the secret?" Tiadba smiled and reached out to pull on a few more spines. No luck. Then she whistled with excitement and raced down the hall. "Maybe they're like letter bugs," Jebrassy said, moving toward her. "Maybe the books on the shelves actually breed. Maybe the titles make new titles. Maybe they make new books." "I don't see how it helps to know that," she called back. "How could we know?" Jebrassy murmured, his shock of discovery dissipating as quickly as it arrived. "We can't read them. We don't know which ones to pull. They shift around or multiply each sleep when nobody's looking, and that means, since the shelves never grow, some titles vanish." "Frass," he swore. "It's a dice game." "And the dice are loaded," Tiadba said. "We can't win." "We'll never find a book. But Grain's sisterhood found a few anyway." Her face lit up. "Isn't that the challenge? Isn't it wonderful?" Jebrassy peered after her. "Well, that can't be all there is to it," he said. "We're missing something important." "Call your friend and the young breeds," Tiadba said. "Maybe they'll help us. Maybe they'll find their own books." Jebrassy looked across the core at the other hallways, radiating to the outer tiers, thousands of shelves. He couldn't begin to think how many titles. "This is going to take forever." "What's that mean?" Tiadba asked. Neither of them had ever heard that word before. It was not part of the breed tongue. Chapter 31. Before crossing 45th Street, in front of a motion picture theater, Whitlow looked both left and right. After so many years in London and Paris, he still could not decide which direction horse-drawn or gasoline-powered vehicles might descend upon him. Whitlow lacked any sense of general danger, actually had less sense than the people he hunted. Minus the charm of the Chalk Princess, he would likely have died 1,000 years ago,
in the last gape of burning Cordoba. There were no items of interest to be found in any of the area hawk shops. He hadn't expected any. Forces were obviously working in opposition, building toward a confrontation. The theater marquee indicated that a film called The Book of Dreams was being screened. That brought out a broad smile, unveiling strong, thick teeth all alike, and the color of old ivory. He wore his best suit, a little tatty after 50 years, but well-mended. Invisible reweaving, indeed. He had administered a bi-weekly sponge scrub in his studio flat in Belltown, greased his thinning black hair, trimmed and waxed his narrow mustache, and slipped on wool socks and high-laced black boots he'd had made in Italy to fit his deformed toes. He then donned a new fedora. It had been good to see Max Glaucus again, his young protégé, after so many decades, more than a century, really. As time wound down, the past seemed to bunch up, forming humps and valleys, difficult to judge distance or terrain. But no matter. Glaucus had always been a productive hunter, though by Whitlow's standards a little brusque and obvious. Whitlow himself had been in Seattle for over a month, having sensed a confluence, a drawing together of significant world lines. Well, of course, having been accorded the grace of some of the moth's vast well of knowledge. For one of the moth's talents lay in knowing when others were approaching points of desperate choice, and in particular points of collision with the Chalk Princess or her employees, a specialty whose importance was not to be casually dismissed, nor discussed with the likes of Glaucus. Whitlow knew better than to come anywhere near Glaucus while he was collecting, knew even the danger of announcing his presence in Glaucus's city, but their livid mistress expected her due, and Seattle was now home to at least 2 and possibly 3 targets. The third target, not only elusive, but problematic. Some in the profession doubted that one of this type would respond to any inducements, and yet might be more powerful than either of the others, or all of them combined. The Bad Shepherd. For decades, Whitlow had maintained a remote and watchful presence in cities around the world, without drawing attention from other hunters, and often enough without poaching their prey. For the Chalk Princess had, months after the Great War, set him a particular task, to find the one shifter who did not dream of that city, over which she maintained, some said, eternal watch, in another existence. It was his custom to keep a cadre of irregulars on a payroll of money or drugs or both, a select few who lived their lives like insects under rocks, shy, watchful creatures with nothing to lose but their own brief, painful stretches of time. 50 or so in most cities sufficed, randomly positioned. Shifters seemed to always come into loose contact with such unrooted beings, as if their own world lines, so tightly controlled, were attracted to briefer and more ragged threads. Might even merge with them, under some circumstances. Whitlow had seen that happen 634 years ago in Grenada. Had conditions worked out? Had he, masquerading as a Jewish dealer in antiquities, managed then to capture his chosen prey? There would have been no need for all these subsequent centuries. The mummer called Sepulchre was one of his, and had alerted him to the existence of a shifter named Jack, whereabouts otherwise uncertain. That was Glaucus's prey. And now another scout was telling tales. 6 blocks east, the thin, angular woman named Florinda stood in the shadow of an awning over the entrance to a small bookstore. She was speaking with a plump older woman with white hair and a round, finely wrinkled smoker's face. Florinda sensed Whitlow's approach, and craned her head until her neck corded like rope. Her eyes opened wide, startled, expectant. As Whitlow and Florinda spoke, the white-haired old woman mumbled and stared blankly at the street. Afterward, Whitlow paid Florinda in her most desired coin. And that night, as she lay beneath a freeway overpass, drifting in and out of drugged sleep, rain pattering on her blue tarp, and the first few distant flashes of lightning picking out her sweet, cooling, smoothing face, she slipped free of all this world's lines and binding threads. In his tiny studio apartment, Whitlow pushed back his head, closed his eyes, and smiled as if at a beautiful passage of music, waiting for the storm to gather strength and take a shape, a familiar, feminine shape. Only days until the end. And always the unanswered question, why do our giants bother with such tiny grains? We swirl all, pointless and ignorant in the great wet surge of worlds. Why care at all? Chapter 32. Queen Anne. Jack sat in the dark at the small kitchen table, warm cup of tea in hand, but tea this early morning provided no comfort. Burke was late. Maybe he had hooked up with his waitstaff friends and gone clubbing. Except for a heavy rain and flashes of lightning to the south, quiet. He looked at the clock on the stove, 2 a.m. Burke kept a phone under a pillow behind the couch. He often slept through the day, but was superstitious about turning off the ringer, hence the pillow. Jack fingered the piece of newsprint. The 206 prefix would be a local call, no additional charges on Burke's precious phone. The worst that could happen, he might connect with a lonely crank, and they would compare the dismal weather and their boring nightmares. That in itself might not be a bad thing, a sympathetic ear. He reached under the couch to remove the pillow and retrieve the phone. The answering machine mounted beside the cradle blinked red. 40 old messages and 2 new ones. Burke was superstitious about erasing old messages. The first new message was from someone named Kylie at the herb farm. The second was from Ellen. "This is for Jack. My apologies, that was a bad start. I thought it would be fun to talk things over with the girls. Your exit was impressive. Could you do it again, on cue?" She sighed. "I found the newspaper, Jack. This must be a difficult time for you. Don't be rash. Please call me immediately. Whatever you do, do not—" The machine beeped, its memory full. He touched the box in his pocket. 3 numbers to choose from: Harborview, the classified ad, or Ellen. More out of embarrassment than anger, he did not want to speak to Ellen now. He stared at the western corner of the living room. 2 walls meet the ceiling. 3 lines make a corner. Push the corner out like a rope to infinity. Twist all the lines together. Much stronger. Which path? Which consequence? Now you're just being irrational. Make up your mind. He jerked as if someone had puffed into his ear. Get it over with. There's work to do, and either you're going to help or you're not. Just do something. He picked up the phone and dialed the first number that came to his fingers. Naturally enough, it was the number in the ad, and he was calling a complete stranger at 2 in the morning. Somehow it felt right. A sweet pathway. All would be well. It was picked up at the other end before the first ring had finished.
"City desk,"
a husky voice said.
"Journal of Oniric Fancies."
"Is this the number to call about dreams?"
"Does it sound like it is?"
"I have the wrong number. I'm sorry."
"Explain yourself." "It's still early."
I need to know about the Kalpa, he said. He sucked in his breath and masked the mouthpiece with his hand, startled by that word, that place.
Name and address, please.
The voice was raspy, confident, not a bit sleepy.
Beg pardon?
You asked about the Kalpa,
the voice said.
I don't even know what that is.
Are there lapses? Lost moments?
I think so.
How often do your dreams occur? Where and when? Petty details.
I've seen a doctor.
No doctors. I need details. My pen is poised.
Is this some sort of a business? Who are you?
My name is Maxwell Glaucus. My partner is Penelope Catesbury. We answer calls, and sometimes we answer questions. Time is short. Now, your name and call number, please.
My name is Jack. My phone number...
I have that. A call number is what I'm after. You've been issued a call number, have you not?
I don't think so. I don't know.
There is such a number. You have such a number, the voice said with certainty. Go find it, then call again. I suggest sooner rather than later. If someone else should learn about your lapses, it might not go well for you. We can help, however.
Do you know what's wrong with me? Is it serious?
Certainly it's serious. But there's nothing wrong. It's a marvel. You are blessed. Find your number and call us back.
Where would I look?
You have hosted a visitor. Look in his effects, whatever he's left behind.
Glaucus coughed and hung up. Jack sat for a moment, face red, both angry and curious, then walked on quivering legs to his small bedroom and pulled back the trunk. The folio was gone. He stared in astonishment, then ransacked the room, looking under the bed, pulling back the sheets, the mattress, returning to the trunk. Nothing. He felt in the shadows behind the trunk. His fingers swept out a small hexagonal piece of paper. He picked it up. The hexagon had been intricately folded, like origami, or one of those mathematical puzzles kids learned how to make in school. It was clever. So tight he could not pry it open far enough to peer in. No loose bits. As far as he could tell, all the corners and edges met inside. You'd have to have very clever fingers indeed to fold a piece of paper that way.
"Stop it!"
Jack shouted to the room's still air. He squeezed the folded paper between his fingers from two opposite sides, then from another angle, trying all combinations to get it to pop open, to flower. Nothing. Then, tentatively, "They want a call number. The catalog number of your special volume. Whatever you do, don't give that to them under any circumstance."
"Why not?"
No answer.
"To hell with you."
He felt a growing pressure in the air, fogging his thoughts. Jack looked up. Someone was climbing the stairs. Footsteps outside, heavy thumps. He hoped it was Burke, someone to talk to. So much had happened today. The pressure increased. His head began to hurt. Anything to make it stop. The rain and wind blew harder. The thumps slowed to the pace of an older person, a cautious person, not Burke, who was quick and athletic. Jack suddenly wanted to be anywhere but where he was. Then the sensation passed, painted over by another wave of pervasive sweetness, 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 sweetness. All would be well. Across the curtains in the living-room window, something big cast a shadow. The big shadow passed, and a smaller shadow replaced it, short, broad, like a gnome. A heavy fist slammed on the door, rattling the frame and the wall, and shivering the curtains.
"It's Glaucus, dear boy,"
cried a rough voice, the same voice that had answered the phone.
"I've brought my lady to meet you. Let's find that number, shall we?"
The fist slammed again, and the voice added in an amused undertone,
"Easy, dear."
Chapter 33. The Green Warehouse. Ginny paced in front of the thick steel door. She laid her ear flat against the cold, thick-painted metal, listening to voices on the other side. Murmurs, rising and falling pitches, several women speaking with Bidewell. She made out only a few phrases. All here gathered, then Bidewell,
"The girl doesn't have it with her."
And another, deeper female voice, "Pawn shops, the usual—" Ginny drew her brows together, then twisted her neck to look up. A thin, blue-gray light seeped from the skylight into her makeshift living quarters, pressed between stacks of crates and cardboard boxes, all filled with books. Big drops of rain blundered with dull tunks against the wired glass in the high arched panes. A storm was gathering. She could feel the electricity, the moisture in the air. 2 bolts of lightning struck nearby, flashing violet. An instant later, thunderclaps shuddered the old warehouse and echoed from far skyscrapers. She appraised the rumpled bedding on her cot, the chipped antique bureau pulled into place at the cot's foot. This part of the warehouse was large, dusty, drafty. Once she had enjoyed rain, even thunderstorms. Not now. But the storm wasn't hunting her. Not this time. The warehouse was protecting her. No, this storm was after someone like her, someone else who had read an ad or seen a billboard alongside a highway and was about to make the mistake of his or her life. And Ginny thought she knew whom, the young man on the bicycle at the busker jam. She wanted desperately to warn him, find out what he knew. There wasn't much time left for him, for her, for anyone. The storm was here. All of us, cut loose and bumping into the end. That image made her suck in her breath with a sad hiccup. For a few moments she paced before the door, biting her thumbnail. All her nails had been chewed to the quick. Her mother had once told Virginia she would have pretty hands, if only she would stop chewing on them. Quickly bored with chewing, she twisted a strand of hair until it draped in an elongated ringlet over her nose. Enough. She lifted her fist to the huge sliding door. Before she could strike the first blow, the door groaned, then pulled aside wide enough for Bidewell to shove through a scrawny arm. With an emphatic grunt, he heaved the door back on its track until it bumped against a rubber stop. All the while, he carried on his former conversation.
"We shall use the sensory rooms, I think. I've kept them empty and ready, if you're sure you can find them all."
In Bidewell's private library, in the rear half of the warehouse, 3 women sat in high-backed reading chairs. White lightning flashed through a tall window covered with steel bars, carving brilliance on the ceiling-high shelves. "We'll find them," one woman answered. All the women were older than Ginny by 3 or more decades. One had short brown hair and green eyes, and wore a long green coat and brown skirt. She had answered Bidewell. Ginny turned to examine the second woman, with long red hair and a pretty round face. Though her gray eyes seemed confident, she picked at a brass button on her denim jacket and smoothed her cut velvet dress. Ginny's heels scuffed on the old wooden floor as she faced the third woman. This one, dressed all in purple, a rich green scarf draped over her shoulders, was stout and older than all but Bidewell, and her eyes were bold and black. Ginny did not like the way this woman assessed her, unrolled, weighed, measured, ready to snip off a length. She was not sure she liked any of them. Bidewell smiled, revealing strong teeth like mottled bone tiles.
"Would you please join our group, Miss Virginia Carroll?" he asked.
A little premature, perhaps. Dr. Sandglass is not yet here.
Ginny remembered the doctor who treated her at the clinic, who told her about Bidewell and the green warehouse. Nothing surprised her now. The pawnshop, her stone. The woman regarded her with wary curiosity, awaiting her reaction. I might bite. Who are they? Another rumble of thunder. The woman with the green coat got to her feet and extended her hand. "My name is Ellen," she said. Ginny held back, but the woman advanced. Given no polite option, Ginny relented and shook with her. Ellen then introduced the redhead, whose name was Agazutta. The stout woman with the appraising look was Farah. She said, "The storm is just getting started, Virginia. This time it's not after you. Not yet." "I know that," Ginny said. The stout woman continued, "We have an hour at most. We should have made our moves sooner."
"I've been slow, it's true," Bidewell confessed. "A little tired of late. Forgive me. We need you, Virginia, because none of us is a fate-shifter."
"What's a fate-shifter?" Ginny asked, and then it dawned on her. Her mouth opened, her eyes narrowed. Suddenly, she was more than suspicious. She was frightened. She had never told anyone, for fear of losing that which she wasn't even sure she had, and now others knew. That either made it real, a confirmation of years of frightened dreams and desperate hopes, or a shared delusion. A room full of crazies just like her. Introductions over, Ellen held up a plastic bag and pulled out a crumpled tabloid, the Seattle Weekly. "I found this in my recycling bin," she explained, and opened the paper on the wooden table to the classifieds. A small section had been torn out, about the size of 1 or 2 personals. "Virginia might know what it means." Ginny turned away, face red.
"No need to be frightened or ashamed," Bidewell said.
"Of course not."
"Where is Miriam?" Agazutta asked, looking to the wooden door at the other end of the room. Farah continued to stare at Ginny, patient, implacable, measuring. "The girl knows," she said softly. "She's been there, and escaped." Ginny glared at her, then the others, helpless, defiant, like a deer surrounded by tigers. As if on cue, Minimus leaped onto the table and sat by the paper. He lifted a white paw and scratched madly at the tabloid, shredding it.
"There is the question these hunters always ask as they lure their young prey into a trap," Bidewell said. "Someone is about to answer."
"A young man named Jack," Ellen said. "Another like you, Virginia, a fate-shifter."
"Do you dream of a city at the end of time?" Ginny whispered.
"We know," Farah said. "Our time's shorter than we thought. What can we do?" The wooden door at the far end of the library opened, and Miriam Sangloss entered. "Finally," Agazutta said. "Apologies." Beneath a dripping brown slicker, Sangloss wore a short white lab coat, blue blouse, and jeans. Under her left arm she carried a black leatherette folio. "Sorry I'm late." She removed her slicker and looked around the room, sensing the tension, then grimaced, and added in an aside to Ginny, "Glad to know some people take my advice." Bidewell cleared a space on the table, pushing the shredded tabloid into a wastebasket. Sangloss laid down the folio and untied it. "I'm now a burglar," she said, and explained how she had just ransacked a young man's apartment in the Queen Anne neighborhood. "I got the address from his clinic record. I found this, but couldn't find his sum runner. He must have it with him." Again Ginny blinked in surprise. They've collected him and his stone, the redhead Agazutta said, and slapped her hand on the top of a chair. Perhaps not yet, Miriam said, but soon. He's a very confused young man. No more confused than the rest of us, Farah said. The rain hissed on the roof. Minimus looked up, pupils round and deep. Bidewell turned to Ginny. You should not be afraid of us, Miss Carroll. We preserve and protect. The ones on the other end of that ad. He shook his head. They're the monsters. Now that that's clear, Miriam said, let me show you what I found in Jack's apartment. She opened the folio and laid a short stack of sketched pages before Ginny. The topmost had been executed in watercolor, crayon, and dark pencil, with daubs and sweeps of pastel color. Anything look familiar? Against her will, Ginny angled her head and looked down at the first drawing. Tiadba. The word, a name, just popped into her head. Remembering was difficult. My visitor. Tiadba has seen these. They look like ships surging into a heavy sea. They must be huge, all three of them, whatever they are. And now she's sorry she ever left their protection. That's a yes? Miriam asked, eyes bright. She flipped to the next sheet. Ginny covered her mouth and looked away. What had been sketched there, with crude skill and determination, was the last thing she would ever hope to see. A huge head rising on a weird scaffold over a rolling black land, tiny fleeing figures giving it perspective. The head was big as a mountain, its one round dead eye fixed on a distant point, stabbing a sharp gray beam through smoke and fog. A moan seized in her throat and turned into a fit of coughing. The witness. Poor child, said Farah. Get her some water, Conan? I'm sorry, Miriam said. It does look grim, doesn't it? I wish we could put all the pieces together. We've never actually seen these things. Neither have I, Ginny said. Not personally, I mean. In dreams, Bidewell said. Have you met the young man who drew these? Ginny shook her head. Is he the one they're collecting? Let's hope not, Miriam said. Ladies. They all stood. We need you to come with us, Ellen told Ginny. Conan will stay here, as always. I have no choice, Bidewell said. Where? Ginny asked, glancing between them. We'll follow the storm, Miriam said. Track the lightning. It's going to get worse, and nobody knows what this young man will do. If he's as talented as you, he might just survive until morning. Oh, and one more thing. The doctor reached into her lab coat pocket and pulled out a package wrapped in brown paper. I found this in a shop near the clinic. Paid quite a lot to convince the pawnbroker to part with it. Chapter 34. Jack's thoughts fluttered like a bird in a net. Less than 5 minutes had passed since he made the call. He could climb off the balcony, swing to the porch below, run off down the alley. But a sugary warmth stopped him. On the other side of the door, friends. Thick and sweet as treacle. No need to flee. No need to fear. His feet would not move. Every path equal. Every outcome a good one. We are here, Glaucus cried. You called, and we are here to give you, and we are here to give you, and we are here to give you, and we are here to give the answers you need. Then, almost inaudibly, I'm afraid I've stunned him. You may force entry, my dear. Even after the third heavy bang on the door, as if a concrete block were about to shiver the poor wood to splinters, Jack could feel excellent conclusions everywhere. He recovered enough to step back. The fourth slam bent the door like a piece of cardboard and blew it from its hinges, twirling the jam's jagged splinter on a bent deadbolt. Wind blew into the living room. Somewhere, Jack's rats squeaked. Despite the noise, the rush of wind, and the drops of rain, Jack did not feel afraid. His feet might as well have been glued to the thin carpet. A short, taut, bulky man in gray tweed entered and removed his flat cap with thick, ruddy fingers. His face was flat and pink as a doll's, a hideous doll, and his eyes, small and efficient, swept the apartment and Jack with a minimum of motion. His instant smile was toothy and broad like a Toby mug. He radiated sincerity and human kindness. "Good evening," he insisted. His presence commanded respect, demanded cheer. "Hello," Jack said. Through the frame of the broken door he saw a shadow loom, a heavy arm draw back, and at the end of the arm an impossible hand, the hand of a comic book hero or villain, square-knuckled, fingers flexing with power and pain. The shadow drew into the light, a woman, very large. She rose up forever. Her face was the white of packed ice or bone china. Raindrops fell along the curves and dips of her whiteness, down to the tip of her blunt, large nose, where nostrils opened like black manholes. Her eyes opened to central cataract blankness. A quick smile on her thick, greenish lips, glittering with moisture, revealed small, precisely socketed teeth. A scud of hair splayed out beneath her flat, ludicrous hat like dead gray moss. The rats shrieked like terrified children. Both Glaucus and his companion had to be imaginary, Jack was certain. They had to be symptoms of the final and fatal dropping of all his marbles. "Shall we come in?" Glaucus asked, though he was already through the opening. Jack used all his will to back off another step. He could almost hear the awful, sweet glue pulling up beneath his soles. The huge woman stooped to pass through. "This is my partner," Glaucus said. "Her name is Penelope." Jack sucked in his breath and half-twisted, but the gnome's sorrowful disappointment held him. Things seemed to fall into place, gusts of air, flits of dust, turns of tiny events conspired to hold him steady. That was interesting. That interested Jack no end. Glaucus turned to say something more to his partner. Jack unexpectedly broke loose. Momentarily free of the glue, nothing could have prepared him for the dread the pair exhaled. Like the halves of a hideous bellows, they wheezed out terror. Without a thought, he dashed between world lines, intruding on other selves, an unnoticed melding of ghost soul upon ghost. Yet something reached through and snagged him. Glaucus pulled the adjacent world lines in toward his own, changed circumstance directly rather than fleeing it. Jack had never heard of such a thing, but then he was young. He focused on the man's power, his skill, trying to feel his way through to any possibility of shaking loose again. Glaucus was strong, but Jack was stronger at exploring all the available paths. Despite the spreading treacle, he would not be held, even by these two. He would not be pinned. Glaucus lowered his gaze. "You want to escape, but all ways seem good. Which way to turn? I am a happy fellow. All ways seem sweet to me, and thus to you." He flicked a round shoulder at his companion. "Penelope, he is not convinced. He wishes to leave us. Convince him." The large woman tilted her head back on her short neck and shrugged open her long brown raincoat, let it slide off. Her broad, bare shoulders shone moist and dimpled like sweating dough. Jack could not look away. Beneath the coat she wore no clothes, yet she was not naked. Dark masses covered her lumpish modesty. Her body was swathed in crawling clots of wasps. Yellow jackets, thousands of them, breaking and rippling in slow waves across her flaccid flesh, draped in buzzing shreds around knees and ankles, a living gown. The one real horror of Jack's existence, the one fate he could not elude, a swarm of angry, stinging insects. He had learned painfully that insect colonies and hives drew their own snarled road maps of fate, thousands of individual world lines, tangled like overcooked spaghetti, knots of furious determination. Wasps, bees, even ants could fan out and block his decisions, mire his movements from strand to strand among the world's infinite fates. Wasps had helped teach him the limits of his talent, and had also sensitized him to their venom. One more sting would be enough. They know what I am. The wasps rose like black mist, evaporating from the woman's body, zipping around the room. Revealed, Penelope was a stack of lumps, rolling heaves set upon legs like trees. She was not shy. Her vacant smile did not change as wasps filled the apartment. There was no way he could escape all the swooping, darting insects. "Penelope, dear, let us do what we do best," said Glaucus. "Let us help this poor young man." For a creature of her size, Penelope was swift. But Glaucus was even swifter. The room filled with grabbing hands and buzzing wings, small, hard, striped abdomens thrusting long stingers, faceted black eyes searching and hating until insects and humans seemed to become one. A noise like giant cards being shuffled, slapping, slamming, snapping into place. Jack moved. Before Glaucus could grab him with his outsized hands, Jack came unstuck from the treacle and dread and jumped across hundreds, thousands of fates, whole chords of fates at once, the greatest effort he had ever made, greater by far than the effort in Ellen's house, just to escape those awful stingers. Glaucus stared down at the young man lying limp on the floor, and a fissure of doubt appeared in his squat, craggy features. He remembered how wretched and disheveled the old crookback's dying birds had looked as he tossed them into the road one by one for the rats to gnaw. "Has he fled?" Glaucus asked, bending over the body. "He's right there," Penelope observed, waving a huge hand on which wasps still crawled. Glaucus regarded Jack doubtfully. Jack's eyes opened wide, filled with empty terror. Glaucus reached down and felt the boy's pockets. In the light jacket, a piece of folded paper. He reached in. A shock tingled up his arm and made his teeth clack. As his hand withdrew, the paper came with it. No need for Whitlow to confirm they had the correct prey, but he did not dare remove the box. Stone and quarry must be delivered together. Chapter 35. The first far strand Jack reached shocked him nearly senseless. Seattle was being rocked by an enormous earthquake. He moved off that path with hardly time to feel the uplifting slam, and careened through a flash-blur kaleidoscope of alternatives until the colors dulled and the flickering slowed, and he hammered up against something he had never experienced. Not that he had experienced any of this before.
a barricade or glassy membrane. For an instant he could almost see through it, but something pulled him back, protecting, restraining. What lay beyond that membrane was worse than where he was, and where he was... His flight stopped. He was stunned. He needed time to recover. No world line had ever been like this. It felt dead. At the first breath, soot and ashes seemed to fill his nose and lungs. The apartment building he and Burke had once called home had not changed in size and shape, but all vitality had been sucked from its walls and timbers. A sick, unsure light fell through the broken window. Paint dropped in slow flakes from cracked wallboard. The moisture in the air did not refresh his parched throat. It seemed to burn like a mist of acid. Off balance, he kicked out one leg and stepped on a carpet of steel syringes, hundreds scattered over the floor. Something moved in the corner of his eye, and he spun about, crunching needles. This Jack wore thick-soled boots. He saw no one, nothing alive. The rooms were empty, silent but for the patter of falling flakes of paint. He lifted his bare forearms and held them close, unbelieving, flesh pricked by needle tracks, scabbed over, painful. Wherever he was sure he had eluded Glaucus and his giant, doughy partner, but that did not encourage him. He had had a knack lately of going too far afield, of shifting not just his immediate fate, but the quality of his intended world. He had, for example, fled from Ellen and ended up on the line where he felt compelled to dial the phone number in the newspaper ad without sensing the downside. Not a good plan, not a good circumstance. And now his fate had just turned much worse. One requirement of his crazy ability, or symptom of his neurotic imaginings of power and control, had always been the conviction that he could tell when things were going to get worse before they did. Without that precognition, his jumps would be random, of no value at all. Yet now he could detect nothing worse than where he already was, except what lay in wait behind the hard, translucent barricade, corruption itself, a festering discontent mixed with... what? Emptiness? "Anybody home?" he called, his voice a croak. "Burke?" Small things scuttled in what had once been his bedroom. His rats? He crossed gingerly over the warped floor, scuffing through a tinkling scatter, crunching and breaking needles with a sound like falling icicles. Peered around the corner. In the small room squatted the trunk that had been with him since the death of his father, the trunk where he kept his most valued possessions, behind which he had found the folio. He touched his torn pocket, the box, still there. Checking the solidity of the floor with a tapping boot, applying half his weight, then full pressure, he crossed the bedroom. The trunk's boards had warped. He lifted the lid. The trunk was empty, except for a gray, slushy film. He let the lid fall and backed out of the room. On the back porch, Jack pushed open the sliding door. Broken glass lined the frame, and stepped out. Across the street, all the buildings had collapsed into piles of gray and brown rubble, from which beams and boards pointed up like dead fingers. Muddy water streamed down the gutters and over the cracked and heaved asphalt, pooling and swirling in the dips as if there had been a heavy rain and the drains were clogged. A dead-end place in a dead-end place in a dead-end place in a dead-end place in a dead time. No hope as far as he could see, no life. And for how long? How long had this world been dead? Hours? Years? By the looks, the smell, it had never been truly alive.
Wherever and whatever it touches, it takes hold. You've seen it before. You will see it again. Everywhere he stepped, in every room, needles had been carelessly cast aside. He pulled up the sleeve of the filthy jacket and stared again at the puncture marks. A fresh one oozed a serum-yellow drop. Jack could feel the drugs cloud his mind. He fought the lethargy, the hateful, bitter satisfaction of having just scored, and listened to the noises outside, wind, rain, water, the underlying rasp of falling dust and debris. The very air smelled sour as old vomit. How could anything live here? He needed to find a way down the stairs, away from this comatose neighborhood across the city. Maybe this was just a local phenomenon, an unfortunate slum. But he knew the blight wasn't local, it was everywhere. He had landed in an awful trap. He had managed to jump to a perverse line of least opportunity, surrounded by an infinity of purgatories, all of them bordering on hell. All adjacent paths were dark, a fecund void smeared across any jumpable distance, tainting vast bumbles of world lines, a metaphysical disease that could not be measured except in billions, trillions of corroded, corrupted lives. The joy of matter is gone. Then, out of the corner of his eye, something moved, and when he jerked around to look, this time it was still there. Chapter 36. Penelope slung the limp, heavy sack over her bare shoulder, then stooped to grab her coat. Huge and still naked, she tugged the coat and sack through the door with several hard, bruising bumps, then humped the sack into a better carrying position and hauled it down the steps, dropping it near the yawning rear doors of the old van. Rain fell in sheets. Lightning flashed like the blink of a huge eyelid. Glaucus stood in the empty apartment, chin in scarred hand, thinking over the folded piece of paper pinched lightly between his fingers like a captured butterfly. Best not to meddle, though he had long been curious about how such things were folded, and what they actually contained. He slipped it into his coat pocket. Something key was missing. Yes, they had the call number, they had their boy, they even had the box, but not the final part his employer was willing to pay for, in money and dispensation. Despite the wasps, the boy had made his leap, leaving behind a dangerous vacancy. Delivering other than a complete subject could be painful, even fatal. Glaucus leaned over the walkway's iron railing. "Penelope!" he shouted into the rain. "We've bagged a shill. He's gone." "Here he is! He's here!" his partner wailed. "We can't take any chances. We'll have to stay and hope the boy returns, or cut him loose." Penelope let out a hollow curse. Then, like a little girl about to cry, "Why didn't you tell me before I carried him all this way?" A balding man with a mustache, in his mid-30s and tired, was climbing the stairs, raincoat flapping over his white kitchen work coat. He paused at the top and tracked the busted-in door, then turned at the sound of that infantile voice rising through the rain and caught sight of Glaucus. Slower, more cautious, he tried to sidle around the strong-looking gnome. "Begging your pardon," Glaucus said, leaning in toward the rail. "What the hell is this?" the man asked. Glaucus pitched him a bizarre smile, then slipped aside and glided down the stairs, feet a blur, using his thick hands as runners. "Sorry," he called. Jack's roommate poked his head through the broken door. Wasps filled the apartment, swearing he swatted about his face. Glaucus joined Penelope.
No matter about the boy. I'll snag him. Let's move on.
She had propped the loose, bagged form against a retaining wall, dripping and still. Face expressionless, she drew up her coat and covered her massive nakedness. Jack Romer had fled so far that at first Glaucus could not even smell his spoor. Glaucus was certain that Jack would rejoin their path soon, in sheer desperation. There were now so many moribund pathways, so many diseased lines that led nowhere. Oh yes, he, Glaucus, would fling his sweet net across the black shimmer of broken fates, and with another deft snap, Jack would fly straight back, frightened out of his wits. All would be well. The roommate shouted threats from the third floor. Glaucus waved his hand at the bag. "Lift! Carry! Bring him along, my dear." Chapter 37. The apartment's other occupant took color and texture from the needle-littered floor, the scabbed walls and caved ceiling. It made a sound like hard snow falling on a black evening, never ending, never changing. This was its only voice. It had been waiting, trapped in this room, forever. And now it complained to anyone who could listen. Jack had simply not noticed it until now. Looking at it, he was paralyzed. The occupant took the initiative and moved, without moving. It changed position, Jack was sure of that, but not convinced he could be sure. As he turned to track the flaw, the blur where it now stood between him and the door, he saw that it had been there all the time, and nowhere else. He had been mistaken. He was noticing it again for the first time. Jack's eyelids twitched and tried to close. Drugged sleep wanted to drape him like funeral laundry. He needed to stop seeing, get away from the impossible thing between him and the door. His mind was not able to process and remember. His engines of memory were shutting down. Soon he would be stuck here just like the other. He would protect himself in the only way left to inhabitants of this purgatory, by gathering up floor, wall, and ceiling, and hiding in plain sight. "I don't want to make trouble," Jack said, shivering. "I just want to get out of here." The sound of hard snow resolved into a grainy, steady weeping. Tears of frozen grief. The saddest sound he had ever heard. The other dropped its camouflage, became more solid and human. 2 arms, a lump for a head, a trunk divided at its base into 2 legs. "Where will you go?" it seemed to ask. "Take me with you." "I don't know how." Jack could just make out a face with a hole for a mouth and 2 sunken green pits for eyes. "Take me outside." "You can't leave?" Jack asked, feeling sick. "No," it hissed. It came closer. Had always stood right beside Jack. Would never leave him. Limbs stretched as if to place a hand on his shoulder, but there was no hand. Not yet. The trap was closing. Jack could not jump. No paths, no freedom, nothing but pestilent strands of not color, not darkness, each ending in a pulsing, tumorous knot, ready to spread and consume everything. The fabric here is rotting. Strands have come loose. Their ends double up and stick to make loops. That's where I am. I'm in a looped world. Jack leaned back to scream. The scream trickled out, no more than the squeal of a small dying animal, no louder than the crying of his rats. "Stay. I've left some food for you," the shape said. Jack suddenly recognized the blurred face. This was Burke, his roommate. A hook snagged Jack's spine and jerked him back with a jolt of unbelievable pain. Before he had time to think about death and speech without voices, about the formless paw on his shoulder welcoming him to an unchanging forever, he was yanked with considerable force and even more pain. He tried again to scream, really gave it all he had. The strangled noise Dopplered across 1,000 gray dead-end paths, and slam! He was jerked hard in another direction, through thousands more lines, the fragments of light that reached his eyes growing brighter and warmer, then darker and colder, and again he was snagged, tugged back, in no time at all. Someone wanted to reel him in, and Jack knew who it was, could feel that same sickly sweet, oh so reassuring touch, like the finger of a fly fisherman on a whipped-out filament. Jack Romer was being pulled from rivers of misery by a master fisher of men. Chapter 38. West Seattle. Glaucus drove south in the slow lane, then turned onto the West Seattle Bridge. He blew a piercing trill through his lips, guided by no particular tune. Every now and then he would wince, jerk back his head, and grimace as if clenching something between yellow teeth. "Got you," he muttered, and wiped his hand across his brow. Penelope lay against the window, tiny eyes languorous. A lone wasp crawled from her collar and wobbled along a thick fold on her neck. The rain droned on the van's roof, and the wipers swiped. At this hour of the morning, the old elevated road was almost deserted. Dawn staked a feeble claim to the east, a vague lightness in the wet gloom. In the back of the van, the sack stirred. "Ah," Glaucus said. "Is it no longer a husk, a shill?" Penelope brushed a wasp from her nose and cracked it under her thumb. Glaucus admired her strength and her steadfastness, but not her personality. She felt no affection for anything, really. His fourth partner, Penelope had stuck with him the longest, over 60 years. In return, she had not aged, but had grown large and unattractive. Others had withered and shrunk. Once for a time he had carried his second partner in his pocket. Over a few days, his third had simply faded as if left out in the sun, and then one morning had vanished. As far as he knew, she was still dwelling in their old house. Not that anyone would ever see her, and not that it mattered. Penelope's eyes opened. "It's back, I think." He turned judging eyes on her. "How can we be certain?" "It's crying," Penelope said. The canvas sucked up against Jack's mouth. His own harsh breath clung to his face with a stale, comforting certainty. He might suffocate, he might die. Anything would be better than where he had been. The shoddy lands, where rot and despair ruled. And Jack was crying, quietly and steadily. Having been jerked from purgatory, having come so near to hell, his tears had nothing to do with bravery or fear, but with grief greater than anything he had ever experienced. The joy of matter is gone. And when he reluctantly remembered that which he had nearly broken through, a barrier like a scab over an open wound, "He smells like burning," Penelope said. "Leave him be," Glaucus said, but a worried cast came into his eyes. He glanced out the window at the rain, the lightning. The air seemed more turgid, gray light pulsing under the storm in broad, thick waves. Or was that the blood pumping through his chunky, hard heart? Glaucus blew out his worries.
We shall give him a fine scrubbing. Hell hath no worse smell.
Not hell, Penelope said. Jack listened from the sack. He did smell, and the smell was foul. Holding his nose did not help, so he tried his best to ignore it. With a tremendous effort, gathering all his courage, he dipped a toe back into the currents of fate. All near situations were tense, tight-packed. Under those circumstances, even the strongest world lines tended to weave in and out. He was traveling in a truck or van. Nothing in the way of accidents, blowouts, mishaps of any useful sort presented themselves. He was too far down a strongly developed line. All available alternatives kept him here. But perhaps not in a sack so secure, so lacking in rips and seams.
"Don't even try it, my fine stinkpot,"
Glaucus advised from the driver's seat, and again that voice, like a mother soothing an upset child, bathed Jack in cloying sweetness. All would be well. He was too exhausted to fight. He almost welcomed it. The sugary sense of rightness fermented into a spiritual liquor, dulling all hope, all pain.
"We'll be home soon," Glaucus said. "You'll like it there."
"Will he?" Penelope asked. Her seat creaked miserably as she arranged her bulk. "I don't."
"We will wash away that taint before something else smells it. Something premature and perhaps too eager."
Glaucus made a chitinous clicking behind his mouth, sharp and loud. Jack could not see how he did it. Like claws snapping. Part 2. Broken Logos. 14 zeros. Chapter 39. The First Bion. His feet planted firmly on a disk of cold, hard light, Genton flew up between the glowing silver conduits, through lustrous canyons, between dazzling miles-high walls, to the highest levels of the first Bion, the herbs of the great Eidolons. Once, if the myths could be believed, humans had thought the universe might last no more than a few tens of billions of years. No one in the brightness, the warm, brilliant womb of the last trillion centuries could have guessed how long history would drag on, how often its cruel patterns would repeat. Wars that filled tens of billions and even trillions of years, eating away at the lives of quadrillions of thinking beings, consuming countless heavens in the idiotic flames of countless hells. The inevitable rise to immaterial godhood of billions of civilizations had been followed by the equally inevitable collapse back to individuated bodies in benighted ignorance of what had been lost. A cyclical rise and fall like a beating heart torn by endless and merciless time. Nor could any who lived during the primordial millennia have guessed how decayed and fragmented the aging cosmos would become, its parts requiring redesign, supplanting, replacement, and now, how the lost shards of times past would break loose, drift, and bump up against the present. As for the late trillennium, in the shadow of the chaos, broad legends described the age of the mass wars. Bosonic Ashurs had returned from their mastery of the dark light years, seeking ascendance over all, and were subdued by the Mesonic Conjures, who, in turn, were defeated by the Devas, patterned from integral quarks. Devas were then forced to give way to the Nootics. Nootic matter was hardly matter at all, more like a binding compact between space, fate, and 2 out of 7 aspects of time. The Noatics, calling themselves Eidolons, gathered survivors from the last artificial galaxies and forced nearly all to convert. The last remnants of old matter were preserved and transported to a number of reliquaries with the longest continuous histories, including Earth. Only the servants of old Earth, menders and shapers mostly, were given dispensation to remain primordial. Many converted anyway. For a time even Genton had succumbed, before being recruited as keeper. Noatic matter guaranteed safer and more cooperative environments, more efficient thought patterns, and more diverse and minutely controlled utilities. In Noatics, each particle was pre-programmed with a variety of behaviors which could be integrated into unparalleled servitude. The complete mental control of one's Noatic self led most such intelligences, over the last ages of the trilenium, into eccentricities without number, but guaranteed their dominance. For Genton, the legends of the mass wars still contained one great lesson. In the society of would-be gods, a humble man is always polite. The photon disk passed swiftly through alternating regions of mass and light, solid dwellings and roads along which solid citizens moved. Yet when that motion tired them, the citizens lifted like whirlwinds to whisk off to more ethereal paths, wit courts, pulsing with the arts and challenges of 10 trillion years of history. The disk flew over ribbon burrows populated by former devas, who now refused any but a narrow band of extreme technologies. They insisted that their burrows be stacked like spools, slowly unwinding ribbons of renewal and locality, each half a mile wide and festooned with pop-up dwellings, experience galleries, and regeneration farms. Crowds of images, projections of the burrow's citizens, took shape around Genton, exhibiting vague curiosity, but seeing only a lone and lesser mender, they flattened and faded like cast-aside portraits. Sometimes Genton felt that the more advanced herbs in the Kalpa were no less strange than the chaos outside, until he saw the chaos again. The high herbs in ribbon burrows were positively cozy and familiar by comparison. Even here it's difficult to misplace your wit, your soul, but out there, beyond the border of the real. The photon disk wove expertly, dancing a pretty path for its own amusement, it seemed, then slowed and communicated across the last miles with the Astyanax's security detail, swarms of machines little different except in size and deadly power from the wardens in the tiers. On the highest level of the Kalpa, surrounding the roots of the broken tower, herbs like tremendous jellyfish rose from mountainous foundations capped by a diffuse blue glow that spread across the seal. They slowly undulated vertical fins 6 to 8 miles high, glowing purple, green, and red. Looked at more closely, the fins resolved into stacked horizontal dwellings, always shifting with respect to those above and below, never repeating the same perspective. Each housed millions of Eidolons. Even here, in the last city. Boredom, repetitions of endless amusement followed by sad forgetting, then fresh delight. A tiny bright image appeared among the swarms of sentinels as the disk approached the reception platform, a sphere sporting an equatorial belt of emerald light, the scepter that announced the presence and privileges of the Astyanax of the Kalpa. The sentinels verified Genton and parted to give way. Genton stepped onto the platform and the disk vanished with a small pop, liberating a blue glow that spread across the floor, leaving behind red and gold polygons, ritual displays as old as the office of the Styanax himself. The polygons spread to mark the keeper's path. The path led to a simple door. Through that door, he knew, lay the Styanax's most private dwellings and offices. For the first time, this keeper of the tears was being allowed a meeting with the last city prince in his innermost sanctum. Chapter 40. The Tears. The young breeds returned from their expedition clutching only 3 books, and Tiadba had found all of them. Kren and the others had split off after a few hours and moved on to other amusements. Jebrassy accompanied Tiadba to her niche, where she laid out the shake-cloths and Grain's cape on a table, then arranged 3 jars packed with borrowed letter-bugs. He stood back, awed by these proceedings. He had never thought letter-bugs would be of much use, had once felt contempt for those who raised and traded them, and now, to use them to read an actual book in an ancient alphabet? He was not superstitious, but the room already seemed too full of the ghostly past. Beyond the balcony, the first orange light of a new wake spread across the seal. Tiadba looked down on the jars and the books with pride. "My creshmates have always wanted to know what their old bugs have to say." Her face gleamed as she glanced over her shoulder at Jebrassy in the shadows. "How long will this take?" he asked. "We have less than 10 wakes until the march. If we don't sleep—" She touched the fine fur on her nose, then gave him a taunting, humming whistle. "Frightened, warrior?" "You better believe it," he said. "You should be, too." "We've seen and done so much together. We've found our books." "You found your books," Jebrassy corrected. "We're going to be trained for a march. What more could we want? What could possibly frighten us now?" Tiadba pinned up the shake-cloth, already marked with the common symbols and the words most often spelled out by younger letter-bugs. Their task would be to make notes of the words that the old bugs formed from their unfamiliar letters, compare them to the new, find similarities, then transliterate. Perhaps then they could puzzle through the books, like Grain and her sisterhood before them. "The books won't let us know what's out there now, more's the pity," Tiadba said. "Your visitor said last sleep—" "What else did my visitor say?" Jebrassy asked, face wrapped in a scowl. "Did you make love with him?" "One question at a time," Tiadba said, touching both her ears. Jebrassy liked that elevated tutorial gesture least of all among this glow's mannerisms. The trouble was her other gestures and touches he did like. Too much. There was no going back, with or without visitors, with or without a book. "He said very little," Tiadba remembered. "He wasn't cheerful. There seemed to be trouble in his world. He was facing a challenge. And no, we did not make love. We're much too disoriented when we stray. What he said was, the book talks about a journey far outside the Kalpa, toward the stars, whatever that means." "I'm getting tired of being taken," Jebrassy said, using the word for a squatter's habitation of someone else's niche. "And even more tired of being ignorant." He hitched up his short curtus before squatting on a stool next to the table. "So down the chute with it. Spread the bugs." Tiadba handed him a soft gray stick to be used on the finely woven shake-cloth, then opened the first jar and tipped it out. The bugs, long and shiny black, with 5 legs on each side and brilliant blue eyes, dropped out and chittered, none the worse for being tightly packed, but eager to spread out, team up, and resume their endless word-play. In the 2 adjacent jars, letter-bugs had been arranged in bundles, heads up beneath the pierced lid, twitching short feelers. She dumped them out as well. The more bugs, the longer the words. Tiadba took up her stick and sat beside Jebrassy. As the old bugs pushed together in parallel rows, he was already recording the simplest combinations. Tiadba reverentially opened the first book. 2 wakes of hard, weary work passed before she would allow them to make any guesses about the text. Jebrassy already knew the name Sangmer was there. He turned out to be more skilled than Tiadba at transliterating from the old alphabet. But it soon became apparent the book was not just about Sangmer. It had been written by him. A new concept for both. What would it be like to actually write about one's adventures? Tiadba wondered, as they shook out an edge of their cloths where their transliterations, and thus their translations, had been proved wrong. Gray stick dust fell in a fine cloud to the floor. "First you have to have adventures," Jebrassy observed dryly. "Ancient breeds are too humble to presume." He lay back with a yawn and a half-stretch, inviting seduction. "Nonsense," Tiadba said. "I'm a breed, and I'm not humble." "Neither are you." "No," Jebrassy admitted. "But I'd be embarrassed to write my life from start to finish. It wouldn't be interesting. Not yet. It wouldn't be proper." "Presumably you'd only write the good parts," Tiadba mused. "Otherwise, your readers—" Did I just make up a word? She looked pleased. "Your readers would find they had better things to do. Like—" She lay down beside him, and Jebrassy was gratified to learn he still could distract her from their work, however briefly. Before the seal brightened with the 4th wake, they could make out with some clarity the book's opening paragraphs. Not quite knowing how to use a book, they had tried starting from both ends, and then, confused, thumbed through to the middle. Gradually they realized that this book was unlike the stories breeds told their children, which always began in the middle, at a perilous moment, and only after more adventures returned to the beginning to explain what those adventures meant. Breed tales had a puzzle-like quality. This book actually began at the beginning, opening the cover from the right, continued through to the middle, and then concluded at the end near the left. Once transliterated, the language was not very different, which struck Jebrassy as odd. So much time had passed. This is supposed to be old. Why do we all tongue with so many of the same words? If it was too strange, we couldn't read it, Tiadba said. And somebody wants us to read. Or maybe we've been held back, she said. We're not natural. Here she used a word that usually described a young one's easy introduction into a sponsoring group. Let's read out loud what we've got so far. It's not that hard, actually. After a while, another doubt struck Jebrassy. Sangmer's not a breed, he said as they fed the bugs from a small bag of dried cut sloop and pars. The bugs sang softly as they chewed. The older bugs apparently did not like pars, for they separated the dried grains and nudged them over the edge of the table. So, Tiadba said, maybe he was a tall one. Some of these new words are strange. I can barely sound them. What's this one? I think it's a number. A very big number. And what's a light year? Just read. We'll figure it out as we go. Read, she ordered, flicking his small ear with her finger. Jebrassy began again, in earnest. Tiadba took up when he faltered, and together they read the preamble, the introductory pages, and assumed, like innocents new from the creche, that what they read was true, though so much of it was beyond their understanding, mere sounds rising from the pages, but sounds that conveyed a creepy, compelling sort of sense, as if they shared something innately with the author and the people he described. We traversed a ruined course between broken galaxies in a demented ship, died, revived, and wished to die again, and came home along an even harder track, carrying Earth's salvation, and when we returned, we found ourselves splintered by our triumph, celebrated in our madness, surrounded and adored by those we had once hated as mortal enemies. Through this, I achieved power and a small measure of freedom, and then gave it all up for love, and lost that as well. So much for my voyage to the realm of the Shen, who claimed no human descent, nor any gen's relation with the 500 galaxies. I tell this now to arouse enthusiasm in a Kalpa that cares little for what lies outside its walls, seeking a second dispensation, permission, if not a commission, to make one last journey, far shorter, far more dangerous, from which little doubt none of us will return. Jebrassy sucked in his breath. "This is not going to be a happy story," he said. "I think you're right," Tiadba said. Jebrassy gently pushed aside a letter bug that had crawled up on the book, and together, fingers intertwined, they turned to the next page. They found what followed tougher going, especially as the bugs tired of being rearranged and neglected to form useful rows. Eventually, Jebrassy closed his eyes and napped. Checking to make sure he was asleep, Tiadba jumped ahead through a finger's width of pages. She thought she could feel the book, its connections, its shape, and that, left to her own devices, she would instinctively open to pages that could almost answer her questions. My wife, condensed out of lost principles. Bright nimbus, eternal shadow. Ishanaxad, the most willful, intelligent, and powerful female I have ever known, ever reconciled, even made flesh. In our life, she sought perfection through conflict, honing through strife, correction through victory and defeat. Gens Simia's greatest contribution to the human triumph of the trilenium, so she claimed, with a strange knowledge I dared not dispute. And like all devas, she linked herself to Gens Simia. Even the daughter of a great eidolon, unique of her kind, clung to the families of a past, however manufactured they might be, certainly in her case. My parentals, equally irrationally, and like all menders, claimed descent from Gens Avia, a heritance reaching far back into the brightness. Associations none now understands, but what threads remain are cherished. In the middle of our wedding, my parentals insisted on collecting the traditional fee for the legendary devouring and swallowing once carried out against us by Gens Simia, the consumption. Perversely, Ishanaxad reveled in this myth. She paid the fee with enthusiasm, and I soon learned why, when she asserted this dominance in our marital chamber. This became the cause of our first dispute as bound partners, a foolish argument over the feast of parts and nests. In the midst of all those archaic ritual distractions, I submitted and endured, keeping my silence as she nibbled at my drumstick and my wing, and then began on my thigh. I had to subdue all my natural responses to maintain dignity. When she looked up at me, lips rouged in blood, and while my tissues swiftly regrew, she declared we had a perfect balance, that she would always consume, and I would always provide, and survive to collect my paltry fee. I think she meant this in jest. However, I soon found it wearisome. Tiadba underlined the last few words with her finger, unsure what any of it meant. She felt an angry unease at things she could not understand. "Did she actually eat him?" she whispered, aghast. She wasn't sure she wanted Jebrassy to read these parts, and thought about tearing out the page, even gave it a tug, but it was too tough. Still, something in her stirred. The measured layout of unfamiliar words sank deep, brought up memories she didn't think she had personally lived to acquire. Half asleep, before turning another page, she glanced at Jebrassy, so peaceful, lying beside her, and thought of partners, pairs, lovers, across all the incomprehensible words of time. Chapter 41. The Astyanax met Genton standing before a transparent rack of glittering nootic instruments, which he was applying meticulously, without touch, to a simulacrum. The subject bore a faint resemblance to one of the ancient breeds, though larger, blockier, less graceful, and with less fur. All around them the chamber shifted at the whims of the great Eidolon. Several times Genton had to move to avoid being burned, frozen, or simply crushed. Out of respect, he had set his cloak to minimum, but now he surreptitiously strengthened its protection. And this was the Astyanax trying to be polite.
"I wonder,"
he began, rotating the simulacrum,
"is this what our terrestrial ancestors once really looked like? Not as pretty as your ancient breeds, to be sure, but somehow, in its awkwardness, its crudity, more convincing."
"Quite convincing," Genton said. "But we'll never know. Those records are long since lost."
"Fun to speculate," the Astyanax mused. "If you don't mind a little competition?"
The simulacrum blinked at them both with obvious astonishment.
"Do you think, if I confirmed its shape and set it loose in the tears, that it would dream, Keeper?" the Astyanax asked. "Would it behave as our ancestors once did, shedding their discarded world lines, their untraveled fates each time they sleep?"
Eidolons rarely mentioned fates. Their makeup precluded variation along the fifth dimension. All fates were automatically optimized into a single path. That inflexibility made them peculiarly vulnerable to the chaos. Genton walked around the simulacrum. "It's a possibility," he said.
"If we could ever trace back along the combined chord of this creature and its gens," the Astyanax continued, "linking up such a sensitive animal, made of primordial matter, with its closest ancestors, however far back, could it actually testify to those lost times? We would have to assume that its world line would link and match with similar world lines, retrocausally, like the mating of primitive genetic strands."
"The experiment has been tried. It's always failed," Genton said, unsure what the city prince knew, what the great Eidolons had told one another across half an eternity of subterfuge.
"Yet that is precisely what you seek. Confirmation of something in the remote past, the final destruction. Am I right?"
"You are never wrong," Genton said.
The Astyanax froze the simulacrum and then dissolved it. The primordial mass dropped into a glistening lump on the platform. "Idle play," he said. "Have you spoken recently to the librarian?"
"I made a visit to the broken tower 75 years ago," Genton said. "A meeting was scheduled to discuss the tears, but I have not yet been summoned." He knew better than to try to hide obvious truths.
"You reported a change in the tears to the Angelans in the broken tower, Keeper. I assumed someone would let me know eventually. The librarian and I, after all, have long co-ventured in this study."
It is not my place to carry messages between great eidolons. Genton knew he was being provoked. He expected little more from an eidolon. Compared to the city prince, he was less than a peed crossing a dusty road.
"I've heard the librarian is still working on his radical solution to our difficulties," the Astyanax said.
"Many rumors descend from the broken tower," Genton said. "I'm not informed enough to know what to believe."
The Astyanax surveyed him. Little could be hidden. A great eidolon could map a mender in seconds. "Menders and shapers have been engaged for 500,000 years at least, with the current variety of ancient breeds."
"Nothing our shaper does would surprise me. She so rarely does what I ask."
The Astyanax showed a glim of humor. The backscatter made Genton's cloak fluoresce. "Sometimes I feel this city will never be controlled. I would almost welcome a chance to see how the Typhon could manage it."
Despite himself, Genton shivered.
The Astyanax observed with approval. "You are obviously in no mood to betray the Kalpa, Keeper. Nor would you betray your librarian. No secrets here, Mender. Only your ignorance of the past, of what actually happened between the librarian and the city princes. Still, I would like a discreet and open copy of your report on the Tears, the report you will deliver to the librarian when he summons you."
"Of course," Genton said.
The Astyanax made no sign of dismissal. Something changed in the air of the chamber. The Angelans shivered and blurred on high alert, and with a jerk of surprise, Genton realized he was now facing the city prince's primary self, directly controlling this epitome, which looked as if it were barely up to the task. The glow stung Genton's eyes, but the tone color of the epitome's words, directly from the core of the city prince, became less provocative, almost casual. The Angelans now gave Genton full focus, a kind of astonished warning that this intimacy was unprecedented. Theirs had become a meeting of presumed equals, and the Angelans found this almost unbearable. "I remember him most vividly as the Deva Polybiblios," the city prince said. "A tiny thing when he first came here compared to what he is now. He has brought so much trouble, along with the grace of survival. I've supported, tried to control, supported again the librarian, tried to understand his plans, the way he thinks, all of him. I've failed. There is inequality even among the great eidolons, and I have become the inferior, no doubt about that, but the librarian would long ago have destroyed what we have left of time, if not for the efforts of the city princes. The Kalpa has survived an extra few hundreds of millions of years, much of a sameness, to be sure, an elderly repose after reckless youth and endless maturity. A simple visual appeared between them, 3 pieces of a twisted puzzle. They came together, making a deeply patterned ball, smaller than Genton's clenched hand. I'm giving you a memory, Keeper. A message to convey, if you will. It will rise again when the time is right, when there is no time. Until then, it will sink deep out of sight. Genton felt his attention flick left, then right. The puzzle, swooping bands interlaced around a cross, the whole spinning and whirling at the center of nothing. The nothing drew him, and for an indefinite moment fixed his thoughts. Genton listened to the Astyanax's voice, rich and compelling. Even as the story was told and slipped down and away from consciousness, Genton asked, trembling at his boldness, "Why did you send her away?" The answer remained in his immediate memory, though all else faded. I doubt you can understand the humility of an Eidolon, Mender. But in all my extensions, I have tried to exercise humility. I saw a grave danger to the Kalpa. Had all the parts of the Babel been brought together, they would have triggered the end of the Kalpa and everything else. Their completion and unity would have beguiled the last great forces of our cosmos into starting over. Brahma, the moving stillness within, who will awaken. Mnemosyne, the reconciler, who walked among us for a time, but who must return to her true nature, and Shiva, who will dance in joyous destruction. Do you understand what a Babel is, Keeper?
The Astyanax touched his cloak, and Genton saw homunculi, servants of the Babel, climbing spiral staircases from balcony to balcony, arrayed along a wall that stretched up, down, to left and right seemingly forever. The balconies provided access to bookshelves, bearing prodigious numbers of ancient, bound volumes. Farther along, other staircases rose to impossible heights and descended to limitless depths. One by one the homunculi pulled volumes from the shelves, examined them, frowned, and replaced them, and moved on, book after book, shelf after shelf, level after level. A reverse swing of his point of view revealed, across a narrow gulf, another unbounded wall supporting an equal number of books on an equal number of shelves. The two apparently infinite walls of shelves seemed to meet and vanish in a vertical curve. Genton grudgingly admitted the curve was a nice touch, signifying a distortion of space and an eternity of search. Strings of symbolic data beyond counting, certainly for a mender, and probably even for the librarian himself. Every history, every tale, every sequence, every theory, right and wrong, lost in vast mazes of churning, indecipherable text. Nothing will be beyond the scope of the Babel, combined and completed. All is there, all possibilities, all nonsense, all pride, all defeat. Truly it will be the greatest thing ever created, and the most dangerous. A question seemed to flame into Genton's mind, even though, perhaps because, it was unanswerable. And which would be more important to a universe, the random nonsense, or the things we think we can read and comprehend? "I know nothing of this," he said, eyes lidded, yet he was terrified to his very center. The Babel would be so much larger than any universe. "No need. Recognize only that you haven't finished your work," the city prince told him, "and finish it you will. Within a very few wakes, the chaos will break through all our defenses. I acknowledge defeat. There is no choice, no reason to delay. I have transferred the city keys to the Angellans in the broken tower, and my authority goes with them. I am aware that you have long hoped to follow your ancient breeds outside the border of the real. Go now, Mender. There are no longer city rules to stop you. Do what you must to get your breeds to Nataraja. If it still exists, what matter of a few wakes and sleeps? The librarian's plans will proceed. We will not meet again in this creation." The Astyanax turned gray as old stone, and his presence passed to another location. The extraordinary meeting was over. An Angellan escorted the silent Genton back to the platform in a waiting photon disk. He had been charting the intrusions long enough now to understand much of what the Astyanax had said or implied. The reality generators were weakening to such an extent that they could no longer protect any of the bions. Genton knew he had to act. He had to put a humane end to this experiment, make one last attempt to fulfill the task he had been given ages before, whatever the Eidolons wished, and however they debated the nature of the end of time. The Keeper was only vaguely aware that he might be the last weapon in the city prince's arsenal.
Chapter 42. The Tears. For the sake of grain, the Shaper joined Genton, and did what she almost never did. She left the creche. They came invisibly upon the old breed in her niche and stood over her while she slept. The Shaper was obviously pleased that Grain was still capable of dreaming despite all interference. These breeds were strong with dream. She knelt and applied broad, smooth fingers to Grain's forehead, then said, "Tell us who will be best for this last march, and who will be best for a journey to the broken tower." Grain did not need to speak to answer. The Shaper released her, and Genton stepped forward. "Her chosen pair seems smart. She's always been a good judge."
"A breeding pair?"
"They haven't discovered that yet."
"Would it be wise to separate a breeding pair?" Genton asked rhetorically.
The Shaper did not bother to acknowledge there was a question. It was not her place to render such opinions, and never would be, thank the city. She merely shaped. She did not ponder overmuch. "They've searched the deserted tiers for their books, as always," the Shaper said. "She steered them toward those shelves that tend to repeat the tales of Sangmer and Ishanaxad. Separated lovers."
"Can you tell what she's dreaming?" Genton asked.
"Oh, I've known that for an age," the Shaper said. "All the trainers share the same dream since the first batch. She's dreaming she's part of a group of ancient females, in the brightness, apparently. Details obscure, of course, but they seem to seek out talented youngsters, just as she and her sisters have done." The Shaper touched Grain again and murmured, "Pity to lose her, after so many challenges. A favorite." Grain twitched. Her face betrayed a secret anxiety, not in the least connected with their presence. Genton closed his eyes. "Then I know her," he said. The Shaper could not suppress all curiosity. She looked back at Genton. "How? Are you dreaming as well? 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 Keeper?"
"Retrieve the trainer's books."
The Shaper paused, looking down on the old breed. Then she reached for the trunk, opened the finger-lock hatch, and removed all the books, 5 of them. They stacked easily in the Shaper's many arms. "Let's not wake her," the Shaper said. "Such a loss would be exquisitely painful to her. Not that I'm sentimental." They backed out of the Samah's niche. A bleak warden entered, slow and silent. It settled to spread its folds over Grain, and with a slight stir, before she could open her eyes, she was no more. A mercy, considering what was soon to come. "Bring me the male," Genton said. "And the female?" "She will march. Pick others, friends, if they have any. Complete the Samah's travel group however you can and speed their training." Chapter 43. The sound began low and heavy, a bass hum that vibrated the walls of Tiadba's niche. Jebrassy opened his eyes and twitched an arm, knocking one of the precious books off the sleeping pad. The last thing he remembered before falling asleep was Tiadba's soft, steady breath, sweet and soothing. But the bed next to him was empty. He sat upright, listening, and thought that the thumping might come from Tiadba moving around. Where was she? But the sound was much too loud. It felt as if the tears themselves were shivering apart. He pulled on his kurtus and stumbled over the scattered bedclothes to the door, which had opened halfway and seemed to have stuck. Somehow that frightened him more than the sound, which grew even louder. The shaking made it difficult to stay on his feet.
Over the deep rumble came another sound, no less frightening but higher-pitched, wailing and shrieking, like creatures in horrible pain. He squeezed through the opening and fell to his knees in the corridor. His hand nearly touched a deep, greasy blackness spreading along the floor of the hall like a hole cut into the substance of the tiers, and growing. His eyes tried to focus on what had fallen into the hole, a fleeting impression of blurs that might have been 2 or more breeds trying to swim against the blackness, and then something grabbed his shoulder and whirled him around. A huge warden nearly filled the hallway, its wings folded, strong, hard arms extended, one clutching Jebrassy, the other throwing a net, a thick cross-weave of glowing fibers that sucked itself in over the blackness and seemed for the moment to hold it back. The warden pulled him away. "You are going," it said in a voice both passionless and irrefutable. Jebrassy was lifted from the floor and dangled like a doll. He swung his head just in time to see Tiadba squeeze past the warden's gray carapace into the half-open door of the niche. The shriek and the roar grew, and to it Jebrassy now added his own shouts of pain and a question. "Why?" Then Tiadba was back in the hall. She had retrieved a bag, their books. Turning her back to the warden, cringing, she allowed herself to be grasped and lifted. They both stared straight into the roiling dark that filled the opposite end of the corridor. The roar, the wailing. The net holding back the blackness had dissolved. The blackness advanced, offering at the crest of its dark wave 3, 4, 5 breeds. Jebrassy could not count them all, bobbing and twisting in ways nothing could twist. Terrified, turning inside out, and then skin side outward again, while still horribly alive, arms and legs moving with impossible speed, heads spinning like tops. The heads began to grow, the blurred eyes to expand as if they would explode. Tiadba added her screams to theirs, and Jebrassy knew. He had seen this before, smaller, more concentrated. They were on the leading edge of an intrusion like the one that had sucked away his mare and pair. With a jerk, the warden retreated down the corridor, bumping and scraping the walls. Behind them, the hallway squeezed itself into a wall, and golden wardens gathered around the stair core to throw nets everywhere. Their own wardens spun them, pulled them inboard to avoid banging them against whatever chamber or new branch of hall they had entered, smooth and silvery, a hall or pipe he had never seen before, a lift, like the one in the Diurns. Jebrassy tried to reach for Tiadba, but could not quite brush her with his fingers. She was alive, he could see that. She clutched the bag of books tightly to her chest, but she squeezed her eyes shut and bowed her head as if in submission. The journey along the shining pipe took almost no time, the air rushing by so quickly that despite the shield of the warden's body, Jebrassy's clothes were nearly torn from him. He felt his exposed skin grow warm, and then they flew from an opening in a far wall. The warden spread its wings, and they rose in a gliding curve over the third aisle. Jebrassy managed to open his eyes long enough to see how high they were, and was instantly sick. He could not see Tiadba now, except for a foot thrust out from under the second wing, but with his stomach empty, a kind of fated calm came over him. The first and second aisles had been carved open, exposing dozens of levels. He looked with odd dispassion over broken and scalloped walls, whirlpools of retreating darkness, falling breeds. The air smelled rotten and burned at once. Half the seal was gone, exposing something he had never seen before, the city above his sky. Bits and pieces of unknown architecture, spirals and silvery arcs, walls and walkways, moving in an intricate dance of remediation, trying to reassemble and recreate safe havens for other citizens above the tiers, also suffering, perhaps dying. The warden lifted them over a cloud of dissolving darkness, but not without exposing them to a stench so great Jebrassy wanted to be sick again, but could not. He heard Tiadba weeping. The warden's wings and arms rearranged for swifter flight, allowing them to look into each other's eyes across the short distance, and in her expression there was something outside Jebrassy's understanding, outside his range of sympathy. Tears streamed from her cheeks and blew off behind, but behind the tears she was laughing, weeping and laughing at once, with terror and with glee. And then they were struck. Something ugly and resentful reached out and pierced the warden, turning it black and crusted, then just touched Jebrassy, and his body filled with a violation unlike anything he had ever known before, and pain so deep he could not give it voice.
10 zeros. Chapter 44. Puget Sound. The storm began at sea as a tight, dark streak of cloud, like the smear of a giant brush loaded with gray mud. In the early morning hours, it spread quickly over the Olympic Peninsula, sucking in all the dark clouds, tightening and directing its spiral of winds, accumulating and controlling the charges behind the jagged lightning, then flowed across Puget Sound, where it formed the shadowy suggestion of an impossible giant, a female giant. The shadow blew inland, then south, and swung back. It could not seem to find what it wanted, and so it lashed its wings against the city. Most frightening was not the continuous deluge of rain, but the lightning, which struck in clusters, in a rainbow of colors, and with a pummel of explosive reports, like the pounding of huge fists on a cathedral organ. Heads turned and eyes averted, the citizens watched in mounting fear as the flashes grew more intense and more frequent. Not content with leaping from sky to ground, the lightning began to arc sideways, lancing between skyscrapers, blowing out windows, and crawling along the exterior lines of beams and girders, wrapping the towers in a lace of frustrated electricity, only to erupt again near ground level, stabbing through the tight-packed buildings like sabers through cheese. Sirens howled. Fire trucks and police vehicles added to the keening cacophony as far north as Lake Union. The storm compacted and gathered purpose. From above, it now formed a fat arrow paralleling the I-90 bridge, broad fletches over Lake Washington, powerful head probing, dumping, flooding, flashing. It had found what it was looking for. It followed an old white van. Chapter 45. Wallingford. Uh-oh. Something unlikely this way comes. It took Daniel less than a minute to decide that the storm might be a hunter, but it was not after him. It raged south of his neighborhood, south of downtown. As the rain began, then the lightning, he turned away from the morning drivers in their cars, working their way west along 45th to the freeway. He was done with street corners and begging. This morning, he was no longer just one of 1,000 gray men and women standing on the littered curbs of 1,000 on-ramps. That life was over. A new one had begun. Above all, he was a survivor. He looked south to follow the storm's progress. Not even the flash of lightning and horizontal twists of clouds could break his new sense of physical joy. For 2 hours now, he had been enjoying freedom from the snake in his gut. What was left of Fred was no longer capable of putting up much resistance. This body was young, relatively healthy, though not in the best of shape. Back in the house, Mary was still asleep, and Charles Granger lay dead on the couch, covered with a blanket, pitiful and spent. At least that was not his fault, Daniel thought. The broken-down pile of meat had simply given up. Healthy again, Daniel had a fierce, unreasonable pride in his strength, his abilities. As well, he had no doubt now that there were others like him in the city, and they were about to be collected. To himself he cheerfully sang, Dirus ire. He did not want to be caught in the open when the storm found what it was looking for. Even a few miles away, the side effects would be unpleasant. And he needed to retrieve his boxes, hidden behind the fireplace in the abandoned house. Chapter 46. West Seattle. The van shuddered as it left the West Seattle Bridge. Squat and low in the driver's seat, pale with tension, Glaucus swerved around a car stalled in the left lane, corrected the van as it rose on one set of wheels, jerked it back on a straighter course, then took the time to wipe sweat from his eyes with scarred knuckles. In the back, tied up in a heavy canvas sack, Jack Romer had worked his arm through the drawstring and waved his fist as he rolled back and forth over the cold metal floor. Glaucus had stopped his trills and whistles of birdsong. Now he was selling things long ago. Custards, pippins, starberries, currants, he called, in the full glory and joy of the old times. Penelope discharged a sharp grunt as lightning blasted a passing utility pole. A transformer sparked and tumbled over their windshield, bounced along behind them. All the while Glaucus was muttering words with no apparent sense or connection to their journey or their peril. Shoestrings and jute, oakum and fibre, paper and rags, any old iron, scallions, onions, leeks, bones, and fat. This as lightning struck again, and plasters and pastes, plasters for all, plasters and poultice, what ails will draw. A stench filled Jack's nose, rank and oppressive, not just the sweat and confinement of the bag, but a taint from his recent jaunt. He had jumped too far, crossed into a diseased knot of world strands, dissolving, looping, stinking of something awful. He knew that the van was being followed, that his reek was being tracked. Glaucus seemed to share the same opinion. In between his pointless calls, he was now working his way through bluing, blue stuffs, indigo. He paused and leaned toward his partner, as if to speak in confidence, then, shaking his head, pulled back and wrenched his spine straight, his shoulders as square as they could be, incredulous he would even think of giving voice to such thoughts, whatever they might have been. He could not afford doubts, not now. Penelope had broken the armrest from the van's door and held it out, squeezing the plastic and steel like a banana. Her eyes almost popped from their fat, draped orbits. Speckles of weird light danced on their faces. Glaucus clapped a hand over his mouth and nose and stared above his thumb, eyes wide. "What is that?" Penelope shrieked, her vocal register that of a frightened kindergartner. "It is magnificence," Glaucus shouted. "It is power and promise, a plight, a truth." His words belied his expression, brows low, piggish eyes receding into his skull. Jack now had his arm out of the sack up to the shoulder and was squirming to push his head through. "What are you saying?" Penelope squealed. "Something is hunting us. Too eager, waiting too long." "Hunting what? You promised we would be safe." "I will be safe." Glaucus gave her a guilty glance, then wheeled the van onto an off-ramp and said, with grim curiosity, sunken eyes on the rear-view mirror, "I turn up this road. Bolts like giant feet, stamping feet, they follow in turn with me. I have not seen this before. Believe that, dear queen of buzz and hum. Not before, not ever. We have not called for a delivery, yet I sense something other than a gape. The chalk princess is anxious. More than we bargained for. A large bite, this youngster. More than we can chew." Jack was beyond fear. The cloying treacle and liquor of Glaucus's talent had pinched to sour vinegar, stinging in his nostrils and brain, opening up choked glimpses of branching, looping world lines, none of them good, all of them, in fact, awful. What was happening had never happened before, not in Jack's experience, nor in the experience of any ancestor who had ever contributed to the sum of the genes ratcheting in his flesh and blood, even as far back as the primordial slime. Chapter 47. Wallingford. Daniel drew up Fred's gray wool jacket and walked west, shoulders hunched, feeling the storm gather its power. A sharp jerk of sense had reversed his arrogance and pleasure at his new body. The storm wasn't after him, but it would work quite well as a distraction. He had been too preoccupied to pay close attention. Stupid, stupid. There was almost certainly another target nearby, another fate-shifter, maybe more than one. But someone in the employ of the thing that hunted them could still set his sights on Daniel. He would be special. I no longer dream of the city. I don't know why, I just don't. A bad shepherd, isn't that what they call me? Lightning whited the facades on his right. Just blocks from the turn to his home, as he walked beside the big lamp shop, all the chandeliers switched on for the morning trade suddenly went dark. The air hissed. Daniel had to drag his new body by main force toward the abandoned house. Fear was bringing Fred back, unpleasantly strong, and Fred most certainly did not want to go. Daniel could not jaunt again, even had he the strength, the concentration. The corrosion would be everywhere. Nothing but hideous gray looped worlds bunched up between this dissolving segment of history and whatever lay at the end. Tumbled lengths of fate, frayed out, soaked and sour smoky with decay. Another voice, not his own, not Fred's. Fred was already being pushed back like a slug under a stone. Why bother, Mr. Ironmonk? Lightning flew down the street, sizzling, blinding, and struck a fire hydrant. The blast nearly knocked him off his feet and shattered all the glass in the lamp shop windows. He stumbled on, whining like a kicked dog. You have an appointment, long delayed. People on the sidewalks were screaming, running. He whirled around. An old woman in tight pedal pushers held an inverted black umbrella in one hand and dragged a terrier along behind her, on its side, legs kicking. Each time the dog got to its feet, she jerked the leash so hard it fell over again. Big splats of rain, drops the size of baseballs, mixed with sharp chips of ice, hurled from the churning sky. Just a few miles from the center of the storm. The sweep of her robe, merely that. Nothing compared to the gape. Remember, Daniel? Poor bastards, all of you, but especially you. Half a block behind him, Daniel saw a small man with oily, slick black hair. Daniel turned left. Across the street waited another, slender, dressed in old black clothes, shiny with water and age, and a block east a third, clutching a dripping, battered bowler hat in one white hand. All were smiling, enjoying the storm, ignoring the rain and the ice.
Where is the net's fourth corner, Daniel? Trying to run backward, he almost fell, so he swiveled, arms windmilling, and lit out, gave it all he had. He wouldn't look back. Had to reach the house. Had to. Chapter 48. West Seattle. The storm had a dead, hollow voice. It had never known hunger, care, passion, or any growl of hormonal surge. Its voice had never vented from flesh or form. The storm was 1,000 spins and draughts of wind and water, filled with restless veins of flash and charge, and all it knew, all it could possibly know, was that it had been set free, liberated from probability, and that it had a power no storm had ever before possessed. It could gather, it could kill, with malice. One wet black swirl had almost caught up with the white van.
"My dear, it is our quarry, our cargo,"
Glaucus shouted over the roar. He jerked his thumb toward the back.
"He trails a spoor."
"A thread?" Penelope shrilled.
"Spoor, not spool. He exudes, he stinks of the bad places. Not hell, though he must have come very close, dipped an ankle or a knee. Violet, indigo, blue, red, red bolts and orange, all for Madam's delight."
Jack needed all his strength. He pressed his feet against the doors at the rear of the van, clutched the sack around him, rolled, grunted. The light from the windshield darkened. Glaucus and Penelope screeched like terrified parrots. Jack peered out of the hole he had pushed through the cinch, between the silhouettes of the massive, cowering woman and the driver, through the van's windshield. There he saw something inexplicable. The vision refused to be catalogued or stored away, even in short-term memory. A seam, a gap, a failure. A face, extraordinary beauty, and rage. Jack immediately forgot what he saw. Glaucus looked to his terrified partner. In one bright flash, he saw the intensity of Penelope's fear, and knew that she knew. A fatal mistake had been made. However long their relationship, whatever her strength and talent, she would have to be the one. Not for the first time, Glaucus would sacrifice a valued partner. The storm could not wait. It struck with all its pent-up force, spending all its power, everything hidden within at once. A black wall of cloud plummeted. The windshield shattered. Darkness hammered. The van flipped and skidded along its side, rolling Jack with a bone-bruising thump onto the ribbed panel. Through the sack, the skin of his back burned as friction heated the metal. Jack rolled and kicked and pushed his head and one arm through the cinch. The van ricocheted off a Jersey barrier and flipped again. Suspended in space, Jack drew up his knees, rounded into a ball, all he could do to avoid breaking an arm, a leg, his neck. From the front seats came twin explosions of breath as belts jerked tight. The van slammed down on its roof. Chapter 49. Wallingford. As Daniel ran up the steps of the house, he observed the fourth corner of the net. A small, piebald man stood on the porch of the bungalow. Rain fell in such volume, Daniel could barely make out the house, much less the figure waiting for him there. Paleness within shadow, shrunken, like a hideous dwarf. Daniel was soaked. The tall grass in the yard lay flat, submissive. Pieces of ice bounced on the sidewalk and the roof, struck his head and shoulders. Blood trickled down his forehead, diluted by rain. Not a good performance for a man used to walking between raindrops. Lightning played to the south,
where he supposed the real search was underway, where the main target was being harried. Assume nothing. Perhaps it is you, after all. He instinctively reached ahead with his feelers. All paths were distorted, tangled. More alarming, he saw an echo float by, a half-seen rebound of Charles Granger, slouching backward toward the freeway, oblivious, and then another, Fred, himself, bouncing back from just a few minutes in the future. Their broken piece of history was rapidly approaching an impenetrable wall, and he had no idea what would happen then. The piebald dwarf on the porch advanced, and changed. This was no mere solid figure. Daniel had seen such before, in the bad place. Forms and figures that defied dimension. Descending the steps, the dwarf grew, as if reflected in a curved mirror. The closer it came, the larger it would be, and the more powerful. By the time the figure reached him, it would loom high enough to brush the black, swirling clouds. Daniel looked back and saw the other men in their antiquated suits, cringing at the rain and the ice, human and solid after all, capable of pain. The grass steamed. The air cooled, turned thick as gelatin. All darkened. He felt heavier, tried desperately to reason, to be smarter than the poor bastards around him. Echoes from the terminus at the end of this world line would temporarily increase the local mass quotient. Time would begin to slow. At the terminus, for most observers, it would stop or echo them back a few days, a few hours, where they would live those brief segments over and over, hapless as robots repeating a programmed loop. Slices of history were now floating like chunks of meat in a half-digested stew. Nothing left of the future, he surmised, but the wall, and around that a thinned-out, dimensionless vacancy in which nothing could think, nothing could live. He had worked this out some time and many fates ago, back when he had been Daniel Patrick Ironmonk through and through, calculating what it would be like for his time to come, this way or that, to its inevitably mixed and messy conclusion. The huge piebald figure reached down and brushed at Fred's, at Daniel's short brown hair, stroked his high forehead, still bleeding. The moth. He held still, just for the moment. It told him, "Some runner. Fetch it. Fetch it. Fetch it. Fetch it." The others had managed to form a triangle in the yard. No escape.
"Do what the moth says," instructed the closest, a lithe old man with an experienced face and one distorted foot, standing by the concrete steps cutting up through the overgrown yard.
"Of course," Daniel said, and tried to walk around the dimensionless figure, to obey, to comply, the only choice he had, really. The rain pounded, streamed, drops curling in the air, hitting from all directions, no straight lines down, so many fundamental rules changing. Never figure it out. The moth blocked him with a massive finger. In warning, it reached back, its hand diminishing to a point, and brushed the house. The house bleached, turned white, its outlines crumbling to calcined powder. Little more than a polite admonition. If Daniel did what they asked, they might let him go. They might not kill or transform him. A pang of disappointment. Who could possibly be more important? Who could jaunt as far, calculate, and understand the shape of the end of the world? He was the best. Maybe they knew. They could make him one of their own. A slave. That was likely what they were planning. How gratifying. No thanks. Two more translucent echoes vibrated past, one of Granger, the other of Fred. The moth itself seemed to spread,
sending ghosts of its unlikely self backward. It was using far too much energy. It would push more rapidly up against the terminus than anything else near the house. The house reacquired some of its color, but still seemed about to collapse. Even at his highest fever of perception, Daniel had never actually been able to see the multiverse in all its near-infinite variety until now. You always learn more when something breaks, when it begins to die. He had only one chance, to push past what they called the moth, to retrieve his stone and hang onto it with all his strength. Daniel lowered his head and squeezed under the moth's distorted legs through its diminished substance. The piebald giant flickered and whined. Daniel could feel it fading. An illusion now, edges undone, strength gone, losing connection with the source of its power, the mistress of all the corrupted world lines that surrounded them. The three figures in black became agitated, then dismayed, yet the storm was growing weaker, and the air was warming. A retreat was underway. The moth was getting out while the getting was good. The human servants of their livid mistress were being discarded, left behind. Apparently, this was not what they had expected. Daniel stood on the porch, dripping pools around his feet. He slammed against the front door. Wood rot did half the job, and a crowd of him suddenly flew into the living room, surrounded by puffing dust from 100 variations of shattered door, motes of dead and dying futures that had once been only seconds away. Amazed, he realized he could still move. Dimensions are never exactly perpendicular, never precisely straight, less so now than ever. He turned sideways, screamed, as disappointed futurity raised blisters on his face and hands. A crowd of Freds arrived at the fireplace, reached out for the one loose brick. It became hot with the radiated heat of so many hands, and the boxes they all knew were hidden behind that brick. The echoes vanished in a wink. He had seen it before, world lines swaying and attempting to reconnect, invisible to all others, forcing time to a crawl, reducing the light outside to a mist of shadows. They had struck terminus, and then rebounded. Everything had been reset, pushing them back a few hours, a few days at most. Everything in the city, the world, this segment of the multiverse, bouncing off the cauterized five-dimensional scab that now capped the end of all chords. On the occasion of the next impact, in a few hours, a few days, no more, he was sure, the bounce would be shorter, and shorter still after that, until finally they would simply freeze in place, pressed flat. No time, no space, no hope. Daniel pushed through the thick air to the doorway, kicked aside dust and debris, stood on the sagging porch. The others, the strong, emaciated men in their soaked black suits, were trying to flee. All but one. Now he remembered a name. Whitlow. The memory returned like a sliver of ice shoved into his brain. A memory of compromise, betrayal, the betrayal of an entire world. The bad shepherd. Daniel's lungs emptied in self-loathing. Whitlow stood on the porch, smiling and unafraid. He had not changed. Always the same slender, confident, dignified old man across all of Daniel's world lines. Always the clubbed foot. Whitlow's gaze seemed to briefly caress what Daniel held in his hands. The man with the club foot smiled, showing even, ivory-colored teeth. "What's your name now, young traveller?" he taunted. "Why so eager? Where can any of us flee but into her arms?"
Whitlow casually brushed past Daniel into the house, and Daniel turned to join him. Chapter 50. West Seattle. The van's rear doors flung wide. Jack rolled onto the asphalt and tumbled for a dozen yards before slamming into a concrete curb. His exposed hand dipped into a gutter. Water rushed black and silver over his clutching fingers. Dazed, he tore through the abraded sack, spread holes for his other arm, then his torso, kicked his legs through, rose on hands and knees, peeled off the rags, stood, head spinning. For a moment he wondered if he was losing his sight, or even if he'd died. Everything around the accident had skewed, ripped, and was slowly reassembling, like a tossed puzzle reversed in time. He looked up and saw the lightning bolts turn upon themselves and spiral up into a spinning funnel, spitting and hissing like snakes. Rising in the middle of the funnel, he saw a writhing, lumpish form, nearly all middle, with tiny wriggling arms and legs, falling free, diminishing, flailing, only to be grabbed again by the lightning and lifted higher, all the while crying out, a girlish shriek audible even above the roar. Power lines torn loose from their poles tried to follow, curling and snapping and then straining straight as drawn wire. They broke loose and shot up, then went limp, and fell back like lost pieces of string. The funnel closed. A deluge like the upending of a huge bucket flattened Jack where he lay, pressing his head onto the asphalt until he feared he would drown. All stopped. Everything became unnaturally still. Any motion was difficult, painful. He blinked muddy rain from his eyes. The downpour, the lightning, all of the weirdness, over. For a moment, deep quiet. Nothing but a soft hiss of rising steam and a light, ominous crackle like crushed cellophane. The van had wrecked in a residential neighborhood. Old houses, square and neat, ascended a low hill below a water tower. The houses had blackened, not burned, but converted to a dark, glassy substance like obsidian. The water tower sprayed liquid from all its seams. Knee-high, shining black spikes filled the roadway. As Jack stood by the curb, more spikes shot up, shoving aside his feet, kicking the van around and piercing two of its tires. The air sparkled with an absence of color, absence of sense. It smelled burnt, as did Jack, burnt by a cold, timeless fire. Inside the van, Glaucus was gasping for air between harsh, guttural yells. The yells became an awful, continuous screech. Then, nothing. Everything that Jack looked at hurt his eyes, his brain. The muscles in his neck twisted, fighting over which direction they would or would not turn. He flung up his arm. Against his better judgment, he looked again. The knot colors had been filled in like gaps in a coloring book, but the burnt smell remained. The water tower gurgled and spewed its last few thousand gallons. The spikes melted into the asphalt. Rainwater cascaded from overflowing gutters. The houses had returned to a kind of normality. Shaking out a bruised shoulder and favoring a wrenched ankle, he lurched toward the van. He knelt by the shattered windshield. Wet and unable to fly, the last of Penelope's wasps crawled along the crazed edge of glass, twitching and buzzing. Each cast flickering duplicates that peeled away, then returned to merge again. He looked at his hands, the same stuttering shadows. Something huge had just happened.
Time was vibrating like a plucked string. Jack peered into the van. The driver's seat was empty. Both seats were empty. Nobody left to save. Chapter 51. Ellen drove Miriam's old Toyota. Agazutta rode shotgun. Farah sat in the back with Ginny, who watched a necklace of amber beads swinging from the car's rear-view mirror. They turned up one wet street and down another, searching for someone young and male, Ginny gathered from spare snippets of their talk. Even now, water slopped along the gutters and spilled from overpasses and off-ramps, slowing their progress. Things had once again crossed the line from puzzling to inexpressibly weird. She was surrounded by spooky, middle-aged women. They were all so curious, but however much they seemed to care, however much they seemed to have a plan, they were just as reluctant as Bidewell to answer big questions. Too many wait-and-see moments. She felt tied to their destinies in a way that made her suffer like a caged animal. The storm had been hunting. That's what the women had argued about before taking the West Seattle Bridge. Storms didn't do that, of course. Agazutta looked over her shoulder. "What do you feel?" she asked Ginny. Ginny shook her head. There was nothing ahead but a frightening solidity, a flat, looming blankness. "You tell me. I'm just riding along." Ellen said, "The storm might not be the only unusual event today. You might be able to help us save someone else, someone as important as you, so please, Virginia, tell us what you feel." "We're like a log that's fallen out of the fireplace," Ginny said, then dropped as low in the seat as she could, miserable and scared. Farah rubbed her nose. "It does smell burned." "Are you really witches?" Ginny blurted. Agazutta snorted. "That's a joke, dear. If we had any real powers, do you think we'd have allowed this to happen?" Ellen said, "If anyone has magical powers, it's probably you. Or Bidewell." "Not that we've seen much evidence of it lately." "Those books," Farah said. "Fabricated," Agazutta said. "They're old," Farah countered. Ellen made a sound between a tosh and a splutter. "We have to trust him. We don't have a choice. And we have to trust Ginny." "She's sullen," Farah said. "So were you in the beginning," Agazutta said. "Hell, I'm still sullen," Farah said. "Are you a lesbian?" Ginny blurted. A brief but chilly silence followed. "There seems to be a fundamental misunderstanding," Farah said. "Someone explain to the girl." "Fundamentally, it doesn't matter," Ellen Crow said. "Except for me." "Except for her," Agazutta emphasized with some resentment. "This group is sworn to celibacy," Ellen finished. "Which explains why we drink so much and read steamy novels," Farah said. "Why aren't you celibate?" Ginny asked Ellen, craning her head forward. "It has nothing to do with magic, but a lot to do with fishing," Agazutta said. "You're not the bait, my dear. Ellen is the bait." "No one believes me when I say it's all—" Ellen began, but Agazutta interrupted. "Is that him?" she asked. Ellen peered through the windshield at a skinny young man, walking with slumped shoulders and drenched hair over uneven sidewalk. The Toyota slowed. Despite herself, Ginny sat up. The young man was unaware of their presence, or working hard to ignore them. "Such a bedraggled puppy," Agazetta said. From behind, he looked like the one Ginny had seen riding a bike through the busker jam. As soon as she could see his face, she cried out, "Stop!" Ellen braked the car with a short squeal. This caught his attention, and he looked sharp left, then broke into a run. "You scared him," Agazetta said. "Well, excuse me. "He's getting away!" Thera cried. "We'll lose him! He'll jump!" They all seemed to know what that meant. Agazutta was glancing up and around as if expecting a 747 to fall from the sky, or a tree to march out in front of them. "He can't," Ginny said. "Can't what?" Ellen asked. "He can't escape," Ginny said, recognizing something in the young man's posture, in his sad response to their presence. "He's run out of places to go." The car caught up, and Ginny rolled down her window. "Wait!" she called. The young man glanced left again. A raised block of sidewalk caught his toe. With a startled yawp, he fell on his hands and knees. Ginny banged on the door with her fists. "Let me out! Let me help him!" Ellen stopped the car. "Child safety lock," Thera reminded her, and she hummed and pushed the release button. The door swung wide, and Ginny spilled out. She straightened, held her head high, and approached the young man slowly, as if he were a wounded leopard. He rose to a squat and glared at her. Something about his outline wavered for just a moment. He fogged and shivered. "Please don't," she said. "Please stay." His outline firmed, and he faced her with fingers and arms flexed. "Why?" "We've met before," Ginny said. Jack glared at her. "The storm was chasing you, wasn't it?" Ginny asked. "I don't know," Jack said. "We can't escape," she said. "There's a warm place, and friends, I think they're friends, not far. Come with us." "Your car is full," Jack observed, "unless you want me to ride in the trunk." Thera opened her door and thumped her hand on the roof. "Squeeze in. You're skinny." "Get out of the wet, Jack," Ellen said. She waved with a reassuring smile. Jack stood and peered through the windshield. He pushed aside his wet hair. "Now you're scaring the hell out of me." "I met most of them today," Ginny said. "Who are you supposed to be?" Jack asked. "I don't know," Ginny said. "Not anymore." Chapter 52. The Green Warehouse. Jack stood behind the warehouse gate, staring at the gray ghost of First Avenue South and shivering in the ashen chill that oozed through the chain-link fence. Ellen had parked the car, and the women had gone up the ramp into the warehouse, leaving him to stand by the fence. He told them he needed a moment to adjust. Ginny had returned to watch from the door. In just a few hours, in what passed for personal time, the city outside the green warehouse had turned into a flickering forest of shadows. Clouds roiled too quickly, colliding and shooting up to vanish in the gray sky. On the way back from West Seattle, theirs was the only car on the road. They had witnessed people walking, echoing back, starting over, half aware. Some seemed to catch on to their awful dilemma, enough to be frightened. More frightening still, most couldn't tell the difference. Somehow, the stones in their boxes, and now the warehouse, smoothed things and protected them all, once they had ricocheted off Terminus. That was what Ellen had called it in the car, Terminus. The end, yet not exactly. More like a ball, slowly bouncing and rolling to a stop. The sadness Jack felt was almost beyond bearing. Out there, so many confused, lost people trying to reclaim their lives in a stuttering time that kept drawing them back, that would ultimately, when the ball stopped bouncing, press them down. Ignorant and immobile, like so many flies stuck in tar. It had happened so suddenly, but not without warning. Ginny finally could wait no longer. She walked down the ramp and stood beside Jack, arms wrapped around her shoulders. She was younger than him, maybe 18, but the look in her eyes told him she was no mere girl. They hadn't spoken 2 words since the end of their fitful, gray journey back to the warehouse. "How did the storm find you?" she asked. Jack shrugged, embarrassed. "I called a phone number," he said. "A man and a woman bagged me. After that, I'm still trying to figure it out." "It was the gape," Ginny said. "Gate?" "Gape. It's what happens when you meet the Queen in white." "Who the hell is that? Another old woman?" "I don't know. Just one of her names. Let's go back in. It's warmer, and you should talk with Bidewell."
The air in the green warehouse was sweet with the smell of dry wood and old paper. Jack looked around the high walls, unpainted slats lathed over studs, thick beams carved from the hearts of grand old cedars. High windows and skylights cast a gray, filtered light. Stacks of crates and cardboard boxes rose everywhere. Ginny followed him like a little sister as he explored. He didn't like that at first. He stepped up to the broad metal door and tapped it with his knuckles. On the other side, the book group women were talking with an older man. He couldn't make out what they were saying. He glanced at Ginny. Her eyes glistened with a quick shyness, like a yearling deciding whether to bolt. "What's on the other side?" he asked.
"That's where Mr. Bidewell keeps his office and his library."
"More books?"
"Lots. Old ones, new ones. He has crates of them, shipped from all over the world. Some are impossible. I don't know where he finds them. I am helping catalog them. The ones who kidnapped you, what were they like?"
"The man called himself Glaucus. There was a big woman, huge. I think her name was Penelope."
"Another pair came for me back in Baltimore. I got away, but they followed me here. Dr. Sanglaw sent me to Bidewell as soon as I arrived."
"You're lucky. These 2 used wasps." Ginny's eye narrowed.
"Wasps?"
"Yellow jackets." He waved one hand, fluttered his fingers. "They buzzed after me when she opened her coat."
"Oh, my God."
"What about yours?"
"A man with a silver coin, a skinny woman who started fires with her fingers."
"I've always known things were odd," Jack said, "but not like this. Not as weird as my dreams."
"What do you remember about your dreams?"
"Not much," Jack said. "Do you dream too?"
She nodded. "All fate shifters dream. That's what Mr. Bidewell told me."
Jack sucked on his teeth and tried to look calm. "Fate shifters?"
"You and me. We shift when the odds aren't in our favor."
She drew her hand across the level of her shoulders.
"Sideways. You know that, don't you?"
"I didn't know it had a name," Jack said.
"But it doesn't make our lives easy," Ginny said. "I still make mistakes. Sometimes I think—"
Again the furtive look. Jack began pacing the perimeter of the warehouse. Ginny followed, uninvited.
"Why wasps?" she asked.
"There's no way out of a room full of wasps. The odds are against you everywhere." He did not feel like describing the world line he had been forced into, or how that might have distracted the storm, the gape. "What are they talking about? Us?"
"I don't know,"
she said. They completed a circuit to where Ginny had made her little square among the boxes, and she lifted the curtain she had hung for privacy, inviting him in. Jack sat on a small crate, reluctant to take the single wooden chair, more reluctant to sit on the bed. He crossed one leg.
"I'm a busker," he said.
"I saw you at the busker jam," Ginny said.
"Funny I didn't see you."
"You were mad at something, I guess."
"What do you do?"
"I get in trouble, then I run away."
Ginny sat on another box.
The corner puffed dust and sagged, and she got up, brushed her jeans, and sat in the chair. "Run away from where?" "Where to is all that matters." She shrugged. "We've met before. I'm sure of it. Not just at the jam. Don't you remember?" Jack shivered again. Jack shivered again. Jack shivered again. Jack shivered again. And not just with the cold. He was letting it all down, and he didn't want to, not in this place, and not in front of this girl. They looked up in wonder and fear at the high, small windows. Darkness had fallen. Day might never come again. 2 stars shone through the glass panes. Jack tried to imagine time stopping, freezing, then bouncing back, whatever it was doing, all the way out to those stars. He couldn't. He got up, lifted the curtain, and returned to the back of the warehouse. Ginny followed again. Jack pounded on the sliding steel door. The voices behind the door droned on as if nothing had happened. "They'll let us in when they're ready," Ginny said. "A busker is a street entertainer, right?" "Yeah," Jack said. "Why would a thunderstorm be interested in a juggler?" She covered her mouth. Jack looked at her, bewildered. The way she laughed, fey, dauntless, gave her a radiant, awkward bravery that shamed him. "Who is Bidewell?" he asked. "His full name is Conan Arthur Bidewell. I think he's been here for a long time." "He's like the great and powerful wizard?" "He seems to think so. He's spent his whole life collecting books," Ginny said. "There are rooms here that haven't been visited by a human being in over 100 years, so he says. I think he wants to put us in them and see what happens." "You believe him?" "I don't think he's lying," Ginny said. The sliding door rumbled open. Miriam poked her head out. "You can come in now. Jeremy—" "Jack," he said. "Jack, time for you to meet Mr. Bidewell." Ginny walked beside him. "How can you just accept all this?" Jack asked. "I've had my moments," Ginny said. "I always come back. It's safe here for now, the safest place in the whole city, maybe the whole world. Out there—" No need to say more about the streets, the city, the sky. The old man, Bidewell, Jack assumed, stood beside a long wooden table on which someone had positioned a short stack of medium-sized hardcover books. He wore a dark brown suit covered with patches and mended holes. Miriam joined the other women, and they all sat around a wood-burning iron stove whose square mica eye glowed a friendly orange. Agazutta took the single overstuffed chair, lounging like a spoiled movie star. Jack and Ginny stood at opposite ends of the table, like students awaiting an exam. Bidewell studied Jack, then pulled 2 books from the stack and let them fall open to their middles. He pushed one across the table toward Ginny and the other toward Jack. Both looked down. The pages were incomprehensible. No words, no paragraphs, just random lines of letters and numbers. Jack looked away and closed his book with a sharp crack. Ginny left hers open. Bidewell had given her The Gargoyles of Oxford by Professor J.G. Goyle. She recognized the binding, but could no longer read any of the text, and the pictures seemed muddy and vague. A third book, the name on its spine also scrambled, was passed among the women.
"You may have noticed the effects of what you experienced outside, what some call the gape,"
Bidewell said, as this book was carried back to the table by Agazutta.
"Actually 2 events have concurred, the gape and terminus. The gape cuts us off from our past. Terminus cuts us off from any future, and so, by and large, we are cut off from both causality and eventuality. the two pulsing waves of time. The results are obvious outside. In here, my library is a ruin, but it still offers some protection."
"All the books are ruined?" Miriam asked, incredulous. "I mean, you do collect curiosities."
"As many as I've examined, including those with which I'm quite familiar," Bidewell said. "Outside these walls, every book in our region, perhaps every region we could ever hope to access, has also been scrambled. I've not seen this before, not on such a scale."
Jack set his face in a vacant expression, waiting.
"Virginia, you have regained possession of your odd little stone. Now there are two," Bidewell said. "Jack, Ginny, could you remove your stones from their boxes?"
Jack puzzled open his box. The stone lay inside, twisted and black, shining with a single deep red gleam. Ginny lifted hers. "Both present and accounted for," she said, trying to be cheerful.
"Given their shapes and the way they appear to nest together, but no, we will not attempt that. Please keep them separate. I suspect that a third exists, and perhaps more. None of us knows where they might be. None of our sentinels and outriders has reported a third individual with your abilities, but for now we can't worry about that. What is outside this warehouse for the time being is beyond our control."
Agazata sniffed. Bidewell nodded.
"If they are what I think they are, then they have nearly completed their long journey. They have summed. Bring them to the center of the table, please, and give them a slow wave over this volume. I've chosen a particularly valuable book, one I've kept in reserve for some time, but which is presently unreadable. Children?"
Jack stood beside Bidewell, following Ginny's lead. Bidewell opened the book to the middle. Both held out their stones. The women crowded the opposite side of the table to see. Jack and Ginny held the stones over the pages. At first the text remained scrambled. Then, as if caught in a glowing light of reason, the words began to return. A few, then sentences, phrases, entire paragraphs. No letters moved, nothing visibly rearranged, but the book under the two stones slowly became readable. Jack couldn't help glancing at the first paragraphs to become clear, reading upside down, a trick he had learned years ago. Language is as fundamental as energy. To be observed, the universe must be reduced, encoded. An unobserved universe is a messy place. Language becomes the DNA of the cosmos. He looked up. Ginny had been reading as well.
"I am humbled by the power you children possess," Bidewell said reverently. "I've waited centuries to observe this effect. It confirms so much that has been until now mere philosophy."
"What are the stones?" Ginny asked, her hand and the stone trembling. "I've had mine as long as I can remember. My parents had it before me. I've never been away from it for very long, but I have no idea what it is."
"Jack?"
Bidewell inquired, watching him closely, but with a confident air.
"My mother called it a sometime stone. Sometimes it's here, sometimes it's not. Once she called it a library stone." "Curious. Library stone. As if she might have known."
"Known what?" Jack asked.
"For now, these are still just partial shells. Journey finished, full and strong, but immature. Even so, as you can see, they have remarkable powers."
Bidewell gripped both their extended hands and pulled them slowly apart. The text below remained comprehensible. In fact, the patch of legibility continued to grow.
"There have been many such over the ages. Some failed and became lumps of useless rock. Some were captured, along with their guardians, and we assume theirs were sequestered or destroyed. In the names given to them, I suspect, we have clues as to their ultimate nature and function. You may put them away for now.
If something has scrambled all order, how can we think or see? Miriam asked. Why isn't our flesh scrambled? Her voice rose. Everything should just fall apart. Her disturbing observation was met with grim silence. Bidewell flipped the book's restored pages one by one. The old man actually had tears in his eyes, tears of relief and awe.
We are just beginning to see how deep the mystery is. For better or worse, all time everywhere is now subjective. All fates are local.
He lifted his gaze to a large electric clock mounted over the sliding steel door. The hands were bent and jammed, as if invisible fingers had reached inside and twisted them, and the second hand lay at the bottom of the glass.
No timepiece will tick out our remaining seconds. If we end flattened and frozen against terminus, we are lost. Even these stones will be useless. But we cannot rush the tasks that remain for us. First, we must get to know each other.
Bidewell pulled a folding chair forward, gripped its seat, and smiled at Jack. Jack sat, eyes sharp.
Just for this occasion, Bidewell said, I've laid in a small feast. Ginny knows where cans of soup and the makings for sandwiches are stored. Ellen, will you begin?
They sat down to pastrami on rye and tomato soup warmed on the stove. Farah produced a bottle of red wine and a corkscrew from her capacious handbag. "Wonder what terminus does to wine?" she asked. She poured a small amount of the dark ruby liquid into a tumbler, sipped it, and lifted an eyebrow in approval, then poured around. "It's hard to spoil a cheap Merlot." Ellen lifted her glass and swirled its contents. "The four of us really did start out as a book group," she said. "We still get together twice a month to eat and drink and discuss literature." "We're well off," Farah said. "Leisure becomes an attractive nuisance." Ellen resumed. "Anyway, ladies, after Agazetta's father passed away, she cleaned out his house. The house had been in the family for over 100 years. In the attic, she saw an old dusty box pushed far back into a corner. Inside she found an unusual book. It had probably been there since before her grandfather's time." Bidewell rubbed his hands, then leaned against the edge of the table. For all his apparent age, he seemed flexible. Not spry, but flexible, and tough. Agazetta seemed bored by this recounting. "Blame it all on me," she said. Agazetta brought it to our group. After a bottle of Pinot Gris and a fine melon salad with pine nuts and prosciutto, we all agreed the book might be rare, though it was not in English nor in any language we knew. It seemed to be part of a set. So we thought it would be fun to take it to a dealer in such things, a man I know, John Christopher Brown. "They dated in college," Farah broadcast to the room. "We did," Ellen confirmed with a short stare. "Can I tell this my way?" Farah smiled sweetly. Jack hunched down in the folding chair. "Mr. Brown owns an antiquarian bookstore on Stone Way. He seems to know everything about books, and a little bit about everyone involved in books, old books, odd books. He knew of a local buyer interested in just this sort of item." Bidewell listened as attentively as a child. "Our dear Conan," Ellen said.
"Ah," Bidewell said, "I am drawn into the picture."
"You drew us in. At any rate, you bought our book. At first Mr. Brown kept you anonymous, but passed along a portion of the sum Conan paid, a suspiciously large sum, enough to make us happy to continue to search through our attics, our basements, even the walls of our houses. Farah found another, Agazetta said, in my basement, in a shoebox. I had never seen it before. Really, it might just have popped up like a coat hanger in a closet. It wasn't old. From the 1950s. A paper 1950s. A paper 1950s. A paper 1950s. A pack, in fact, she added, eyebrow raised, with a lurid cover. A lurid cover, and every single word misspelled except on one page, Agazetta said, which it turned out was transliterated Hebrew. Mr. Brown sold that book for an even larger sum. "Remarkable ladies," Bidewell said, "to have located two such curious volumes in their immediate environs. They obviously had a knack. I gave Mr. Brown permission to refer the ladies to me. Such finds do not arrive entirely by chance." "How do they arrive?" Ginny asked. "Not to be known," Bidewell began, and without skipping a beat, the entire group, except for Jack, echoed, "Not to be known, surely, not to be known." Bidewell bore up with patient good humor. "The paperback was intriguing, yet merely a symptom. However, what the lovely witches of Eastlake had happened upon with their first discovery was the 13th volume of a remarkable and elusive encyclopedia." "Here we go," Agazetta said. "One set had apparently been printed in Shanghai in the 1920s, to the specifications of an Argentinian named Borges. There are no records of Senor Borges, except his nameplate in the index volume and his signature on page 412 of Volume 1. And so our ladies had made one of the most magnificent finds of this century, a volume of the lost Encyclopedia Pseudo-Geographica. Only one other volume is known, Incunabula, recovered in Toledo in 1432 and currently held in the British Library under lock and key, with excellent reason, I might add." "It's a good thing we couldn't read it," Farah said, stretching like a cat, which reminded Ginny. She had not seen Minimus or any of the other cats for some hours. They likely had found hiding places until events and new guests settled. "We might have gone mad." "Madder than we are," Agazetta added. "But who would know?" Ellen muttered. Bidewell's laugh was light and rich, like a perfectly baked cookie. Despite himself, despite everything Jack had experienced, he was beginning to like the old man. "Suffice it to say," said Ellen, "we all found Mr. Bidewell handsome, fascinating, and wealthy," said Agazetta. Bidewell peered around the room with satisfaction bordering on smugness, as if, at long last, he had assembled a long-desired family. "The rest is history," Ellen said. "Pied history," Farah said with a small, half-concealed yawn. "Which means?" Ginny asked. "History comes in two colors. Everyone else lives one color," Agazetta explained. "After meeting Mr. Bidewell, we now live the other." "What does any of this have to do with me? Or with her?" Jack asked, nodding at Ginny. "I should rekindle our fire. It's getting cold," Bidewell said, pushing away from the desk. "Jack, there are logs and old newspapers in the hopper. We shall pour another glass and toast lost memory. Temps perdu, quite literally, for that is the talent we shall speak of soon. Order, chance, times lost, and the recovery of objects that never were, yet ever shall be." Jack picked pages of newspaper from the curved hopper. The pages were blank. Chapter 53. Wallingford. Grayness and dusty sweeps of shadow, a glazed, darkling sky, clouds jerking by in spasms like dying animals flopping and kicking across the heavens, the rough abandoned house at the center of so many of Daniel's lives, desolate beyond description, freezing isolation made worse by the fact that he was not alone, that he had Whitlow to contend with. Whitlow had entered the old house, passing Daniel on the porch, and now faced him with a wry, twitching smile across the short distance between the two old chairs on the water-stained and warped floor, where he and Daniel had seated themselves, nowhere else to go, just as clocks everywhere had stopped humming, whirring, ticking.
"Let's discuss your future, young fate-shifter."
Whitlow's words blurred across the short distance between them, followed by a dozen variations, as all the remaining cut-up strands of fate tried to sum.
"Let's discuss what is to come, now that you have a strong new body, before your memories fade again. Always a problem for your kind."
Whitlow had repeated these words so often, Daniel had lost count. There could be no finer punishment for all his sins than this, and yet he could not just throw aside the stone and end it all. He knew the stones in the boxes offered a circle of protection, and did not want to experience what it would feel like if he, like Whitlow, fell just on the edge of or outside that circle. I've survived worse, the worst, I think. But my memories are vaguer than the murk outside. If only I could think clearly. If I could make a move, any move. He still had hope. And so he gripped the boxes. At least there would be no hunger, no real pain. He could sit without moving, going through each train of thought in smeared iterations, the changes so slight no outside observer could ever know the difference. For now, Whitlow had been stymied, perhaps even defeated, by Terminus. The marionette across from Daniel labored as if strung from the hands of a broken clock.
"Let's discuss what our livid mistress will have in store for such a fine young betrayer of worlds."
Daniel leaned back and held the boxes at arm's length behind him, removing their circle a few feet from Whitlow. The seated marionette slowed and fell silent, until Daniel's arm tingled and he folded it back. The others, Whitlow's partners lost out in the vibrating murk, would never arrive to help their boss. As for the moth, whatever that was or had been, no sign from that quarter either. With a suck of breath and a cough, Daniel realized that any certainty, even doom, would be better than this staggered eternity. Still, his feelers, blunted, singed, traumatized, were sensitive enough that he knew this was not all there was. A refuge existed somewhere. Had Whitlow not found him, he might have made his way to that refuge just in time to elude all this. Caught, something less than frozen, facing a nemesis something less than toothless. Fully capable of boring Daniel to screaming insanity with his threats and schemes, like thin acid dripping on acres of exposed skin.
Before the memories of your past exploits fade and get eaten away by a fresh and resentful new mind, the Chalk Princess has such hopes.
Something changed. Daniel felt a thrill in his spine, an unmistakable difference in the room's atmosphere, though how he could recognize or even detect this in his present state was not clear. But here it was, a loosening. Something powerful jerking at the damaged strands, shaking them out, squeezing a few last hours of usable chronology that something might be done, would be done. A knock on the door stabbed sharp and painful through Daniel's ears. He forced himself to stand, amazed that he could stand. Whitlow's eyes followed, and his white face twitched, like a corpse jolted by an electric charge, but that was all he could do. Daniel crossed the damp boards and opened the door. A crash and roar buffeted him. Ice calving from glaciers, mountains slamming against mountains, giant knives ripping up the sky. Worlds, histories colliding. Just outside the door, a bulky shadow cringed, then separated itself from the confusion and squeezed inside by main force of will. "A little help," said a squat, powerful man, hands outstretched, thick fingers grasping. His gray suit dripped water. "The Queen in White has abandoned us. Pardon me if I say it. I seem to have what you need. And pardon me again if I ask, what in hell are you?"
Chapter 54. The Green Warehouse. The book group ladies retired to a far corner with a few cots and blankets and pillows that Bidewell pulled from an old brass-bound wooden chest. Their lanterns cast long, dancing shadows on the warehouse's walls and ceiling. Before he retired to his own quarters, Bidewell pulled down a volume from an otherwise bare shelf. The volume bore on the base of its spine the number, or the year, 1298. In view of Jack and Ginny, he winked, put the book under his arm, and bade them good night. Then he slid shut the steel door. The warehouse became still. Ginny gave Jack an uneasy glance and retreated into her space. The ladies and Ginny had helped Jack clear another space a few yards away and provided him with another cot and blankets, everyone in their little squares, insulated, protected, waiting. He sat on the edge of his cot and let his shoulders slump with exhaustion. Ginny's cot creaked on the opposite side of the stack of boxes and crates. They seemed far enough from the others, if they spoke softly, no one else would hear. "Is it time for stories?" she whispered. "Sure," he said. "You first." She walked around the crates, pulling along a chair, and sat, knees together, booted feet askew. "I'm 18, she said. "How old are you?" 24. "People say I'm lucky, but bad things keep happening." "Maybe they'd be worse if you weren't lucky." "I answered the ad just like you. I called the phone number." "Jesus," Jack said. "Some of it's hard to remember," she began. "I came from Minneapolis. I was living in a house full of musicians, musical types. They all played instruments, DJ'd raves. We chipped in and did odd jobs. They said I brought them luck because we kept getting better gigs, play dates, black sick jams." "That's good?" Jack asked. She nodded. "I loved it. We were free, and we ate total shack, and I felt—" She glanced at Jack. "You've lost me," he said. "But keep going. I'll catch up." "One day, I knew my friends were forgetting about me. I thought it was the drugs." Her voice and face hardened. "We would hang out in old houses, talk about music, movies, and TV, stuff that passed the time. Every week or so, they acted just like I was new. They didn't remember anything about me. Sometimes it hurt so much I would go off by myself, but I didn't like being alone. I asked, what would happen if I stopped remembering who I was? I did a lot of drawing." Jack winced. Her voice had become so flinty. "They were snuffing up ecstasy. I tried it a few times. They all thought if you didn't do X, you were a hard case, unable to form true friendships. It made me so happy and loving.
I would give anybody everything I had, all the loving little twinkles in my little brain just lining up like pinball hits. Anybody could walk in and I'd feel that love juice flooding me. I was so grateful. I couldn't hand out my goodies fast enough, and it didn't matter. They still forgot me.
Wow, Jack said. Ginny watched his expression warily.
Yeah. All the time I was with them, I didn't jump the lines. I didn't fate shift. I thought that was over. I thought I had a home. But I was still having the dreams. I'd draw. That was fine. Everybody liked weird art. Everything creepy, everything about death is fine. Dying is the ultimate giving. Eternal giggles. And then everyone would forget. They'd think I was new. They'd tell me their stories all over again.
Jack sat quiet, letting her get it out.
I would have died, she murmured. But then this person came to me, the one who did most of the really strange drawings, when I was gone, blanking out. She's part of my dreams, too, I think. One day she left a note. It was in little block letters, like it was written by a child. Put your skin back on. Get out. We have work to do. And I knew just what she meant. This wasn't love or even friendship, what we were doing in that house. It was turning oneself into a snail between a boot and a sidewalk. I had no defenses left, just raw nerves. So I quit the house, and I quit the ex and all my friends, and after a few days I was sitting under a bridge out of the snow when I read an ad from a newspaper I was using to stay warm. She drew quotes. Do you dream of a city at the end of time? And a phone number. Jack winced again. I still had some charge on my cell, so I called the number, mostly just to have something to do. Another bad decision, right? Jack lifted one corner of his lips. That's what I do. I run away from good decisions toward bad decisions. This was the worst, I think. A man came to the bridge and picked me up. He looked young, Asian, in his 30s, tall and skinny, but fit, with deep black eyes. He drove an old gray Mercedes. There was someone in the back seat, a woman. She wore a veil and never said a word. She smelled like smoke. We left the city behind. Off the highway, the man and I got out and had lunch at a diner, but the woman never left the back seat. She wasn't dead. I could hear her breathing. After we ate, back on the highway, she started a fire. The guy had a fire extinguisher under his seat. He pulled over and opened her door and yelled and sprayed foam all over. She whimpered but never said a word.
Jack's fingers knotted in his lap.
I thought he looked young, but his tiny black eyes were old. Mostly he was friendly. The front seat was so comfortable, heated, soft but firm. He did tricks with his silver dollar, one-handed, the other hand on the wheel. Pretty clever. The coin did everything he wanted it to, like it was alive, and he was its master. He remembered my story, what I told him as we drove. We might go on forever, tricks and stories and the long, straight road. I was so out of it, so accepting. Still just a little fool, I guess. We finally came to a big house out in the woods near St. Paul. There were piles of lumber and stuff all around, but I didn't see any workmen. The guy told me they'd found an old vault under the house with thick walls where things could get really quiet. They put me down in the vault, and I slept for a couple of days. It was quiet. I got better, stopped gritting my teeth and biting the insides of my cheeks. I felt so lucky, and thought maybe I was learning how to feel gratitude, real love,
He would visit every day, bring me food and clothes, and I knew from the beginning he wasn't interested in sex. He respected me. I thought this was a good place. He was good to me. My dreams stopped. Ginny had started shaking. Little tremors at first, but now her teeth were chattering. Jack reached out to touch her arm, but she pulled it away. The last time he visited, he told me we were going to take a walk. We climbed the stairs out of the basement, and the wind was whistling outside. It was cold, below freezing. The air smelled like snow. I noticed that they hadn't put in carpet or wood floors, just plywood. It was really just an old abandoned house that had never been finished. He said we were going to meet the Queen. Jack pulled his hands apart so he wouldn't bruise his fingers. He said the Queen paid him to find special people. Somehow I saw that the guy's clothes were actually pretty shabby. She couldn't be paying him much, and now his skin looked old. I thought maybe I'd found myself a real vampire. A poor one. Ginny's voice dropped below a whisper. Jack could barely hear her. The warehouse creaked. Yards off, a cat meowed. The meow echoed around the rafters as if there were dozens of cats. He was as afraid of the woods as I was. I knew the Queen wasn't the woman who started fires, because we passed the car when we walked into the trees, just parked there on the dirt driveway. Smoke was drifting out of an open rear window. The woman was inside. I saw her veil move. She was looking right at me, but I couldn't see her eyes. You didn't run? I couldn't. I couldn't even think about jumping the lines because I knew the woman in the car would set fires everywhere, and she wouldn't even need to leave the back seat. I could almost see her doing it, hundreds of little blazes dropping from the air. She'd burned the woods, the house, any path I tried to take, anywhere I tried to go, using fires like wasps. Ginny glanced left for a second, chin down, defiant, working hard to get it all out. I wonder how many of them are out there hunting us. Jack cocked his head. No idea. We walked between the trees. For 5 or 10 minutes, I thought we were walking in a big circle. We kept passing a black lake covered with green duckweed. Everything was getting dark. There was a storm coming in, low black clouds, lightning, sideways lightning. Ginny nodded. Then he said something about a moth. Maybe it was the moth. The moth is coming to introduce you. The trees, I noticed that their branches grew down into the dirt. The leaves moved independently, but they weren't really moving, they were just changing, getting bigger or smaller, shifting left or right, but without moving, because the trees were black and solid, like stiff tar. I thought maybe each time a tree seemed to move, it was becoming a different tree. I don't know how to describe what was wrong with them. The guy with the coin seemed as scared as I was. He said, the Queen in white expects perfection. That's part of her charm. I asked him how old he was, how old the Queen was, and he said, what an odd question. I think I saw another man, but it wasn't a man. It stretched up and out until I could see right through it, right through him. We came to the center of the woods. I knew it was the center, but we had never left the circle. Maybe the path was a kind of spiral, but special, curving inward, but not in space. There was like a big lake of frozen jade-green water, all carved up, gouged out. I couldn't see the sky over the lake. It just wasn't there. Jack didn't want to hear any more. He shifted a few inches to his right, as if she were a package about to explode. The clouds dropped and cut off the trees. Leaves fell like little flat rocks, ice cold. They stung when they hit my head and my arms. The light became gray and icy. The shadows had edges sharp as knives. If you walked over one, it could cut you.
Everything smelled like lemons and burning gravy and gasoline. I hope I never smell anything like that again. Don't say a word, the thin man told me. He pocketed his coin, held out his hand, wiggled his long fingers. I couldn't help it. I showed him the stone, still in its box. He reached out as if to take it, but instead he backed away and said, "Don't move. Don't look. I'm sorry." He started running. He'd left the circle we were on, and I heard him crashing through branches. I guessed that the circle was a trap. I had been hypnotized by the spiral. I couldn't lift my feet.
Jack covered his mouth.
"The same clouds in the sky, like the ones that flew in over the city to get you," Ginny said. "The man wanted to deliver me to something that didn't belong here. Something angry, sad, disappointed." I stood between the trees. The leaves were spinning around the queen, or whatever it was in the center. I couldn't see her, but she was tying up everything into one big knot. Her knot was the center of the spiral. I didn't believe it, but I understood it. Everything that could happen was going to happen, and all of it would happen to me. And some of it would even be stuff that couldn't happen. I was about to see everything all at once. I turned around, completely around, and the trees spun by, but only halfway, and I saw the man in the trees. He lowered his hands, and his eyes were like snowballs in his head. I turned around again, completely around, knowing that I would not see the queen again until I had spun twice. Does that make sense?
Jack closed his eyes and realized he could see the sense that it did make.
"In that place, you have to turn twice to rotate a full circle," he said. "I thought you'd understand. It's got a different logic, like the jumps we make." "Did you see her?" Jack asked. "I don't call it seeing, but yes, I suppose I did. She was at the center of the Jade Lake. She wasn't dressed in white. She didn't wear anything. At first I didn't know why the man called her the Queen in White. Maybe he saw her differently or knew something else about her. She was very tall. If I came from somewhere else, saw with different eyes, I suppose she might have been beautiful. She had limbs or arms or things coming out of her that I didn't recognize, but they looked right. They fit. Even so, I knew that if I came near her, she would suck my eyes right out of my head. I felt like a piece of bloody ice. She just stood at the center of her knot, watching, infinitely curious, curious like a hunger, curious like fear. She wanted to know everything about me, and so angry, so disappointed. I wanted to tell her what she needed to know, just to end her disappointment, her rage, but I couldn't explain it in words. Instead, what I had to give her would shoot up out of my skin. All the places I had been and things I had done or would do, past and future, all my selves, just a big chewed-up mess flowing into her knot. She'd end up wearing me like a dress or a scarf. I didn't think I was going to die, but I knew that what was about to happen would be worse than dying.
Jack sat stiff on the cot, hands trembling under his thighs.
"Mm-hmm,"
he murmured.
She smiled. "But I'm here, right? So relax." "That's not easy," he said with a nervous grin. "Well, deal. I had been holding something back, didn't even know it, lucky for me, because I might have told her. Maybe you know what I'm talking about? Maybe. Tell me what I did."
Ginny looked straight at him. Jack made a circular scissors motion with his fingers.
"Yeah, When I was finished, and it took just an instant, I was flat on my face, covered with leaves. Trees had fallen all around, and water was everywhere, steaming, but cold. Duckweed hung on all the trees. The lake had flung itself up out of the hollow, and I didn't see the man again. I don't know where he went. The whole forest was flattened. What about your stone? I dropped it, but then I found it, Ginny said, nodding. It was right near the path, still in its box. I picked it up and walked back between the trees. Near the house, I saw that the car was gone. I was alone. You must have done the same thing, Jack. So tell me what I did. So tell me what I did. So tell me what I did. So tell me what I did that made them go away. He still couldn't answer. Can we slice world lines? She asked. Not just jump between them, but cut them into pieces? Kill them? He shook his head. It's something to do with the stones summing up. They're part of us. We can't lose them unless we die. I knew that when I pawned the box. It always comes back to me. Did you cut things loose in the storm? I don't remember. I don't think I had time. Hold my hand, Ginny said, and held it out. He didn't hesitate. Her fingers were hot, and her skin seemed to glow a faint cherry red like the iron stove in the next room. You're burning up, Jack said, but did not let go. Sometimes I do that. It'll pass, Ginny said. I survived, didn't I? You sure did. I know why they want to catch us, she said. Whoever they are. Whatever they are, Jack added. They're afraid of us. He squeezed her fingers, and the heat subsided. Makes you wonder about Bidewell. What are we getting ourselves into? Bidewell's not afraid. Not of us, Ginny said. That's why I came here. No knots, no fear, just quiet and lots of books. The books are like insulation. I still feel safe here. My stone is safe, too. For now. Jack let out a low whistle. Okay, he said. You're not convinced. It's quiet. That's okay. But I'd like for everything just to get back to normal. Was it ever normal for you? Ginny asked. Before my mother died, he said. Well, maybe not normal, but fun. Nice. You loved her? Of course. Together, she and my father were... Wherever we ended up, we had a home, even if it was just for a day. Ginny looked around the warehouse. This feels more like home than any place I've ever been. What about you? What's your story? My mother was a dancer. My father wanted to be a comedian and a magician. My mother died, then my father. I wasn't much more than a kid. They didn't leave me much, just a trunk, some tricks, and some books on magic, and the stone. I didn't starve. I'd learned how to play guitar and juggle, do card tricks, that sort of thing. I fell in with a tough crowd for a while, like you, got out of it, learned the streets, started busking. Managed not to get killed. 2 years ago, I moved in with a guy named Burke. He works as a sous chef in a restaurant. We don't see much of each other. Lovers? Ginny asked. Jack smiled. No, he said. Burke's as straight as they come. He just doesn't like living alone. You've met those women before? I know Ellen pretty well, Jack said. I met the others a few days ago. Did you do those sketches that Miriam found in your apartment? I'm a lousy artist. The other one did them. My guest. Where's he from, do you think? The city at the end of time, of course, Jack said, trying for sarcasm, but his voice cracked.
"Mine too," Ginny said. "But the last time I dreamed about her, she's not there. She's outside, lost somewhere awful."
"The chaos," Jack said. She looked down at the floor.
"I don't want to talk about it."
"All right," he said.
"Jack, do they have stones like ours?"
He shook his head. "I don't think so."
"Maybe we're supposed to bring them."
"I don't see how. They're there, we're here." He pushed back, then looked down at a large cardboard box labeled Valdelid, 1898. "What kind of books does Bidewell collect?"
"All sorts,"
Ginny said. Jack pulled up the interleaved flaps and lifted out a dusty volume. The book's hinges had cracked, and the leather left powder on his fingers. The gold-embossed words on the spine still did not mean anything. He looked up. "Gobbledygook Press," he said. "I guess the stones aren't finished."
"A lot of his books were like that before. Bidewell seems to know the difference."
"Makes as much sense as everything else." Jack was about to put the book down, but something tugged in his arm. The faintest pull on a hidden nerve, and he turned to a middle page. There, surrounded by more nonsense, a paragraph poked up that he could just barely read. "Then Jerem entered the house, and there I found a book all meaningless for these words, 'Hast thou the old rock, Jeremy? In your pocket, you?'" Ginny watched him closely as his face flushed, as if he had been prancing around naked. Tongue poking the inside of his cheek, Jack slowly flipped through more of the book. Nothing else made sense.
"What is it?"
she asked. He showed her the page. She read the lines, and her jaw fell like a child seeing a ghost.
"All the books are different," she said. "I'm not in any of them."
"Have you looked?" Jack asked. She shook her head.
"There wasn't time."
14 zeros. Chapter 55. Tenebrous Flood Channel. Potton had grown accustomed to living in the perpetual tween-light of the outer reaches of the old flood channels. He seldom went up into the Kalpa, and was content performing his duties on the wide flats, away from the wake-light glow over the tiers. He called them by their old name, the Rookery. Potton had been training marchers for longer than there had been breeds. A lofty, slender man with an experienced brown face, he strode along the channel floor, eyes silver-gray with caution. He knew the city was dying. It had been dying by degrees since before he had been made. Now it was likely to finish its dying quickly. Wake-light grew fitfully over the distant seal. Red rings pulsed and flickered around the cracked and battered patches left by the intrusion that had blown through the lower levels of the first bion directly over his head and nearly claimed them all. He finished his walk of 20 miles from the camp up the tenebrous channel to the rendezvous between the first and second aisles, and waited for the brown wardens to descend with their half-conscious burdens. This time there were only 9, rather than the usual 20. "Great destruction," the lead warden explained. "Many lost. These may be the last." The young breeds crawled into the shade of the low channel trees, moaning softly. Potton examined them one by one as the wardens flew away. He lifted their heads, using his flower finger to sense their vital levels, and found them fit. The wardens never delivered injured or incapable breeds. As they recovered, he helped them to their feet, soothing with low creche songs. His 3 cohorts had walked across the channels to the sandy stretch by then. More obviously jaded, with much less time on the job, these younger menders still attended to the recruits with patience and skill. They soon had them walking in a single column toward the dark outer wall and the training camp that had waited there for as long as there had been tiers or marchers, too long to contemplate as far as Potton was concerned. 6 males and 3 females. He watched the dazed breeds, and as always both envied and pitied them. They were few, they were small, they were confused. He wondered what they would see on their journey. Only young breeds were ever sent on the marches, grown of primordial mass, cultured in the tiers, and afforded the best instincts, some of which would truly awaken only in the chaos. Personally, this version of Potton had never ventured beyond the Middle Lands. If these 9 made up the last march to be delivered to his expert care, he might never learn the whole truth about the chaos and the Typhon. He showed the breeds to their tents and made sure they were comfortable. Soon they were sound asleep. The cohorts made their own camp nearby, away from the breeds and away from Potton's solitary tent. They held the trainer in some awe, but considered him old and peculiar. After all, what was the point of all this? Perhaps there was no point. None of the other Pottons, sent into the chaos in violation of the rulings of the Astyanax, had ever reported their discoveries, and none of the marchers he'd trained had ever returned. Chapter 56. The Broken Tower. As requested, a living breed, creche-born of primordial matter, for whatever purpose the librarian might devise. Genton stood on one side of the high, empty chamber, a dozen yards from the nearest soaring window, surrounded by a slow, enveloping shimmer. At his waist floated the young male, curled in anesthetic oblivion, injured but already healing, treated and protected by Genton's cloak. The keeper of the tiers could only feel numb. He could not conceive of any action that would make any difference now. Delay, decadence, conspiracies beyond counting or comprehension, the inevitable sapping of the city's vitality in the face of millions of years of warding off the unthinkable, had brought the end closer than even he had imagined. Upon arrival, Genton had circled the chamber to look down through the high windows at the Kalpa's 3 remaining bions. The intrusion had severely damaged the lowest levels of the first bion, whose foundations enveloped the tiers, and from whose rounded crown rose the broken tower. It also wreaked tremendous destruction on the southern and the tertian bions. Both sent up dismal, spiraling plumes of silvery smoke to the limits of the inner pressure barrier.